Chapter 385. Yan Libin and Ma Zhou invited Li Wangyu to take a seat in the central room. Teacher, what do you need us to do for you? Please tell us. Libin, bring me a brush and ink. I'll draw a drawing for you two to see. A servant of the Yan family brought them paper, ink, brush and ink stone, including a few feather brushes. Yan Libin and Ma Zhou had seen this feather brush in Li Wangyu's mansion. After trying it out, they found it very interesting. They also learned how to make it from Li Wangyu and made some when they returned home. However, this feather brush, as a hard brush, had not spread in Chang, and for the time being. The main reason was that the Tangs were not used to it. The way of holding a brush was completely different from the way of holding a hard brush. The scholars of the Tang dynasty had never touched a hard brush, so they naturally did not know where to start. Even if they forced themselves to change the writing posture, the words they wrote were not very beautiful. Naturally, no one was willing to use it. Later generations wrote beautifully with a hard brush, but writing with a brush would probably be a mess. Even if one knew how to write with a brush, writing with a hard brush might not be good. In the Great Tang, only a scant few people had tried to learn how to use the quill brush. On the other hand, Li Qingqian and Li Tai, these two little fellows, found it much easier to use the quill brush than the brush. They were abnormally earnest in their studies, and their handwriting was the best. This was normal. It was indeed easier to ask 8 or 9-year-old children to lift a brush and write with a hard brush than to write with a hard brush. However, Li Wangyu did not care about this. Anyway, he made this feather brush for his own convenience. It had nothing to do with him whether other people liked to use it or not. Picking up a feather brush, Li Wangyu began to draw on the paper. Yan Libin and Ma Zhou quickly stood behind Li Wangyu and curiously looked at what their teacher was drawing. Teacher, what is this cabinet for? Why are there so many mechanisms inside? Yan Libin became more and more confused and asked in confusion. As Li Wangyu drew, he explained, "This is something I came up with. It's a mechanism that can automatically sell drinks. There is no need for manual labor. Just put in a copper coin and the drinks will come out from it." Can be used like this? How can this be done? Ma Zhou's interest was piqued and he quickly asked. Li Wangyu pointed at the blueprint and began to explain the key points to the two. Yan Libin and Ma Zhou both nodded and applauded. Wonderful. In this way, as long as I set the amount of copper coins I need to put in, I will be able to get a fixed amount of drinks. Ah, I understand. Teacher is indeed amazing, to be able to figure out such an intricate mechanism. Yan Libin clapped his hands and laughed. Li Wangyu blushed at Yan Libin's praise. He had only plagiarized the wisdom of the ancient Greeks. He was a little embarrassed to be praised by Yan Libin like this. Ma Zhou curiously pointed at a spot on the drawing and asked, "Division Commander, in your drawing, why is the can used to store drinks double-layered? What is that thing wrapped around the jar?" The part that he was referring to was something that Li Wangyu had figured out and made to the vending machine of the ancient Greeks. In the vending machine that he had designed, the huge ceramic can used to store drinks had a wooden bucket wrapped around it. Li Wangyu planned to put ice cubes into the bucket when the time came to cool the drinks. This way the drinks would be cool and refreshing after they came out of the vending machine. He thought that it would be more popular. The wooden bucket was wrapped with a cotton blanket to keep the ice cubes warm. It was tied tightly to the outside of the wooden bucket as an insulating layer to prevent the ice cubes from melting too quickly. After Li Wangyu's explanation, Ma Zhou and Yan Libin couldn't help but frown. Division Commander, the heat of summer is already unbearable. After the ice cubes were taken out from the ice cellar, they melted abnormally fast. Why did you wrap it with a thick cotton blanket? Wouldn't that be hotter and cause the ice cubes to melt faster? Nanny? Li Wangyu was a little confused by the two's words. It took him a while to react, but he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, Bin Wang, Libin, what are the two of you talking about? Do you think that the ice cubes will melt faster if they are wrapped in a cotton blanket? Ma Zhou asked doubtfully, isn't that the case? When the weather is cold and the ground is frozen, we need to cover ourselves with thick cotton blankets. In the summer we need to wear thin clothes to feel cool. Division Commander, isn't that the case? Li Wangyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry at his words. He could only patiently explain to them that the cotton blanket didn't heat up, but it was insulating. In the winter, it felt warm because the cotton blanket prevented the body's heat from dissipating. It was the same when it was used to wrap the ice cubes. It could isolate the heat from the outside and maintain the temperature in the bucket. However, even after he explained for a long time, Ma Zhou and Yan Libin still couldn't understand. Li Wangyu couldn't help but facepalm. He thought of a variety show in the future where the production team asked the guests to transport the ice cubes. One of the guests was the same. They couldn't understand why the ice cubes wouldn't melt faster when they were wrapped in a cotton blanket. Since the guests in the future who had studied physics couldn't understand, it wasn't strange that Yan Libin and Ma Zhou couldn't figure it out. Li Wangyu couldn't be bothered to explain further. He simply asked the servants in the underworld to take out 2 ice cubes from the ice cellar for them to experiment on. One of them was placed on the floor of the central room, while the other was placed in a wooden box and wrapped in a cotton blanket. After half an hour, the ice cubes placed in the central room had completely melted and turned into a puddle of water. Ma Zhou hurriedly ran to open the wooden box wrapped in the cotton blanket. He was shocked to find that the ice cubes in the wooden box didn't show any signs of melting. It only became slightly moist. This made Ma Zhou and Yan Libin even more surprised. The truth was right in front of them, so they couldn't doubt it. As for Li Wangyu, this junior division commander, he was even more in awe. Yan Libin was good at craftsmanship and Ma Zhou was good at calculation. With the help of these 2 people and the skilled craftsmen who were supervising the work, they quickly turned Li Wangyu's sketch into reality. In less than 2 days, a few beverage vending machines were made. Even the craftsmen who had personally created such a magical mechanism could not believe that such a magical thing had actually been created in their hands. Li Wangyu was bursting with joy. Wang Shiji's copybook was in his hands. Wow, so fast. 3 days later, in front of the Chai residence, a group of silk pants surrounded Li Wangyu. They planned to drag Chai Lingwu to witness the beverage vending machine. Greetings to the county magistrate and all the young dukes. The Chai residence's housekeeper immediately came out to greet them. Today is really unfortunate. My family Xiaolang Kun ate something bad yesterday. Today his stomach is uncomfortable and he is bedridden. I'm afraid he can't go out with you. Xiaolang Kun asked me to apologize to you. Please forgive me. The Chai residence's housekeeper's words almost made Li Wangyu's nose crooked. Shameless Chai Lingwu was actually shameless. He even used such a shameless trick like pretending to be sick. He was really too shameless. Chapter 386. How could Chai Lingwu's trick of pretending to be sick fool the group of wastrels? Amidst the laughter, they ignored the Chai residence's housekeeper's advice and barged into the Chai residence. In any case, they were familiar with each other and had been to each other's residences countless times. They were already familiar with the place and knew where Chai Lingwu lived even with their eyes closed. The Chai residence's housekeeper could only shake his head and smile bitterly as he followed the group of wastrels to his Lord Xiaolang's courtyard. Brother Lingwu, we heard that you had a stomachache and came to visit. Quickly come out and welcome us. Fang Yai shouted as soon as they entered Chai Lingwu's courtyard. Seeing that his little trick had been seen through by a group of wastrels, Chai Lingwu could only walk out of his room with a pained expression and bow to the group of wastrels. Everyone, why do you have to do this? Can this little brother admit defeat? Ziyu, that Wangyu army's copybook is really Big Brother's favorite. Can you change it to another one? How about this Big Brother give you 10 beautiful singers? Chai Lingwu saw Li Wangyu and knew that he had lost for sure. He quickly admitted defeat and begged for mercy. As for the conditions he proposed, Li Wangyu snorted disdainfully. Bah, am I that kind of person? Not to mention 10 singers, so what if there were 20 of them? Do you think I would dare to take them home? Damn it. You're really pissing me off by bringing up my sore spot. Brother Lingwu, a gentleman's words cannot be taken back. Don't act like a woman. Where is the copybook of Wangyu army? Ziyu, do you have to be like this? Do you really not care about our brotherhood? Chai Lingwu's face stiffened as he stared fiercely at Li Wangyu. He looked as if he was about to fight to the death with Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu did not buy it at all. There are no brothers in the casino. Cut the crap and hand over the copybook and I'll spare your life. The wastrels also laughed and shouted for Chai Lingwu to hand over the copybook. Otherwise they would personally search his room. Facing this group of wastrels, Chai Lingwu could no longer pretend and could only admit defeat. You're ruthless. You bunch of bastards, don't fall into my hands in the future. Let's go. I want to see what kind of ingenious idea Zio has to come up with to create a mechanism that automatically sells drinks without any human effort. Naturally, Chai Lingwu wasn't really angry. Although Wang Shiji's copybook was rare, it wasn't to the point where he would go back on his word. This was purely a joke between friends to relieve boredom. Ah, that's right. Let's go, let's go. Ziyu has already placed the mechanism in the East Market. We're just waiting for you to go there and reveal it yourself. Cheng Chumo laughed and pulled Chai Lingwu's sleeve as they walked out. Li Wangyu and the group of playboys laughed as they rode to the East Market. In the Tang dynasty, apart from drinking and eating tea, there was also a popular drink called Happy Drink. The Tangs naturally did not use the term drink. The foppish young masters had all learned from Li Wangyu, which was why they used the term drink. In the Tang dynasty, the drink was called cooked water. in the various markets of Chang, and there were many shops that sold cooked water. Moreover, there were many types of drinks sold. There were juices from fruits and vegetables such as watermelon juice, sugarcane juice, grape juice, and black plum juice that were commonly drunk in the future. The second was dairy products, which the Tangs called milk. The most common ones were feta cheese, horse cheese, or goat's milk and horse's milk. Finally, there was Yinzi, which was Chinese medicine powder. It was the same as the herbal tea that the Cantonese liked to drink in the future. It was boiled with various Chinese medicine herbs and had health benefits. Li Wangyu led the group of playboys to a shop that sold cooked water in the East Market. There was a row of cabinets covered by red silk. When the crowd in the East Market passed by the shop, they all cast curious glances. They didn't know what these tall, square, and tightly covered cabinets were. Some of the regular customers asked the shopkeeper of the shop, but the shopkeeper just smiled and replied that it was a novelty that Hu Xinzi came up with and that they would know later. This made people even more curious, and they discussed and speculated with each other. Li Wangyu had made a bet with Chai Lingwu to make this drink vending machine. Originally, he just wanted to win Wang Shiji's calligraphy from Chai Lingwu. He didn't intend to popularize this drink vending machine in Chang'an. After all, he didn't think that it would make much money and was quite troublesome. However, Li Wangyu didn't want to make it industrialized because he wanted to constantly replenish the drinks in the machine. Did he want to open another shop, boil drinks every day, use saltpeter to make ice, and then replenish the vending machine? Li Wangyu, who was rich, didn't care about the profits that the drink vending machine could bring. However, this idea of his was laughed at by his beautiful boss. Li Wangyu was not convinced and planned to have a good debate with this top student from the University of Pennsylvania. Chongqing, am I wrong? Do you want to treat this drink vending machine as your family's business? Humph, let me ask you, how much does it cost to make this machine? I asked Yen Libin to invite the craftsman to make it. It should be around 10 times. Okay, let's say 10 times. How much do you want to sell a cup of drink for? How much does it cost? The beautiful boss asked again. It can still make money. This machine can adjust the price from 10 to 50 coins, according to the different drinks sold. As for the profit, I asked the shopkeeper of the shop. He said that it should be around 80%. The drink vending machine designed by Li Wangyu could automatically dispense 500 milliliters of drink at a time, which was equivalent to a bottle of mineral water in the modern world. However, drinks were definitely not cheap consumer goods in the Tang dynasty. In this era, the cheapest drink was about 150 coins per bucket, which was about 2,000 milliliters. The price of cooked water was slightly cheaper than cheap drinks. According to the conversion rate, 1 coin was almost equivalent to 4 yuan in the modern world. A cup of 500 milliliters of inferior wine would cost 150 yuan. The same amount of cooked water was equivalent to 40 to 200 yuan, which was much more expensive than the milk tea in the modern world. As for the drink, it was even more expensive. There was such a record in the Taiping Guangji. When Chang'an was at its peak, there was a shop that sold drinks in Shi City. 100 coins per cup. 100 coins per cup was 400 yuan, which was a sky-high price. In response to Li Wangyu's answer, the beautiful boss nodded and continued, let's calculate it at 30 coins per cup and make 20 coins per cup. A vending machine can sell 100 cups a day. That's not much, right? Li Wangyu shook his head. Not much. Then one machine can make a profit of 2 times per day, and you can recover your cost in 5 days, right? The summer is so long, are you afraid that you won't make money? What if there are 100 vending machines? That's 200 coins per day. The beautiful boss's words made Li Wangyu speechless. After a long time he muttered, but we don't have so many people to make the drinks. How many more people do we have to hire? Isn't that also the cost? His words made the beautiful boss's eyes almost roll up to the sky. She disdainfully threw him a contemptuous look. You're so stupid that you can die. Chapter 387. You're so stupid. The beautiful boss glanced at Li Wangyu with disdain. Don't you know what a franchisee is? Her words made Li Wangyu stunned. After a while he asked, Chongqing, do you mean that we should license the beverage vending machine to the wet water shops in Chang'an? Let them be our franchisees? Will that work? Why not? Don't tell me that the beverage vending machine can't attract customers? It should be able to attract people, right? Even if it's a taste, many people will buy it. But how do we control the sales of those wet water shops? And this vending machine is not complicated. Can't others find craftsmen to copy it? Li Wangyu scratched his head and asked a new question. The beautiful boss was speechless. She couldn't help but stretch out her slender white finger and point at Li Wangyu's forehead. Why didn't I realize that you were so stupid before? Is it too late to return the goods? Li Wangyu replied with a cheeky smile. Sorry, the goods are sold. No refunds. The two laughed for a while before the beautiful boss explained to him, Did you forget that saltpeter can make ice? You didn't tell anyone about this, did you? No, I didn't even tell Li Shiming when he asked. Li Wangyu seemed to understand the beautiful boss's meaning. You mean that we control the supply of ice so that the franchisees will choose to cooperate with us? Bingo, that's it. The beautiful boss snapped her fingers. The shopkeepers of these wet water shops don't have the financial resources to dig their own ice cellars to store ice like those nobles, right? We can provide them with ice every day in the middle of summer. That's our advantage. Even if they can copy the vending machine, as long as we control the technology of making ice, they will cooperate with us. The beautiful boss's words made Li Wangyu suddenly realize that she was indeed a top student at the University of Pennsylvania. We can provide the beverage vending machine to those wet water shops for free and provide them with enough ice every day. The wet water shops will be responsible for maintaining these vending machines, replenishing them with drinks and adding ice. Li Wangyu nodded and asked, How are we going to split the profits? 50-50. Get the craftsman to modify the vending machine and let the copper coins fall into the sealed money box. Every day we send someone to open the lock, take out the money box and count the money on the spot. The sales revenue from these vending machines will be split in half with the Shui shop. Li Wangyu naturally did not have the slightest objection to his beautiful superior's words. He raised both of his hands in agreement. After the two of them discussed the details of the operation, the matter was settled. Li Wangyu didn't plan to partner with Pai Lupi for this kind of small business, but he and his beautiful boss didn't plan to monopolize it either. After all, the Li family didn't have much power. His beautiful superior was in charge of the carriage business and the underwear shop. She was already very busy. Li Wangyu didn't have the energy to take care of the beverage vending machine business himself, so he chose to cooperate with others. And the best partners were naturally the farmers of Dingzhou village. Firstly, the ice workshop was located in the village, so the confidentiality was guaranteed. He didn't have to worry about the secret being leaked. Secondly, the farmers in the village were all his households. Now that the mutual trust between the two sides was at the max level, he didn't have to worry about being betrayed or deceived by the farmers. Moreover, most of the farmers worked in the carriage business in Chang'an City, going back and forth to Chang'an City every day. When the time came, they would go to the wet water shops to deliver the ice and count the money. It was very convenient. With so many benefits, Li Wangyu naturally chose to cooperate with the village. He wouldn't be stingy with the shares in his hands. The farmers in the village could make more money, so he and his beautiful superior were happy to see it happen. He asked Niu Wu to invite the old villager to the mansion and show him the vending machine. Then he told him his idea. This made the old man very happy. Without hesitation, he agreed on behalf of the farmers. A good thing like a pie falling from the sky. Unless the old man's head was caught in the door, he wouldn't refuse. Needless to say, Li Wangyu was the head of the 127 farmers in Dingzhou village. Even if he didn't give them any money and only let them work for free, no one would say no. Being willing to share the money with the farmers was the county head's benevolence. The old villager was naturally moved to tears. Li Wangyu was also very generous. He directly gave 40% of the profits to the farmers of Dingzhou village. This made the old villager thank him again and again. After everything was arranged, Li Wangyu went to the east side of Chang'an City and contacted a wet water shop. The manager of the wet water shop was also very smart. When he heard that Li Wangyu could provide him with ice every day, he agreed without hesitation. With the sale of iced wet water, it was unknown how much sales would increase in this summer. As for the beverage vending machine, it was also very miraculous and convenient. He didn't even need to hire a few more shop assistants. All he needed to do was to boil the water and pour it into the vending machine every day. Although he had to give half of the income to the county head, the shrewd manager calculated in his heart and felt that this was profitable. Naturally, he wouldn't refuse. The wet water shop in the east side of the city became the first distributor of the Wangyu wet water vending machine. Wangyu wet water vending machine. Li Wangyu was originally against this name. What kind of lousy name was this? Why did they want to use his name to name a beverage vending machine? However, his beautiful boss was very insistent. She gave him examples of the Wangyu window and Wangyu elbow that were popular in Chang'an City. This proved the importance of the Wangyu brand name. The Dongpa pig knuckle that Li Wangyu made at the pig slaughtering feast was renamed by Yang Quan to Wangyu elbow. Yang Quan and Lu Xiao liked this dish the most. They specifically asked the chef in their residence to go to Dingzhou village to find Li Wangyu to learn how to make it. As a result, this Wangyu elbow quickly spread because of its soft pig knuckle and mellow meat taste. Nowadays, if the major restaurants in Chang and city didn't know how to make Wangyu elbow, they would be despised by their customers. As for the Wangyu window, it was needless to say. It was now the most popular thing in Chang and city. Whoever didn't install a Wangyu window would be laughed at. Even the Tang dynasty's lottery was now called Wangyu Lottery. His beautiful boss's words were so reasonable that Li Wangyu had no words to refute. He could only pinch his nose and accept this lousy name. Li Wangyu led the wastrels to the wet water store and dismounted from their horses. A waiter came forward to help them tie up their horses. Ziyu, are these things covered by the red cloth, the beverage vending machines you mentioned? Chai Lingwu asked curiously. That's right. We're just waiting for Brother Lingwu to unveil the vending machines so that we can start selling. Brothers, you're the first batch of customers. Please support us. Chai Lingwu couldn't help but reach out and grab Li Wangyu's collar. Ziyu, do you mean that I have to pay you for the drinks? And I have to give you the copybook of Wangyu's army with both hands? Do you believe that I won't fight with you? Brother Lingwu, let go, let go. Let's talk things out. This little brother will treat you okay? The wastrels roared with laughter. In the midst of the commotion, Chai Lingwu and Li Wangyu reached out and tore off the red cloth covering the vending machines. Chapter 388. The shrewd shopkeeper decided to be the first to try the Fanji cooked water store in the East Market. After joining the company, he bought 5 vending machines in one go and sold 5 different kinds of cooked water at the same time. Sugarcane juice, grape juice, black plum juice, goat cheese, horse cheese. The 5 vending machines were labeled with the types and prices of the drinks. There was also a manual to guide the Tang people who had never seen a vending machine before on how to use it. The foppish young masters swarmed up and surrounded the 5 vending machines. Ziyu, if you really put a copper coin in here, the drinks will automatically flow out? Chai Lingwu had already forgotten about the copybook of Wang Yu's army. He circled the vending machine a few times trying to figure out how Li Wangyu did it. Cheng Chumo was a man of action. He grabbed a bamboo tube on the side and placed it in the position indicated by the vending machine. Then he took out a handful of copper coins from his money bag and put it in the slot. Li Wangyu naturally couldn't make disposable paper cups in the Tang dynasty. But fortunately, bamboo was everywhere in the mountains. He could get as much as he wanted. He only needed to send people to cut them down. The cups that came with the vending machine were these bamboo tubes. After Cheng Chumo put in the copper coins, under the curious gazes of the foppish young masters, white horse milk automatically flowed out of the vending machine and into the bamboo tube below. Wow, it really came out. I actually put in 30 copper coins and horse cheese came out. Zio, don't tell me you're lying to us? What kind of vending machine was this? Could it be that someone was hiding in it? Otherwise, why would horse cheese come out after I put in 30 copper coins? Let me try this black plum juice, 50 copper coins. Hey, it's really interesting. I put in 30 copper coins and there was no reaction. I really put in 50 copper coins and the black plum juice came out. Amazing. How is this possible? How can this inanimate object tell how many copper coins there are? Zio, tell me the truth. Is this some sort of magic trick? Is there someone operating it behind the scenes? In the face of the foppish young master's doubts, Li Wangyu didn't explain. He just smiled and continued to maintain a sense of mystery. But when Cheng Chumo and the others took a sip of the drink and tasted it, they were all stunned. Wow, Zio, these drinks are all chilled? Where did you get so much ice? This was too extravagant. It was actually iced black plum juice. It's fine if you use ice in your residence, but this vending machine actually uses ice as well. Ziyu, did you rob the palace's ice cellar? Why do you guys care so much? This chilled cheese tastes even better. Hurry up, you guys. I haven't drunk anything yet. Fang Yai shouted in dissatisfaction. There were a total of 5 vending machines. He was one step slower and didn't get the chance to buy it. He was anxious now. The few debauches who were having fun did not care about Fang Yai's shouts. The few of them occupied the 5 vending machines and kept throwing in copper coins. They were having so much fun that Fang Yai almost wanted to beat them up. The debauches shouting had already attracted the attention of the passers-by. But because of their status, no one dared to come forward. They could only watch the debauches occupy the 5 vending machines. Li Wangyu found a problem at this time. That was, the Tang dynasty only used copper coins. It was really troublesome. When the Tang people went out, they had to carry a money pouch with them to hold the copper coins. But the copper coins were too heavy. A single copper coin weighed 5 kilograms. And counting the copper coins was also very troublesome. For example, if the debauches wanted to throw in 50 copper coins, it would take them a long time to count. It was quite a waste of time. Li Wangyu suddenly felt that he should suggest to Pai Lupi to make silver and gold coins to supplement the copper coins. The Tang dynasty itself was also lacking in copper coins. So, most of the time they bartered. Even silk was legal currency. Li Wangyu never accepted silk. He always felt that it was quite strange to use silk as currency. So, in the treasury of the Li family's old mansion, there were only copper coins and gold coins. Although silver was not a currency in the Tang dynasty and could not be circulated in the market, its value was about the same as a copper coin. Li Wangyu felt that he could definitely advise Pai Lupi to make silver and gold coins to supplement the copper coins. One silver coin was equal to 100 copper coins, and one gold coin was equal to one copper coin. This way it would be convenient for merchants to trade. When they went out, they would not need to carry so many copper coins. It was much more convenient. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was feasible. He kept the matter of making silver and gold coins in his mind. He planned to go back and discuss it with his beautiful boss and find an opportunity to advise Pai Lupi. While Li Wangyu was daydreaming and thinking about the gold and silver coins, the debauches finally had fun. Each of them had a cup of bamboo drink in their mouths and were happily drinking from the reed tube. Many people thought that there were no straws in China since ancient times. But in fact this was not true. In the Tang dynasty, there were already ceramic tea sets with straws. Li Wangyu had people prepare bamboo cups with reed tubes to replace straws. Naturally, the debauches knew how to use them at a glance. After waiting for the debauches to leave the 5 vending machines with great difficulty, the crowd, who had been itching for a long time, instantly swarmed over and surrounded the vending machines in front of the Fanji cooked water store. Manager Fan hurriedly called out to the shop's staff to guard the vending machines in case they were damaged. The crowd had already seen the debauches using the vending machines to buy the cooked water. At this time, a man at the front of the crowd grabbed a handful of copper coins with difficulty and stuffed them into the coin slot. The crowd beside him was counting loudly, 5, 6, 29, 30. Is flowing out. Is flowing out. It's really flowing out. Dao ancestor above, is there really no one hiding in this cabinet? Hey, if you're done buying, get out of the way. Don't waste time. We also want to buy the cooked water. God, the cooked water is actually iced. I've lived for so long, but this is the first time I've drunk iced cooked water in the middle of summer. Seeing that there were too many people crowding in front of the vending machines, the shop staff hurriedly shouted at the top of his voice, "Line up, don't push. Why are you pushing? Line up at the back. Haven't you bought a lottery ticket before? Tian Shilang, line up at the back." Fortunately, after the baptism of the lottery ticket, the people of Chang and city now had the consciousness of lining up. Under the shop staff's hoarse shouting, 5 long lines quickly formed in front of the Fanji cooked water store. Because there were too many people in the line, even the main street in front of the store was blocked. The caravans and cattle carriages heading to the east city were completely unable to pass through and could only take a detour. The commotion in front of the store was naturally spread everywhere. It didn't take long for most people in the East City to hear that there were 5 magical cabinets in the Fanji cooked water store that could automatically identify copper coins and sell the cooked water without manual labor. What was even more amazing was that the cooked water sold was actually iced. Therefore, as word of mouth spread, the line in front of the Fanji cooked water store became longer and longer. Chapter 389. The Wangyu boiled water vending machine became the hottest topic in the East Market that day. There were also commoners in the streets around the East Market who heard the news and came to see the machine that could automatically sell boiled water. Lengjun, I heard that this boiled water vending machine was made by Hu Xianzi? Of course. Look at the machine. It's written very clearly. Wangyu boiled water vending machine. You know Wangyu, right? That's the name of Hu Xianzi. Today the Wangyu elbow and Wangyu window in Chang and city are both masterpieces of Hu Xianzi. Tisk tsk. This Hu Xianzi is really a deity. I heard that he's only 16 years old and hasn't even turned 20 yet? Yes. Otherwise, why would everyone in Chang and city praise this Hu Xianzi as the reincarnation of an ancient person who had achieved Tao since birth? I think it's true. Look at the vending machine. Put in enough copper coins and it automatically flows out boiled water without manual labor. It's even chilled. Have you ever heard of such a divine object? Of course not. I'm afraid that only the gods in heaven have such ability. These commoners of Chang and city were talking about Li Wangyu as they lined up, their faces full of admiration. At this time, a few people dressed as merchants passed by and overheard their conversation. They couldn't help but ask curiously. "Excuse me, may I ask who this Wang Yu you're talking about is? What's the meaning of this boiled water vending machine?" The Chang'an commoners couldn't help but look at each other. "I'm afraid you're not from Chang'an, are you?" The merchants cupped their hands and said, "We're merchants who came to Chang'an city from Yi province to sell silk. We're not from Chang'an." Yi province was Jianan Dao, where the Sichuan basin was located in the future. Chengdu was the administrative center of Yi province. Yi province's shoe embroidery was very famous. These were merchants who came to Chang'an city from Yi province to sell shoe embroidery. Seeing that these merchants didn't know who Huxian was, the Chang'an commoners who were lining up immediately became interested and began to introduce Li Wangyu to these merchants. "Ladies and gentlemen, Wang Yu is Li Wangyu, the founding county magistrate of the dynasty. He is only 16 years old, but he is knowledgeable and multi-talented. He is the great Confucian scholar of the age, the emperor's tutor of the crown prince." The Izhou merchants were dumbfounded by the incessant introduction of popular science. They wondered if the Chang'an citizens in front of them were telling a fairy tale and making fun of them. How could anyone be so powerful? In just a few short months he had earned tens of thousands of gold coins, and even spent tens of thousands of gold coins to repair some baseball field. These merchants worked tirelessly to transport goods from thousands of miles away, but they only had a net worth of a few thousand strings of coins. In comparison, did they spend all their years living in the belly of a dog? They looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, a merchant asked, "May I ask, is the Huxianzi you are talking about the one who wrote the Romance of the Three Kingdoms?" "Yes, it is the Romance of the Three Kingdoms written by Huxianzi. Have you read it before, Langjun?" "Haha, I love this Romance of the Three Kingdoms. I study it every day." "So that's how it is. Then it's not strange. Someone who can write such a wonderful book like the Romance of the Three Kingdoms must be extremely talented. Ladies and gentlemen, let's also line up and try the vending machines made by the famous Huxianzi. Of course we must give it a try. Haha, when we return to Izhou and tell others about it, I'm afraid their eyes will fall out of their sockets." From the opening of the market at noon to the beating of the drum at dusk, the crowd had no choice but to disperse. The 5 vending machines of Fan Ji cooked water shop were full of customers. Shopkeeper Fan called out to the shop assistants. Just by continuously adding all kinds of cooked water and ice into the vending machines, he was already half dead from exhaustion. In the end, when he opened the cashier of the vending machines and counted the coins, even Li Wangyu was shocked. In just half a day, the 5 vending machines had counted a total of nearly 30 strings of copper coins. Shopkeeper Fan was smiling so widely that he couldn't close his mouth. Although his shop was doing well, he usually sold 8 or 9 strings of cooked water at most. After all, a bowl of cooked water that cost dozens of copper coins was not considered cheap even in the Tang dynasty. Ordinary people might not be willing to spend money to drink it. 5 vending machines, but the profit was several times higher. How could shopkeeper Fan not be happy? Even if he had to share half of the profits with Huxianzi, it was still not a loss. If it weren't for the fact that his shop couldn't fit all the vending machines, shopkeeper Fan even wanted to ask Huxianzi to send him a few more. However, even if he had this idea, Li Wangyu couldn't agree for the time being. After all, it would take time to build the vending machines. More importantly, the workshop used to make ice in the village hadn't been built yet. They couldn't provide ice to Chang, and on a large scale. Li Wangyu hummed a little tune as he returned to Dingzhou village with Wang Shiji's calligraphy that Chai Lingwu had given him. "Changqing, take a look at this." "What is this?" "Haha, you didn't see how ugly Chai Lingwu's face was when he gave this to me." Li Wangyu showed off Wang Shiji's calligraphy to his beautiful boss as if he was showing off a treasure. Although Su Changqing didn't understand calligraphy, he knew how precious Wang Shiji's calligraphy was. He opened the scroll and carefully read it before carefully putting it away. "You're bullying others? Be careful not to anger the Chai family." "Ah, I won't. He's not that petty. Besides, I don't intend to take advantage of him. Isn't the perfume at home a lot better? Tomorrow I'll send some to him so that he can give them to his mother and his concubines." "Hehe, you don't know this, but this guy is still young, but he already has 3 or 4 concubines." His beautiful boss couldn't help but stare at him. "What, are you envious of him?" Su Changqing's words made a drop of cold sweat involuntarily fall down Li Wangyu's forehead. What a strong murderous aura. Li Wangyu's strong desire to live made him immediately shake his head. "How is that possible? I despise people like him. Bah, shameless. I'm ashamed to be associated with him. Humph, I don't believe it. All men are big pig trotters. Damn it, what does it have to do with me? It's not like I have concubines. Isn't this a little too broad?" But thinking about Aphrodite whom he had brought back from the mansion, Li Wangyu suddenly felt a little guilty. He didn't dare to continue this topic and hurriedly changed the topic to talk about the vending machine's profit today. Chongqing Hehe, you're still the best. Today those people in the East Market are like crazy, crowding in front of the cooked water store to buy drinks. Simply crazy. When the ice factory in the village is built and can provide ice to Chang, and on a large scale, we can fully open the vending machine. Humph, of course. Otherwise, why would I be your boss? Su Chongqing raised his neck proudly. I'm also the founding Viscount of the Tang dynasty. What's there to be proud of? Li Wangyu muttered softly. What are you talking about? The beautiful boss glared at him. No, nothing. I'm just saying that you're smart and beautiful. Humph, I don't need you to say it. Chapter 390. Brother Lingwu, this is the floral water and perfume that I personally made. It's a small token of my appreciation for your mother. Please accept it. In the central room of the Chai residence, Li Wangyu presented 2 exquisite wooden boxes with both hands. After opening them, there were 12 exquisite porcelain bottles neatly arranged inside. There were also various flower designs on the porcelain bottles. It was obvious that they were expensive. Li Wangyu had specially gone to the most famous porcelain kiln in Chang and city to make these bottles. He had spent a lot of money on them. However, the money was not spent in vain. These exquisite porcelain bottles made people unable to put them down. In the words of the later generations, they were of high class. Zio, what are this floral water and perfume? Chai Lingwu asked curiously as he reached out to pick up a green porcelain bottle. Hehe, brother Lingwu, floral water is good stuff. If you get bitten by mosquitoes in the summer, you can apply it to stop the itching. Li Wangyu gestured for Chai Lingwu to open the bottle cork. Once the cork was opened, a strong mint smell immediately wafted out. Chai Lingwu's spirits were lifted after smelling it. Oh, there's such a good thing. Aha, Zio, thank you for your consideration. It would be impolite to refuse. I'll shamelessly accept your generous gift. Is this perfume also used to repel mosquitoes? Li Wangyu hurriedly explained, that's not the case. The perfume is for your mother and your concubines. Apply a little on their necks and wrists, and it will have the same effect as a perfume bag. The fragrance will last for half a day. The flowers on the bottle represent the fragrance of the perfume. What? There's such a good thing? Chai Lingwu couldn't wait to pick up a bottle with a peony design and open the cork. This guy actually smeared it on his wrist a few times. Li Wangyu didn't even have time to stop him. Damn, does Chai Lingwu have this kind of hobby? Should I stay away from him in the future? This guy doesn't have a special hobby, does he? Oh, it really is the fragrance of peonies. Zio, how did you do it? It's really amazing. The so-called national beauty referred to peonies, and peonies of different colors had different fragrances. The bottle that Chai Lingwu took was the perfume that Li Wangyu soaked in white peony petals. It had a very pleasant floral fragrance and was very elegant. Ah, Zio, you really are my good brother. You didn't forget about me when you found something good. Do you have any more of this perfume? Give me some more. Are these 12 bottles not enough for you? Brother Lingwu, you only have 3 or 4 concubines in your mansion, right? Heh, don't I still have some close female friends in Peace Square? Chai Lingwu replied shamelessly. Li Wangyu could only raise his middle finger at him to show his respect. It's not easy to make this perfume. We still have to send it to others. Brother Lingwu, why don't you go and discuss with Brother Chumo and ask them to share some with you? Li Wangyu was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with scum like Chai Lingwu. In any case, there was only so much perfume. If he wanted more, he could go and talk to the other debauches. It wasn't that he didn't want to part with the perfume, but it wasn't easy to collect the petals. Just the petals used in the perfume had cost him a lot of effort and copper coins to get people to collect them. How could he bear to give them to Chai Lingwu and let him use them to curry favor with the prostitutes in Peace Square? After leaving the Chai mansion, he went to each debauchee mansion to deliver the floral water and perfume. This was the proper exchange of favors. Since he and his beautiful boss didn't plan to make the floral water and perfume into a business, it was perfect to use them as gifts. However, when he went to Duke Lu's mansion to deliver the gifts, Li Wangyu unfortunately bumped into the old hoodlum, Qing Yaojin. Thus, not only was the remaining floral water and perfume robbed by this old man, he also forced him to promise to deliver some more tomorrow. What was even more excessive was that after receiving the gifts, Qing Yaojin didn't let them go and insisted on dragging Li Wangyu to eat and drink in the mansion. If it was someone else's mansion, eating and drinking like this would be fine. However, in Qing Yaojin's mansion, Li Wangyu felt that it was a kind of cruel torture. In particular, when he saw the Qing mansion's chef bring in the mutton that was still bleeding and obviously not cooked, Li Wangyu lost his appetite. Qing Yaojin even pulled out a small knife and cut a large piece of the bloody mutton, dipped it in spices and sent it into his bloody mouth to chew. This made Li Wangyu feel nauseous. Was the Qing mansion's food all like this? Li Wangyu looked at Cheng Chumo, Cheng Chuliang, and Cheng Chubi sympathetically. The meaning in his eyes was, "Did you guys grow up eating these things?" The three Qing brothers firmly nodded silently. At this moment, Li Wangyu clearly saw the tears in the three Qing brothers' eyes. Poor children. Li family's child, why aren't you eating? Is the cooking of this old man's mansion not to your liking? Seeing Li Wangyu not moving his chopsticks, Qing Yaojin couldn't help but glare. Eat your sister. Not to mention the taste of this half-cooked mutton, if he ate it like this he would have to spend a lot of time in the toilet. It would be strange if he didn't have diarrhea. Hee, Uncle Qing, this little nephew just ate and now my stomach is bloated and uncomfortable. I really can't eat anything. Humph. If you can't eat, then drink. You little child, only the Shaodao wine is to this old man's liking. After drinking your wine, drinking any other wine is no different from drinking horse piss. Come, De Lang, Erlang, San Lang, fill the Li family's child's wine cup and drink. Li Wangyu looked at the table in front of him. The wine cups were big enough to be used as soup bowls. He couldn't help but stare blankly. Drink your sister. Is this drinking or risking your life? He desperately winked at Cheng Chumo and the other two, implying that he was begging them to let him go, but the three Qing brothers acted as if they didn't see it. They grabbed the wine jug and poured wine into the wine bowl in front of him. Zio, it's not that we don't want to help you, but we are powerless. Come, drink. Without waiting for Li Wangyu to resist, Cheng Chubi and Cheng Chumo clamped his arms, one on the left and one on the right. Cheng Chuliang picked up the wine cup and poured it into his mouth. Save me. Li Wangyu was trapped in Duke Lu's mansion and was as powerless as a quail. After the banquet, Li Wangyu was already drunk until he was dizzy and unconscious. He was carried back to Dingzhou village by Niu Wu. The next day, Li Wangyu woke up in bed with a splitting headache. He couldn't help but gnash his teeth in anger. Old Qing. This one and you cannot live under the same sky. Li Wangyu hated that he couldn't rush to Duke Lu's mansion to take revenge. But considering the difference in strength between the two sides, he could only endure. Cheng Chumo and the other two brothers changed sides and helped the tyrant, which made Li Wangyu even more distressed. He really couldn't have such brothers. A classic example of biting the hand that feeds you. After the trip to Duke Lu's mansion, Li Wangyu deeply realized that giving gifts in the Tang dynasty was risky, so he should cherish it. Chapter 391. Li Wangyu rested in his mansion for a few days after being forced to drink by that old man Qing Yaojin, and only then did he regain his senses. In Li Wangyu's mind, Duke Lu's residence was no different from a terrifying existence like Sanluo Temple. If he went to Chang, and again, Duke Lu's residence would be a forbidden area that could not be approached. On this day he sat in his flowing water room, listening to the sparse sound of running water, drinking fragrant tea, and listening to Aphrodite plucking the zither strings next to him. Idling away in a daze, he felt that this was life. Recently, Li Wangyu felt that he had been too busy, completely going against his desire to be a carefree landlord. He had to reflect. Unknowingly, he had found himself a pile of things to do, and none of them could be delayed. The most important thing now was to supervise his own manor. The progress of the construction of the manor on the hillside facing the sun had sped up a lot. The main building had been completed, and the interior construction had begun. In about a month's time it would be ready to move in. The decorations of the Tang dynasty were all in their original state, and there was absolutely no formaldehyde. Therefore, once the manor was completed, Li Wangyu could immediately move in. The construction of the new houses for the villagers, funded by Li Wangyu, was progressing even faster. Many of the 127 houses and courtyards had already been completed. Li Wangyu originally wanted to let the villagers start moving, but the old village chief did not agree no matter what. In his words, how could the villagers move to a new house while the main family was still living in the old house? If the villagers of Dingzhou village did this, they would probably be criticized behind their backs by the surrounding villages. The old village chief insisted that they must wait until Li Wangyu moved into the new house before they were willing to move. The villagers also had the same attitude. No one was willing to move before Li Wangyu. In the face of the stubborn old village chief, Li Wangyu could only shake his head and let them be. However, under the suggestion of the old village chief, a new high and sturdy wall and gate was built around the new village, which was connected to Li Wangyu's manor. In this way, in order to enter Li Wangyu's manor, one had to pass through the gate of the new Zhou village and the village. Li Wangyu naturally understood the old villager's thoughts and did not refuse his kindness. This was treating Dingzhou village as the outer defensive perimeter of Li Wangyu's mansion. If there were any thieves who wanted to harm him, they would have to pass through Dingzhou village first. Li Wangyu was very concerned about the safety of his residents. Not only did he request the Ministry of Works to build a sturdy and tall courtyard wall for him, but he also requested for the Ministry of Works to build a sturdy and tall courtyard wall for him. He even invested his own money and hired many craftsmen to dig a circular ditch along the outer wall of the mansion. In the ditch there was a stream that flowed from the mountain. After flowing through the ditch, it converged into an artificial lake that was dug out at the foot of the mountain. After that, it flowed through the new Dingzhou village and finally merged into the Gan River. In this way, not only did the manor have a moat, but the manor and Dingzhou village's water supply were also guaranteed. Li Wangyu did not hesitate to spend copper coins to have the craftsmen lay down cement and insert large pieces of smooth pebbles into the ditch. These ditches were made exceptionally beautiful, and the stream that flowed through them was so clear that one could see the bottom. Passing through the ditches in Dingzhou village, Li Wangyu also had carpenter Lu build many water wheels and place them in the ditches. They continuously raised the stream water in the ditches and poured it into the bamboo pipes. These bamboo pipes were connected to 127 courtyards. Not only could it be used for daily use, but it could also be used like the currently family's old residence. The stream water was connected to the roof and created a rain house, making the house unusually cool in midsummer. Li Wangyu racked his brains when designing the new Dingzhou village in order to realize the peach blossoms spring in his beautiful superior's heart and also for the villagers of Dingzhou village. Every household in the village had a sewage pipe that could directly flush the sewage into a huge methane pool. Not only were every household equipped with methane lamps, but even the roads in the village were equipped with methane lamps for illumination at night. These methane lamps that could burn without the need for oil were no different from the sci-fi movies that people of the Tang era watched. They were both difficult to understand existences. Li Wangyu even helped the village build 2 public bathrooms, which made the villagers feel that it was too extravagant. These villagers liked to take a stroll around the new village when they had nothing to do. Not to mention how happy the original villagers were. Even Yo Wu and Yo Yang's wives and the dozen or so palace maids who were married to the soldiers of the old residence were so excited that they could not control themselves after seeing these residences. In their eyes, even the Taiji palace that they had lived in for more than a decade might not be as comfortable as these residences. This made these palace maids feel even more fortunate, and they became even more gentle and virtuous when serving their husbands. In addition to his own manor and the new Zhou village that Li Wangyu had to worry about, he also had to visit the polo field that was already under construction from time to time and discuss some matters with the officials of the Ministry of Works. As for the brewery in the call of the Qinling Mountains, it was now on the right track. Li Wangyu was too lazy to worry about it, and directly threw it to the internal servant sent by Pai Lupi to supervise. He only needed to look at the account books every month. In any case, the Pai Lupi was the one who took most of the money, and he could not afford to worry about it. Now he first had to build the ice-making workshop in the village. It was simple to make ice and it only needed a large amount of saltpeter. In order to keep it a secret, Li Wangyu had the villagers split up and run around Chang and city and the surrounding counties to buy saltpeter from medicine shops of all sizes. Fortunately, saltpeter could be used repeatedly to make ice. If they bought enough saltpeter at one time, they would not have to worry about it in the future. The ice-making workshop used the same method as Li Wangyu used to make ice in the past. After filling the 2 containers with water, saltpeter would be placed in the large container. The saltpeter would react with water, absorb heat and condense into ice. At the same time, the water in the small container would also be frozen. The ice cubes in the small container could be collected and placed in the excavated ice cellar to be transported to Chang'an City. The ice cubes in the large container that contained saltpeter would be sent to the furnace for distillation. After the water was evaporated, the saltpeter condensed and could be used to make ice again. The only thing that needed to be consumed was the firewood burning on the furnace. With the help of the villagers, the ice-making workshop was built in 2 days. After producing a large amount of ice cubes, the 4-wheeled carriage, which had been modified to have thermal insulation, could be continuously transported to Chang'an City. As for the matter of recruiting merchants in Chang'an City, Li Wangyu would not do it himself. As the founder of the Tang dynasty's Hu County, he would be laughed at if he personally went to talk business with the shopkeepers of those brewed water shops. Li Wangyu was smart. He found Fatty Cho Kuan and asked him if he was willing to take over the business. Cho Kun naturally would not refuse. He did not care about how much money he could make. The key was to get closer to Li Wangyu. How could he refuse such a good thing? Therefore, the Cho family became the general distributor of the beverage vending machine in Chang and City. Li Wangyu was also very generous and directly gave him 10% of the shares. After being busy for more than half a month, he finally settled all the miscellaneous matters. Li Wangyu then went back to hide in Dingzhou village and went back to his leisurely life as a small landlord waiting for death. But early in the morning, the Li family's old residence had a guest, which made Li Wangyu somewhat confused. Chapter 392. The visitor was none other than the old Taoist Sun Simiao. The Taoist temple on the hillside facing the sun had been completed. The king of medicine, Sun Simiao, had moved out of the Qinling mountains and became neighbors with Li Wangyu. Whether it was Li Wangyu or his beautiful boss, they all welcomed him with open arms. On the day of the completion of the temple, Li Wangyu naturally sent many gifts to congratulate him. Originally, the villagers of Dingzhou village did not think that the temple on the hillside facing the sun was special. They thought it was just a small temple. However, to the surprise of the old village chief and the villagers, when the temple was completed, not only did their own families send many gifts, but even many officials in Chang and came to congratulate them. The Tang dynasty naturally had its own religious administration. During the reign of Jianghu, religious affairs were managed by the Minister of Ceremonies of Honglu Temple. If Sun Simiao wanted to build a temple, he also needed to register with the Minister of Ceremonies. The old Taoist was too famous. Even Pai Lupi knew that he wanted to build a temple in Dingzhou village in Hu County, but he was also happy to see it happen. He asked Sun Simiao to be an official in Ru dynasty, but it was a pity that he did not succeed. However, now that Sun Simiao, who usually lived in seclusion in the mountains, had settled down in Dingzhou village, it was naturally a good thing for Pai Lupi. On the day of the completion of the temple, even Pai Lupi sent servants to the palace to send all kinds of gifts to congratulate him. Therefore, as soon as Sun Simiao's temple was completed, the incense burned brightly. Not only did the villagers of Dingzhou village burn incense, but the people of the surrounding villages also came to burn incense. Even people from the county town of Hu County came to burn incense. Sun Simiao did not care about the incense burning in the temple. He left the temple to his disciples to take care of. The old Taoist did not receive any guests. He only immersed himself in his study of medicine. Sun Simiao named the temple Xian Microscopic Temple. The origin of the name was the microscope that Li Wangyu casually mentioned to him that day. The old Taoist still remembered it. After the completion of the temple, Sun Simiao brought his disciple Lu Shenwei to the door. Hexianzi, the Xianwei microcosm has been completed. This humble Taoist intends to begin researching the bacteria and penicillin that you spoke of back then. Please tell this humble Taoist everything you know and teach this humble Taoist in detail. This humble Taoist will be eternally grateful. Li Wangyu had a bitter expression on his face. He felt that he had used too much force to fool Sun Simiao. He wasn't a pharmaceutical major. The so-called method of making penicillin was just something he learned from TV dramas. He wasn't sure if he could really produce penicillin using that method. However, now that Sun Simiao's Taoist temple had been repaired, he wanted to tell the old Taoist that he was just casually saying that. If he angered the old Taoist, he was afraid that he would have a hard time in the future. Li Wangyu had no other choice. He could only brace himself and repeat the method he learned from the TV series again. On the other hand, Lu Shenwei, who was at the side, was completely focused. He used his pen to continuously record down Li Wangyu's words, fearing that he would miss a single word. Hu Xianzi, what kind of water is distilled water? This time, the old Taoist priest listened very carefully and interrupted. It's when water is boiled and the water vapor condenses back into water. What you get is distilled water. What's the use of it? It's purer. Li Wangyu was almost at a loss for words. How could he know what advantages distilled water had? Fortunately, Sun Simiao didn't continue asking. Instead, he reached into his lapel and took out a brocade pouch. While Li Wangyu was still puzzled, he saw the old Taoist priest open the brocade pouch and pour out the contents on the table. These sparkling and translucent objects that reflected light almost blinded Li Wangyu's eyes. Crystals. Natural crystals. Moreover, they were all colorless and transparent natural crystals. The quality was quite high and they were all as transparent as water. Li Wangyu rarely saw such high-quality crystals in the east and west cities. It seemed that Sun Simiao had spent a lot of effort to collect these colorless crystals. Hu Shenzi, that day you said that you needed crystals to make a microscope. A few days ago, this humble Taoist collected these colorless crystals through the Tao sect. Do you think you can help this humble Taoist make a microscope? Sun Simiao looked at Li Wangyu very seriously with a face full of anticipation. Li Wangyu directly went into Sparta. What was going on? Did he really say that day about a microscope? Well, even if he said that, it didn't mean that he could make it. As for a microscope, he had only used it in biology experiments when he was in school. The only thing he knew was that the convex lenses were combined and magnified to form an image. However, he didn't know the specific structure of a microscope. Not to mention that he didn't understand, even most people in the future only knew the general principle of a microscope. If you asked them to draw a structural diagram, most people probably wouldn't be able to draw it. Li Wangyu really wanted to ask the old Taoist priest, "Can I make a magnifying glass for you to make do with?" He now deeply understood what it meant to lift a rock and smash it on his own feet. Originally, he just wanted to trick the medicine king Sun Simiao into staying in Dingzhou village so that he and his beautiful boss would have a reliable medical insurance. However, now that he had bragged too much, he really didn't know how to answer the medicine king Sun Simiao's expectant gaze. Li Wangyu opened his mouth and wanted to say that he didn't know how to, but when the words were about to come out of his mouth, he swallowed them back. He patted his chest and promised, "Old immortal, don't worry. I will do my best to help you make a microscope." With Li Wangyu's promise, Sun Simiao was full of joy and smiled while twirling his beard. "Immeasurable deity, since that's the case, then I'll have to trouble Hu Xianzi. This humble Taoist will now stay in the Xianwei temple to study the penicillin that Hu Xianzi mentioned. Hu Xianzi can come to the Xianwei temple to find this humble Taoist at any time." Yes. Old immortal, don't worry." After sending Sun Simiao and Lu Shenwei away, Li Wangyu sat down on the floor. It was a premature death and the words had been said. How was the microscope going to be made? Looking at the few pieces of crystal left by Sun Simiao on the table, Li Wangyu felt a headache coming on. Just polishing the crystal into a lens was a big trouble. It was doubtful that he could find a craftsman in Chang, and who knew how to polish crystal. Li Wangyu now knew the consequences of bragging, but there was nothing he could do. He could only stare blankly at the crystals on the table. When the beautiful boss came back from Chang, and then saw him frowning, she curiously asked what had happened. After Li Wangyu told her about Sun Simiao's visit and his request to make a microscope, the beautiful boss couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Hey Changqing, what are you laughing at? Is it very funny? Hurry up and help me think of a way. If you can't make the microscope later, Sun Simiao will be angry and run away." The beautiful boss laughed even more happily. "Wangyu, don't tell me you didn't take science classes when you were in school? I remember that there was a science class in elementary school where we were asked to make a simple microscope. It was very simple. As long as there was a convex lens, it could be made." "You mean you know how to make a microscope?" Li Wangyu got up from the floor and grabbed the beautiful boss's soft hand. The beautiful boss nodded proudly. "Yes, I know, but..." Chapter 393. But what? Seeing the beautiful boss keeping him in suspense, Li Wangyu hurriedly asked, "But you have to help me make something in exchange." The beautiful boss playfully winked at Li Wangyu. "Make what?" "So, speaking of this, the beautiful boss couldn't help but be a little annoyed. That soap pod soup is too difficult to use. I have endured it for a long time. If you hadn't made the perfume, I wouldn't have thought of it. You should know how to make soap, right?" Li Wangyu nodded foolishly. He knew how to make soap, so soap should be about the same, right? Add some petal perfume to the soap and you can make soap. He had never thought of making soap. He was used to using the soap pot soup. Now hearing the beautiful boss's reminder, Li Wangyu suddenly woke up. He was also a pig's brain at that time. If he had known that he could make soap, he wouldn't have drawn erotic sketches to sell. However, he just thought about it. When he and the beautiful boss arrived at Dingzhou village, there was no distilled alcohol, and alcohol was also one of the necessary materials to make soap. Su Changqing saw Li Wangyu nodding and took a long breath. Then it's settled. I'll draw the diagram of the microscope for you. You go to Chang and city and find a craftsman to polish the crystal into a lens." "Ah? Didn't you help me make it?" How can I have the time? Besides, I only remember the general structure. You can experiment slowly whether it works or not." After she finished speaking, she walked briskly to the backyard while humming a song, leaving Li Wangyu alone in the wind. Was he fooled again? Forget it. Since the beautiful boss had a demand, he naturally had to do his best. The microscope that the old Taoist Sun Simiao wanted was put aside first. It was more important to make soap for the beautiful boss. This soap, like perfume, could be used as a gift. It was excellent. As for making soap a profitable industry, it was not necessary at all. It was not that it would not be popular, but like perfume, the output could not be increased at all. Perfume was limited by the difficulty of collecting petals, but soap was limited by the difficulty of lard. Although pigs were raised in the Tang dynasty, they were not slaughtered in large quantities like later generations. It was also impossible for Li Wangyu to buy a large number of pigs to slaughter just to make soap. The most important thing was that the pigs of the Tang dynasty were not as fat as the pigs of the later generations. Naturally, they had less fat. Since ancient times, the various breeds of pigs in Wuxia didn't produce much meat. It was not until the Republic of China that large white pigs were introduced from the United States and crossbred with local pigs that the breed of pigs was improved. Therefore, even if Li Wangyu wanted to get a large amount of lard in the Tang dynasty to make soap, it was unrealistic. But if it was just for his own use, it wouldn't be troublesome. Li Wangyu could do it now. He first learned this skill from his grandfather. Many old people in the countryside knew how to make soap with pig pancreas. Pig pancreas was the pancreas of a pig. After adding alkali water and other materials, it was processed into soap. However, although the soap made from pig pancreas was good, it didn't look good. Many girls couldn't accept it. When Li Wangyu was in university, he also learned how to be romantic and made handmade soap for his junior in order to pick up girls. The soap was made, but the junior didn't want it. Instead, she accepted the boy who gave her beautiful jewelry. Now that he thought about it, it was really a sad story. At that time, it didn't matter if the junior didn't want it. Now that his beautiful boss ordered it, Li Wangyu naturally started work immediately. He asked Li Heng to prepare the lard and alkali for him. Then he ran to Carpenter Lu's house and asked him to carve a few molds for him. The molds were not complicated. Just use wood to carve out the shape of the soap and carve some simple patterns. This was a piece of cake for Carpenter Lu. In less than an hour, he carved the molds that Li Wangyu needed. Everything was ready. He returned to his residence and started making soap. Making soap was actually very simple. He just needed to heat the lard, alkali and alcohol in a certain ratio in a jar and then continuously stir. He kept stirring until the lard couldn't be seen. Then he added salt and continued stirring. Finally, he took out the solidified substance floating on top of the jar and rinsed it clean. That was the soap. He added vegetable dyes and petal perfume to the soap to create a fragrant soap. Then he pressed it into a mold and extruded it into shape. It was no different from the soap sold in supermarkets in the future. Li Wangyu called Niu Wu and Niu Yong to the kitchen to help him. The three men were so busy that they were covered in sweat. Finally, they managed to make a pile of soap. He asked the Niu brothers to help him wrap the soap with oil paper. Then they were done. Langjun, what are you making? What about food? Let me try it. Niu Wu picked up a piece of soap and weighed it in his hand. He was about to put it into his mouth to chew. Niu Wu couldn't be blamed. Anyone who saw that these things were made with lard would think that Li Wangyu was making some food. Stop. Li Wangyu hurriedly stopped this fool. He stretched out his hand and took the soap back. What? This is soap. It's used for bathing. It's the same as the soap. Langjun, why did you spend so much effort to make it? Isn't there soap in the residence? Niu Wu asked, puzzled. Li Wangyu was so angry that he couldn't be bothered to explain to them. He directly threw 2 pieces of soap to the 2 brothers. I'm too lazy to explain to you 2 idiots. Take these 2 pieces of soap back to your wives and you'll understand. After saying this, Li Wangyu swept up the rest of the soap and went to the backyard to find his beautiful superior to take credit for it. Niu Yong and Niu Wu were confused. They felt that their Langjun had made this soap for no reason. It was completely unnecessary. Since it had the same use as the soap, why did he have to spend so much effort to make it? The 2 of them were too lazy to think about this problem. They simply took a piece of soap each and went back to their rooms. Husband, you're back? Hey, what are you holding in your hand? It's quite beautiful. Niu Yong's wife, Su Qiao, saw Niu Yong enter the room. She quickly put down the clothes in her hands and went forward to serve her husband. Seeing the soap in Niu Yong's hand, she couldn't help but ask. The soap that Li Wangyu made was emerald green because of the addition of vegetable dyes. It also had a pattern that was extruded from a mold. It looked quite good. Oh, this is the soap that we made for you. Langjun said that it's the same as the soap. It's used for bathing. Wife, you can try it. Niu Yong explained. Seeing that his wife was interested, he quickly passed the soap to her. Su Qiao curiously reached out to take the soap. She found that it was very fragrant. A fresh fragrance came to her nose. Smells so good. The soap smells so good. Take it if you like it. It's getting late. Go take a bath and rest. Okay, I know. I'll go to the bathroom to bathe and change. Su Qiao finished speaking. She took a towel and undergarments. Then she picked up the soap and walked to the bathroom. Chapter 394. Ever since the Niu brothers got married, for the convenience of the two new daughters-in-law living in the Li residence, Li Wangyu specially found craftsmen to renovate the two rooms in the front courtyard. In the room where Niu Yong and Niu Wu lived, Li Wangyu had asked the craftsman to build a bathroom and toilet in the room. This was to prevent the two new daughters-in-law from having to share the bathroom and toilet in the front yard with others. That would be awkward. In fact, Li Wangyu was thinking too much. To the Tangs, having a bathroom and a clean toilet every day was too extravagant and unimaginable. Needless to say, there was no ceramic toilet in the Tang dynasty that could flush automatically. Even Pai Lupi and a group of state dukes were envious after using the toilet in Lai Hot. If it weren't for the fact that the flushing toilet needed to be renovated, Pai Lupi and the state dukes would have asked Li Wangyu to renovate their palaces and mansions. As for having a bathroom in the room and having hot water to take a bath at any time, the Tangs thought that it was a life of immortals. The two daughters-in-law of the Niu brothers who had just entered Lai Hot had made a lot of jokes because of the toilet and bathroom in their mansions. To be able to take a bath with hot water every day, even Saints and Empress Jiangsun didn't have such a luxurious life. The Tangs rarely took a bath, not because they didn't like it, but because they were limited by their conditions. After all, it was troublesome to use firewood to boil water to take a bath, even in a rich family. The term rest referred to rest and bathing. Even the imperial court officials had a rest every 10 days, which showed how extravagant it was to take a bath every day. Not only in the Tang dynasty, but even in the Republic of China, taking a bath in the countryside was troublesome. Jiangnan farmers even had a bathing custom, which was said to have been passed down from the spring and autumn period. It was called pot bathing. It was to set up a big pot on the stove to boil water and take a bath in the iron pot. Usually, when a family in the village wanted to boil a pot bath, they would inform the whole village, and each family would bring their own firewood to boil water to take a bath. It was not easy to take a bath according to one's status, gender, old and young. Therefore, in the Tang dynasty, being able to bathe every day was a luxury in the eyes of Su Qiao and the others, but they liked it very much. Being able to take a comfortable hot bath every day made Su Qiao feel that she had made the best choice in her life when she took the initiative to ask to marry her Lang Jun. She admired Li Wangyu even more than before. In the bathroom, Su Qiao picked up the soap made by her husband and Lang Jun. She looked at it for a long time, not knowing how to use it. However, since Lord Husband said that it had the same use as the black locust soup, then it should be smeared on the body, right? Su Qiao carefully took the soap and smeared it on her delicate skin. She was surprised to find that when she rubbed the soap, white foam appeared. Not only was it smooth, but it was also fragrant. The foam could also wash away the dirt on the body. Su Qiao had been in the palace for more than 10 years. In fact, she had used many of the good things in the palace and had seen the world. However, such a miraculous soap left her in awe. It couldn't be any more miraculous. After bathing, Su Qiao carefully put away the soap and put it away as if it was a treasure. She didn't plan to let anyone else use this soap. As for her husband, well, stinky man, it's better to use the soap. Su Qiao came out of the bathroom with a fragrant wind. It stimulated Niu Yong's eyes and he stared at his wife. Husband, what are you looking at? Su Qiao was a little embarrassed by his stare. She blushed and gently pushed him. I'm looking at my wife. Wife, why do you smell so good today? What's this smell? You're so annoying. I just used the soap that my husband brought back to bathe. There's this fragrance on my body. It smells so good. Wife, come, let me smell it again. Ah, my husband. In the room, the lights went out and the torturous noise sounded again. Li Wangyu naturally didn't know that the soap he made to please his beautiful boss was used by the two bastards, Niu Yong and Niu Wu, as a catalyst for the pleasure of the boudoir. He also didn't know that the perfume and toilet water he sent a few days ago had now made a big wave in Chang and City. In the Fang mansion of Chang and City, Fang Xianling, who was almost 50 years old, returned to the backyard of the mansion and saw his wife coming out of the bedroom. Seeing his wife's expression, Comrade Old Fang's heart couldn't help but sink. Fang Xianling and Madame Fang had a good relationship and now had 3 sons. Because the world was in chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty, Fang Xianling married late. Although he was almost 50 years old, San Lang had just been born and was still in his infancy. Fang Xianling, who was 49 years old, was old enough to call himself an old man in the Tang dynasty. Although he and his wife had a good relationship, they had long lost the passion they had when they were young. For Comrade Old Fang, making love with his wife was a task that he was a little tired of dealing with. Seeing his wife like this today, how could Comrade Old Fang not understand what his wife was thinking? He couldn't help but smile bitterly, "Madam, I'm not feeling well today, why don't?" Before he finished speaking, he unexpectedly smelled the fragrance on his wife's body. It was very pleasant. Old Fang couldn't help but gulp and look at his wife again. "Madam, what's this smell on your body? Why does it smell so good?" Madame Fang covered her mouth and chuckled. "Erlang gave it to me. He said that the county magistrate made it and it's called perfume." The fragrance on his wife's body constantly stimulated Comrade Old Fang's sense of smell. At this moment, he suddenly felt that his wife's jade-like skin was overflowing with fragrance. It was very seductive, like a delicate blooming flower. "Madam, it's getting late. Why don't we go to the room and rest?" Comrade Old Fang took the initiative to take his wife and walk towards the bedroom. "Husband." That night, the red curtains fluttered and the scene was enchanting. 10 months later, the will of the fourth master of the Fang estate was finally revealed. Li Wangyu's perfume had played an important role in this. In Chang'an City, Li Wangyu only gave toilet water and perfume to the rich. But in Notish Chang'an City, how could there be any secrets? As the rich's old wives lit up the fragrant perfume and went everywhere to attend the noble ladies' gatherings, the perfume made by Huxianzi became a delicious cake in the eyes of these noble ladies. Even Empress Zhang's son, who was in the imperial palace, couldn't help but send an eunuch to Dingzhou village to pass a message and summon Li Wangyu to Li Main Hall after hearing about the perfume. "This nephew greets Aunt. And is in good health. This nephew hasn't seen Aunt for a long time and misses you." I don't think so, right? Does Huxianzi really miss me?" Empress Jiangxuan's tone was unfriendly. Even the way she addressed him changed from Zio to Huxianzi, which made Li Wangyu startled. His mind turned like lightning as he thought about how he had offended the empress of the Tang dynasty. However, after thinking for a long time, he felt that he hadn't done anything recently, so why was Empress Zhangsun so dissatisfied? This nephew is wrongly accused. This nephew doesn't know what Aunt is referring to?" Li Wangyu carefully asked. This empress is asking you, why did you give perfume to others and not to me?" Empress Jiangxuan's words made Li Wangyu feel as if he was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. Damn, it was actually the perfume that caused the trouble. Chapter 395. Faced with Empress Jiangxuan's censure, Li Wangyu reacted rather quickly. His eyes spun as he hurriedly defended himself. "You really have wronged me. It's not that I don't want to give you this perfume. It's just that you can't use it now, so how could I dare to give it to you?" "Why is that?" Empress Zhangsun couldn't help but frown in confusion. "Andy, you're pregnant now. It's fine to use this perfume normally, but it's not appropriate to use it when you are pregnant. I'm thinking of Uncle's third prince. How could I dare to give this perfume to you?" Li Wangyu's sincere words left Empress Jiangsun speechless. If it wasn't appropriate for pregnant women to use it, then he naturally couldn't be blamed. In reality, Li Wangyu's words were purely to fool Empress Jiangsun. If it was a perfume from the future, pregnant women naturally couldn't use it. Because most perfume contained musk, and musk could cause pregnant women to miscarry, it was naturally not appropriate to use it. However, the petal perfume he made was only made from alcohol and didn't contain any chemicals. If pregnant women wanted to use it, it wouldn't be much of a problem. This fellow had purely forgotten to send toilet water and perfume to the palace. Hearing that she couldn't use the perfume, Empress Jiangsun couldn't help but feel regret. Even though she was the empress above everyone else, she was still a woman. Perfume naturally had enough allure for her. Fortunately, Li Wangyu still had a way to make up for his mistake. He hurriedly took out an item from his sleeve and presented it with both hands, asking a palace maid to present it to Empress Jiangsun. "This is soap that I personally made for you. It can be used for bathing and is several times better than soap soup. After bathing, your body will have a natural fragrance. Please accept it as a token of my sincerity." Li Wangyu was very shameless. Without blushing or skipping a beat, he said that the soap was specially made for Empress Jiangsun. Now, his skin was getting thicker and thicker and this kind of nonsense came out of his mouth. Even the soap that he took out was a sample that he had on him. He had originally planned to go to the eastern and western cities after leaving the palace and find a shop that specialized in making boxes. He wanted to buy some boxes to store soap so that he could use them as gifts. How could Empress Jiangsun know about these twists and turns? She really thought that Li Wangyu was thinking about her. She hurriedly had a palace maid present the soap. The emerald green soap, together with the pattern printed by the mold, looked very pleasing. "Zio, thank you for your thoughtfulness. This consort really likes this soap." Empress Jiangsun smelled the light and elegant fragrance of the soap and was very satisfied. Her face that was as cold as ice immediately became as warm as spring flowers blooming. The speed at which Empress Jiangsun changed her face made Li Wangyu almost want to ask her if this was the unique skill of face changing in Sichuan opera. She was Hu Xin Zi when she didn't give him perfume and Zio when she gave him soap. What happened to being the mother of the world? What happened to being gentle, kind, and virtuous? Li Wangyu secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Damn, this woman is too crazy. Even Empress Jiangsun could change her face like this for a bottle of perfume. Her image was really collapsing. However, he also knew that Empress Jiangsun's behavior was that she didn't treat him as an outsider, but as a nephew. Otherwise, who would have heard of Empress Jiangsun asking for things from a subject? How could Empress Jiangsun, who could write Principles for Women, and leave behind a great reputation as an empress in history, be the kind of woman who loved vanity? Empress Jiangsun's behavior just now was actually to tease Li Wangyu. She had the chamberlain summon Li Wangyu into the palace not just to ask for perfume, although that was also one of her goals. Zio, you are now 16 years old and that Taiyuan Wang clan has broken off the engagement with you. Do you have any thoughts about your marriage? Do you have a young lady that you like? Although your family's adults have all passed away, your aunt will make the decision for you. Empress Jiangsun suddenly changed the topic and talked about Li Wangyu's marriage, which made him very surprised. Why did she talk about his marriage out of the blue? What young lady could he fancy? Of course it was his beautiful female boss. Not to mention that Su Changqing was the goddess in his heart. Even if she wasn't, was there any other woman in the Tang dynasty who could be his soul mate? Apart from his beautiful female boss, he wouldn't consider his wife for anyone else. Of course, if his beautiful female boss didn't object, he wouldn't mind accepting Aphrodite as a concubine. Ahem, aunt, my family's adults have only passed away a year ago, and I still need 2 more years to recover, so this matter isn't urgent. Your nephew is still young and isn't in a hurry to get engaged. Li Wangyu casually said. He was well aware that his beautiful female boss was already 24 years old, while his current body was only 16 years old. The age difference between the two was too great, not to mention that his beautiful female boss's current status was unclear. If he directly told Empress Jiangsun that he wouldn't marry anyone other than his beautiful female boss, he was afraid that it would cause a storm. Since ancient times, marriage in China had been about matching in social status. In the eyes of others, he and his beautiful female boss naturally couldn't be said to be a match. Not to mention the age gap between the two of them, even their status was a huge gap. In particular, the higher Li Wangyu's noble rank, the more difficult it would be for him to marry his beautiful female boss. This matter would probably have to be slowly planned and plotted. Empress Jiangsun smiled. No matter, you can set the engagement first. Men and women should get married when they're of age. You can get married when your recovery period is over. Zio, do you know how many dukes and noble madams in Chang'an City have asked me about you, intending to take you as their son-in-law? These words made Li Wangyu feel a little proud. Even I have such a day? Even the dukes are rushing to marry their daughters to me? Wah, sure enough, the charm of a handsome guy is irresistible. How could he know that Empress Jiangsun actually brought up this matter because of his own sins, and the source was the perfume? These noble madams had many gatherings on weekdays. After Li Wangyu gave them the perfume, they naturally took it to show filial piety to their mothers. And the dukes and noble madams who received such divine objects naturally flaunted it at their gatherings, causing the other noble madams to burn with jealousy. They couldn't wait to snatch the bottles of perfume from the hands of the dukes and noble madams. And Li Wangyu, the son of Hu Xin, became the topic of discussion at the noble madams' gatherings. Many of the noble madams even mocked the Taiyuan Wang clan for having eyes but failing to see. They actually took the initiative to break off the engagement with such a good son-in-law. Their brains had been kicked by a donkey. After mocking the Taiyuan Wang clan, the noble madams suddenly realized that this son of Hu Xin was 16 years old and unmarried. This son of Hu Xin was a good son-in-law. He was young, rich, and talented. At the age of 16, he was conferred the title of the founding son of a country by the saint, and his future was bright. Even better, this founding son's parents were both dead. Their daughters wouldn't have to worry about being bullied by their mother-in-law if they married into his family. And if this son of Hu Xin became their son-in-law, would they have to worry about not having enough perfume? Filial piety couldn't be lacking from the mother-in-law, right? And so, because of a bottle of perfume, Li Wangyu inadvertently became the rich son-in-law, in the eyes of the noble madams. Chapter 396. Li Wangyu no longer had any elders in his household. He had been expelled from the Li clan by Hu Xin, and everyone knew that the family tree had been changed. Those noble women who wanted to marry their daughters found Empress Jiangsun and, in a roundabout way, brought up the matter of marriage with Wuxian. This reminded Empress Jiangsun that her nephew was still unmarried, and there was no marriage contract on his body. Since ancient times, Wuxia had placed more importance on carrying on the family line than the heavens. As the saying went, there were 3 ways to be unfilial, and having no descendants was the worst. In the eyes of the Tangs, marriage was a matter of the highest importance. As Li Wangyu's elder, Empress Jiangsun naturally felt that she needed to arrange a good marriage for the Qilin son of the Li family for Li Wangyu's deceased parents. She had the chamberlain summon Li Wangyu into the palace to ask him about his thoughts. If Li Wangyu was interested in a young lady from a duke's residence, then she was naturally willing to propose marriage for Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu quickly shook his head and refused Empress Jiangsun's advice. "Aunt, I am still young and do not want to consider marriage for the time being." "Why is that? You are already 16, how can you still be considered young? Your parents are not here, so your uncle and I naturally have to decide on your marriage for you." "Zio, are you too thin-skinned? Embarrassed? Rest assured, I will definitely choose a good match for you." "Aunt, I really don't want to get married. How about we talk about it 2 years later?" "No. I will discuss this matter with His Majesty. Zio, you don't need to worry about it. I will not harm you and will naturally arrange a good marriage for you." "Aunt, I really don't want to get married right now, Before Li Wangyu could finish speaking, Empress Jiangsun interrupted him. "Enough, there is no need to talk about this matter. I have my own plans." F***ck, he didn't even have the right to speak about his own marriage. This damned feudal dynasty, was there still any law? Li Wangyu almost forgot that Empress Jiangsun was the law of the Tang dynasty. Seeing that Empress Jiangsun actually had the hobby of being a matchmaker and insisted on setting a marriage contract for him, the cold sweat on Li Wangyu's forehead was about to fall again. Back then he had finally broken off his engagement with the Taiyuan Wang clan. He did not want to suffer like this again. That day, in order to break off the engagement, he was even expelled by the Li clan of Hu County. Although it was a good thing for him to be expelled by the Li clan, he absolutely did not want to experience this kind of thing a second time. What's more, he wouldn't marry anyone other than a beautiful woman. How could he agree? But he couldn't forcefully refuse Empress Jiangsun, which put him in a difficult position. Li Wangyu's mind spun at the speed of light. He suddenly thought of a poem that seemed to be able to fool Empress Jiangsun and dispel her thoughts of matchmaking him. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu stood up and put his hands behind his back. He looked up at the ceiling of Li Main Hall at a 45-degree angle with a solemn and stirring expression. Empress Jiangsun was bewildered by his actions. What was he trying to do with this posture? Li Wangyu put on a good pose, brewed up his mood and recited in a clear voice, bristling with anger, leaning against the railing, the drizzling rain rests. This poem of Yu Fei's Rivers Run Red was naturally popular in the future. The poem was filled with lofty aspirations and great momentum. Empress Jiangsun couldn't help but be surprised that Li Wangyu suddenly began to recite a poem. Why was this guy reciting a poem when they were talking about a marriage contract? Empress Jiangsun could naturally tell that Li Wangyu's poem was a rare masterpiece. It was a good poem, but what was the meaning of this guy reciting it at this time? Empress Jiangsun couldn't help but want to interrupt him to pull the topic back and continue to talk about Li Wangyu's engagement. But without waiting for Empress Jiangsun to speak, Li Wangyu opened his mouth again and continued his performance. 16 achievements are dust and soil, 8,000 li of cloud and moon. Don't be idle, your young years are white, empty and sorrowful. Li Wangyu almost didn't recite the 30 achievements are dust and soil line in Yu Fei's original poem. Otherwise it really would be hard to explain. He was only 16 years old. If he recited 30 achievements are dust and soil, how would he explain? The next line, Jianghu's shame has not been wiped away. When will the officials' hatred be extinguished? Li Wangyu was quick-witted and changed it to Wei River's shame has not been wiped away. After all, the change of Jianghu was a matter of 500 years later. It was impossible not to change it. However, his change moved Empress Jiangsun. Although she was a woman, she felt the same way about the Wei River Alliance and felt the same way. Although the Wei River Alliance gave the Tang dynasty a chance to breathe, to be forced to sign the alliance at their doorstep was a disgrace, whether it was Pai Lupi or the officials in the court. When Li Wangyu was reciting the poem, he was also secretly looking at Empress Jiangsun's reaction. Seeing her serious face, he knew that he should be able to smoothly get away and not let Empress Jiangsun continue to pester him about the engagement. Li Wangyu continued to recite, riding a long carriage trampling the Helan Mountains. Aspiring to eat barbarians' meat, laughing and drinking Xiongnu's blood. Waiting to clean up the old mountains and rivers from scratch, facing the heavens. After the Rivers Run Red was recited, Li Main Hall was silent. Empress Jiangsun did not know what to say. As for the palace maids and servants, their faces were filled with emotions as they looked at Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu looked at Empress Jiangsun seriously and bowed. He suddenly raised his voice, "Your Highness, the Turks have not been wiped out, so how can we have a family?" This was a famous line by Hua Tsubing. The Xiongnu have not been wiped out, so how can we have a family? However, Li Wangyu directly changed it to Turks, which was quite appropriate. As soon as he said, "The Turks have not been exterminated, how can we establish our home?" Someone outside the hall applauded. Good. What a good, the Turks have not been wiped out, so how can we have a family? Zio, if the men of our Tang dynasty were all like you, why would we worry about the Turks being treated unfairly? The one who spoke was Li Er. After he had left court, he had heard the eunuch report that Empress Jiangsun had summoned Hu Xianzi for an audience. He knew that it was his wife who had said that she was going to talk about marriage for Li Wangyu. Pai Lupi had nothing to do, so he wanted to join in the fun. He wanted to discuss with Empress Jiangsun to see which duke's wife was suitable for Li Wangyu. When he arrived at Li Main Hall, without waiting for the eunuch to announce his arrival, he heard Li Wangyu reciting poetry in the hall. Pai Lupi quickly stopped the servant from speaking while he stood outside the hall to eavesdrop. When he heard Li Wangyu say, "The shame of the Wei River has not been washed away," Pai Lupi could not help but clench his fists and frown. After Li Wangyu finished reciting Rivers Run Red, Pai Lupi was stunned. He was so shocked by the solemn and stirring of the poem that goosebumps appeared all over his body. He was speechless for a long time. It was only when Li Wangyu said, "The Turks have not been destroyed, how to build a family," that Pai Lupi could no longer hold back and repeatedly clapped and cheered. Only then did everyone in the hall notice. Seeing that Pai Lupi had arrived, Li Wangyu quickly bowed. "Nephew greets uncle. Zio, copy down the short sentences you recited just now. I want to hang it in the legislative hall and study it every day." Pai Lupi laughed heartily and patted Li Wangyu's shoulder. He was very pleased. He then turned to Empress Jiangsun. "Guanyin maid, this brat has already said these words. Don't force him anymore. Let's talk about the marriage later." Since Pai Lupi had already said this, Empress Jiangsun could only nod helplessly. Chapter 397. Li Wangyu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that his performance had finally used the feelings of family and country to fool Empress Jiangsun. As long as she didn't force him to get married, however, Li Wangyu began to worry in his heart again. His marriage was always a hidden danger. Even if it didn't explode now, what excuse could he use to fool Empress Jiangsun in 2 years? In history, in the 4th year of Jingguan, the Tang dynasty had conquered the Turks, and Pai Lupi was respectfully called Heaven Khan by the chiefs of various tribes in the northwest. At that time, could he still talk nonsense about, "The shame of the Wei River has not been washed away"? Moreover, he still had to give an explanation to his beautiful boss. He couldn't keep delaying it like this. Li Wangyu was also well aware that this was the reason why his beautiful boss was neither close nor distant to him. The two of them had never had an intimate relationship. Pai Lupi and Empress Jiangsun would certainly not agree to him marrying his beautiful boss. Now both Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss were very clear about this point. It was just that Li Wangyu had been pretending not to see before, thinking that this matter was still very far away. Until today, when Empress Jiangsun mentioned marriage, he finally had a glimmer of understanding. It turned out that he had been pretending to be an ostrich, burying his head in the sand. He thought that there would always be a solution to the matter between him and his beautiful boss, and they would cross the bridge naturally. But now it seemed that he was just deceiving himself. For a moment, Li Wangyu couldn't help but ask himself, if one day Pai Lupi and Empress Jiangsun really forced him to marry another woman, what would he do? Would he compromise for the sake of glory and wealth, or give up everything and simply leave Chang'an City, Dingzhou village and elope with his beautiful boss? It seemed that the only answer was, as long as Li Wangyu thought about marrying another woman and causing his beautiful boss to leave him heartbroken, he faintly felt a tearing pain in his heart. Would he be willing to let go of Su Changqing? No, absolutely not. Since that was the case, what else did he have to worry about? In the worst-case scenario, he would be roaming the world with his beautiful boss. Li Wangyu suddenly felt that he was really a pig. It was such a simple matter, yet he was confused by it. He was really stupid to the extreme. What bullsh * T founding county? What bullsh * T noble title? Did he care for that? Having thought this through, Li Wangyu almost laughed out loud in the Li Main Hall. He couldn't wait to rush back to Dingzhou village and loudly tell his beautiful boss that he loved her. * the founding county. If he had to make a choice, there was only one choice in his heart. Understanding this, the stone that had been pressing down on Li Wangyu's heart because of Empress Jiangxuan's words fell to the ground. He immediately felt like the clouds had been lifted and the sun had been seen. Li Wangyu grinned foolishly. After exchanging a few words with Pai Lupi and Empress Jiangxun, he asked to leave the palace. Outside the Taiji Palace, Niu Wu was waiting for him. Seeing his Langjun grinning foolishly, he was also confused. Why did he suddenly become hysterical all of a sudden? How could Li Wangyu care about what Niu Wu thought at this time? Without saying much, he directly called Niu Wu back to the residence. The two galloped back to Dingzhou village. Seeing that his beautiful boss hadn't returned yet, Li Wangyu chased everyone in the residence, including Aphrodite and Perrin, out of the backyard. He made it clear that apart from his beautiful boss, no one else was allowed to enter the backyard without his orders. In response, Perrin pouted so hard that an oil bottle could be hung from her mouth. She looked at her Langjun with an aggrieved expression. But Li Wangyu didn't care about this little lass's thoughts at this time. After chasing everyone out of the backyard, he started to get busy. At sunset, his beautiful boss, who had been busy all day in Chang'an City, returned to the residence. To her surprise, she found Aphrodite and Perrin sitting in the central room in a daze. "Hey you two, what are you doing? Where's Li Wangyu? Sister Changqing Langjun chased us all out. He said that you're the only one who can enter the backyard today. Even we aren't allowed to go in." Langjun must be doing something shameful in the backyard. "Big Sister Changqing, you should go and take care of him." Seeing her beautiful superior, Pei Lan immediately pouted and began to complain. Aphrodite only snickered at the side. She seemed to have noticed something but didn't say anything. The beautiful boss was stunned. She didn't know what was wrong with Li Wangyu today. Why did he chase Aphrodite and Perrin out of the backyard? She curiously walked to the backyard. "I'll go see what he's doing." Entering the backyard, the beautiful boss noticed that the methane lamps in the backyard weren't lit and the yard was a little dark. Then, she noticed that there was a long table in the backyard covered with a white tablecloth and a few lit candles. Before the beautiful boss could react, music rang out in the backyard, accompanied by Li Wangyu's singing. Sitting back to back on the carpet, listening to music and talking about wishes. "The most romantic thing I can think of is to grow old slowly with you." Li Wangyu played music on his phone and sang a love song. He gazed at his beautiful boss lovingly and slowly walked in front of her from the darkness. At this moment, Su Changqing finally understood what he was doing. She couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hand as tears vaguely flickered in her eyes. After singing a love song, Li Wangyu looked at the beautiful woman in front of him very seriously and said word by word, "I'm sorry, Changqing. I've always been a fool. I've never told the person I love the most that I love her, and I've never promised her anything. Are you willing to forgive me for being a fool?" Su Changqing was speechless at this point. She couldn't stop the tears in her eyes from flowing down. She bit her tender red lips and kept nodding her head. "Changqing, from now on, I'll only love you and spoil you. I won't lie to you and I'll do everything I promise you. Every word I say to you is from the bottom of my heart. I won't bully you, scold you, and believe in you. If someone bullies you, I'll be the first to help you. If you're happy, I'll be happy with you. If you're unhappy, I'll make you happy. I'll always think that you're the most beautiful. I want to see you even in my dreams because you're the only one in my heart." After Li Wangyu finished his mushy words of love, the beautiful boss who was moved to tears just now couldn't help but laugh through her tears. She kept pounding her fist on Li Wangyu's chest. "You're so annoying. If you have the ability, don't say movie lines." "I don't believe it." Before she could finish her words, her red lips couldn't make a sound. Li Wangyu directly covered her red lips with his lips. The breath full of male hormones hit her in the face, making the beautiful boss suddenly widen her eyes and her body unconsciously stiffen. However, the beautiful boss didn't push Li Wangyu away. She just slowly wrapped her arms around Li Wangyu's neck. At this moment, the moon seemed to be blushing and retreating behind the clouds. And at the backyard's courtyard door, two heads sneakily popped out. Chapter 398. Li Wangyu hugged and kissed his beautiful superior. They were deeply in love. For a moment, the two of them were kissing passionately in the backyard, while Avro and Perrin, who were peeping at them from the side, were dumbfounded. Since ancient times, there had been very few kissing in China. The word kiss referred to the lips, and just like the word lips, it was a noun and not a verb. Not to mention, Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss were kissing in such a French manner that Avro and Perrin couldn't help blushing, but they didn't even blink as they stared fixedly at the two in the backyard. Unable to control himself, Li Wangyu reached out to lift his beautiful boss up by the waist and returned to the room to continue the indescribable act. But who would have thought that before he could lift his beautiful boss up, he would cry out in pain and almost fall to the ground. 3 exclamations of surprise rang out in the backyard. His beautiful boss hurriedly reached out to support Li Wangyu, while Aphrodite and Perrin, who were peeping from the door of the backyard, couldn't care less about hiding their whereabouts when they saw that their Langjun almost fell down. Their exclamations gave their beautiful boss a fright again. Su Changqing's face turned as red as a piece of cloth when the two of them were having an intimate moment with Li Wangyu in the backyard and were being watched by the 2 women at home. Fortunately, there were only a few candles on the candlesticks in the backyard, so Pei Lan and Aphrodite didn't notice the redness on her face. "What are you 2 doing sneaking around? Hurry and help Wangyu into the room. He seems to have sprained his waist." Li Wangyu, on the other hand, really couldn't even straighten his back at this moment. He sprained his waist. In his excitement, he had wanted to princess carry his beautiful boss, but he had forgotten that his current body wasn't the original one from his previous life. Not only was he 16 years old, more importantly, he had never exercised his body and was unbelievably thin and weak. As for his beautiful superior, no matter how light her body was, she was still around 100 pounds. How could his thin and weak body carry her? In the end, Li Wangyu failed to do what he wanted to do, and unfortunately he was lying on the bed groaning. Regarding this, no matter how thick-skinned Li Wangyu was, he felt his old face burning and was too ashamed to face anyone. The beautiful boss held back her laughter and quickly sent someone to the back of the mountain to show the microscopic world and invite the old Taoist priest, Sun Simiao. Hearing that Huxianzi had sprained his waist, Sun Simiao hurriedly brought his disciple Lu Shenwei to lie hot. After a round of diagnosis, he gave Li Wangyu an acupuncture treatment. He then took out the medicine he had concocted himself and had Lu Shenwei wrap it around his waist. "Alright, Huxianzi is fine. He just needs to rest for a few days." Sun Simiao gave his beautiful superior a few more instructions before leading Lu Shenwei back to the Taoist temple. Let's see if you can still be naughty. Now you're obedient." His beautiful superior couldn't help but laugh. Li Wangyu felt even more ashamed to face anyone. He didn't say anything and turned his head to face the wall to reflect on his past. He made up his mind that once his waist was healed, he would have to start exercising. Otherwise it would be too embarrassing. The original owner of this body was simply a good-for-nothing who couldn't distinguish between physical activity and food. He was despised. When the rich playboys found out that Li Wangyu had sprained his waist, they all came to visit him with all kinds of medicine. However, Li Wangyu was tight-lipped about how he had sprained his waist. He wasn't prepared to say anything even if he was beaten to death. He couldn't tell anyone about this. It was too embarrassing. If this group of bastards knew the truth, he wouldn't need to mingle in Chang'an anymore. It would be better if he just took his beautiful superior and wandered the world. Fortunately, the old Taoist priest Sun Simiao's medical skills were superb. In just a few days, Li Wangyu's waist was mostly healed and he could move freely. After breaking through the layer of window paper with his beautiful superior, they were now in love with each other. From time to time they would receive some benefits. However, if he wanted to do something indescribable with his beautiful superior, it would always lack some atmosphere. This made Li Wangyu very depressed. After his waist was healed, Li Wangyu prepared to go to the palace. He had already finished writing The Rivers Run Red, that Li Er wanted. In the past few days, he had also planned to send the perfumes and floral water that had been produced in the manor into the palace to be presented to Li Er's imperial concubines. Little nephew greets uncle. "This is The Rivers Run Red," that little nephew wrote. "Uncle, please give me some pointers." "Not bad, Zio. Your thin body has improved a lot. I like this word very much." Pai Lupi nodded with satisfaction and ordered the inner servant, "Come, hang this word, Huxianzi, in the legislative hall for me." Li Wangyu learned the thin gold body from Emperor Huizong of the Song dynasty and was now famous in the Tang dynasty. His calligraphy was loved by everyone. Now in Chang, and many people were learning this unique calligraphy. Even the professors in the Imperial College had begun to copy Li Wangyu's thin gold body for their students to practice. Ever since he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, he was forced to pick up the brush again because there was no computer to type. After a few months, especially after copying the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, his calligraphy was indeed much better than before. "Uncle, you flatter me." Little nephew's calligraphy is far inferior to uncle's flying white. Little nephew would like to ask uncle to give little nephew a few words so that little nephew can study them day and night at home. Li Wangyu shamelessly flattered Pai Lupi, which made Pai Lupi laugh with satisfaction. Ah Zio, if you like my calligraphy I'll give you a few. Li Wangyu hurriedly offered the perfume and toilet water he made. Now he was a little regretful. Why did he show off this thing for no reason? If he had known he would not have taken them out as gifts. After the perfume became popular in Chang, everyone who was familiar with Li Wangyu would ask about it in a roundabout way. It was very annoying. It was not easy to make perfume, and it was not like the air conditioning window which could be given out freely. In Chang, there were so many nobles and officials. It was troublesome to decide who to give the perfume to. If he did not do it well he might offend others. That would not be good. For example, Pai Lupi had so many concubines in his harem. The few bottles of perfume in his hands were just a drop in the bucket. Therefore, Li Wangyu wisely offered all the perfume and toilet water he had to Pai Lupi. You have so many women. How should you distribute them? Go figure it out yourself. He did not want to get involved. Pai Lupi still did not know what kind of trouble these bottles of perfume would cause in his harem. He did not think much of it and had the eunuchs accept them. Seeing Pai Lupi accept the perfume, Li Wangyu also let out a sigh of relief. He chatted with Pai Lupi for a bit more and planned to leave the palace. Before he could speak, he saw an eunuch stumble in from outside the hall of government. He knelt on the ground and panted as he said, "Sir, everyone, His Highness the Crown Prince suddenly has an unbearable pain in his abdomen. Everyone quickly go take a look." When Pai Lupi heard this, he jumped up and even knocked the brush and inkstone on the table in front of him to the ground. "What did you say? What happened to Qingqian? Why does his abdomen hurt? Quickly call for a doctor from the Shangyao Bureau. I've already sent someone to the Shangyao Bureau to recruit a doctor into the palace. Her Highness the Empress has already gone to the Eastern Palace." The eunuch did not dare to raise his head as he replied with his head on the floor. Pai Lupi did not have time to pay attention to him and prepared to go to the Eastern Palace to see his son. Hearing that Li Wangyu was sick, Li Wangyu hurriedly said, "Uncle, I will also go see Qingqian." Pai Lupi nodded and turned his head to hurry to the Eastern Palace. Li Wangyu hurriedly jogged after him. Chapter 399. In the Shinda Hall of the Eastern Palace, it was a complete mess. Under the command of the doctors of the Shangyao Bureau, the eunuchs and palace maids were running around in a panic. When Pai Lupi led Li Wangyu and a group of eunuchs to the Shinda Hall, the pregnant Empress Jiangsun had already arrived. The group of eunuchs and palace maids hurriedly bowed to Pai Lupi. At this time, Pai Lupi was not in the mood to care about this. He impatiently waved his hand at the crowd and then looked at Empress Jiangsun. "Guanyin servant, how is Qingqian? Why does his stomach hurt all of a sudden?" Qingqian also does not know. Just now, the eunuchs of the Eastern Palace came to report that Qingqian's stomach was in unbearable pain. Qingqian hurriedly sent people to summon the imperial physician and doctors of the Shangyao Bureau. Right now they are still treating him. Empress Jiangsun also appeared very panicked. She had been 7 or 8 months pregnant and her body was not well. Now that she suddenly heard the news of her son's illness, her face paled and she appeared very haggard. Pai Lupi felt sorry for his wife. Seeing Empress Jiangsun like this, he hurriedly called for palace maids to help Empress Jiangsun sit down. "Guanyin servant, it is very inconvenient for you to be pregnant. Why don't you return to Li Main Hall to rest? With me here you do not need to worry." "No, Qingqian will not leave. Qingqian's illness is unknown. How can Qingqian leave?" Empress Jiangsun naturally did not want to leave. Even though she had already given birth to 2 sons and a daughter, and was pregnant herself, Li Qingqian, the eldest son, was still her favorite. Seeing Empress Jiangsun say this, Pai Lupi could only compromise. All right, Guanyin servant, do not panic. Qingqian will be fine. Maybe he just ate something bad. It is not a big problem." Li Wangyu also comforted her. "And do not worry. Qingqian is blessed by the heavens. Also, I know a bit about physiognomy. Qingqian does not have the physiognomy of an unlucky life. Nothing will happen." He dared to say this because in history, Li Qingqian had lived well. Although Li Wangyu didn't live for long, only 26 years old, Li Qingqian was only 9 years old now. Li Wangyu naturally didn't think that his life was in any danger. There were many reasons for a child's abdominal pain, but Li Wangyu thought that it was probably the same as Pai Lupi's guess. It was probably just a stomachache. Recalling history, it seemed that Li Qingqian would fall seriously ill in a few years. It was recorded in the old book of Tang. Qingqian was first afflicted with foot problems, making travel difficult. At this time, Li Qingqian's 4 limbs were healthy and there was no problem with his legs. Li Wangyu looked at the historical analysis of the later generations and guessed that Li Qingqian might have fallen sick in the 7th year of Jingguan, causing his legs to be unable to move. In any case, Li Qingqian lived until Jingguan's 18th year before he died of depression in Guizhou. Now that it was the second year of Kai Jingguan, Li Wangyu naturally dared to say such words. However, something that surprised Li Wangyu happened. The Shangyao Fengyu of the Shangyao Bureau had a bitter expression as he walked out of the hall and knelt down in front of Pai Lupi and Empress Jiang Sun. Reporting to your Majesty, Your Highness, this subject has investigated the Crown Prince's illness. It is intestinal obstruction. This subject is incompetent. This illness is incurable. This Shangyao Fengyu's name was Gung Hong and he was in his 50s. He was the highest official in the Shangyao Bureau, a lower 5th-rank official. The Shangyao Fengyu was normally appointed by the imperial family to be in charge of the imperial family's medical treatment. Gung Hong was also a famous doctor in the Tang dynasty. Although he couldn't compare to Sun Simiao, he was still quite famous. Hearing Gung Fengyu say that her son had intestinal obstruction, Empress Jiangxuan's face instantly lost all color, becoming as white as paper. Her body swayed a few times, and just as she was about to fall, Pai Lupi hurriedly reached out to support her. At this time, Pai Lupi's eyes were also filled with anger as if he wanted to devour someone. What did you say? Our crown prince even came to greet us today, so how did he get this intestinal abscess? We order you to quickly treat the crown prince. If there is even the slightest mistake, we will skin you alive. Your Majesty, this intestinal obstruction. This subject obeys the decree. Gung Fengyu still wanted to explain what intestinal obstruction was. However, seeing Pai Lupi's frightening appearance, he didn't dare to say anything else. He scrambled back into the hall to discuss with the other doctors of the Shangyao Bureau how to treat the crown prince. Empress Jiang Sun cried out in pain. She broke free from Pai Lupi's arm and stumbled back into the hall. Pai Lupi was afraid that something would happen to her body, so he hurriedly chased after her. The group of eunuchs and palace maids behind him also followed like a swarm of bees. When Li Wangyu heard the Shangyao Fengyu's words, it was as if he was struck by lightning, and he stood there dumbfounded. What the hell? What happened? How could Li Qingqian have intestinal obstruction? There was no record of it in the history books. Intestinal obstruction was appendicitis, and in ancient times, it was an incurable disease. Although there were many vague records in the ancient texts that said that intestinal obstruction could be treated, Chinese medicine did not have this ability. In the modern era, appendicitis was just a minor operation that even fourth-year medical students could easily perform. However, in an era without Western surgery, intestinal carbuncle was definitely an incurable disease. But how could Li Qingqian have appendicitis? If Li Qingqian had contracted appendicitis in history, how could he have lived until the 18th year of Zhenguan? And how could he have colluded with Hou Junji to rebel? Li Wangyu's mind was blank, and it took him a long while to come back to his senses and run into Xianda Palace. In the bedchambers of Xianda Palace, Empress Jiang Sun was sobbing next to the spacious bed. Doctors, eunuchs, and palace maids were kneeling next to the bed, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Li Wangyu rushed over to check on Li Qingqian's condition. The crown prince of the Tang dynasty had his eyes closed and was motionless. His forehead was covered in sweat from the pain, and he had already lost consciousness. Grabbing Gung Fengyu's collar, he asked, "Did you really diagnose that His Highness the Crown Prince has intestinal obstruction? You didn't misdiagnose, did you?" Even now, Li Wangyu still did not believe that Li Qingqian had appendicitis. This simply did not make sense in history. There can't be a mistake. His Highness the Crown Prince has abdominal pain, muscle tension, and rebound pain in his lower right leg, accompanied by nausea, fever, vomiting, bloating, red skin, yellow skin, and a flood of pulses. This is definitely intestinal obstruction. This old man has practiced medicine for 30-some years, and I can't make a mistake. Moreover, many of the doctors in the Shangyao hospital have made the same diagnosis. The doctors in the Shangyao hospital who were kneeling on the side also nodded repeatedly, indicating that Han Fengyu was right. Li Wangyu let go of Gung Fengyu's hand, and Gung Fengyu knelt before Pai Lupi and said, "Your Majesty, we have already treated His Highness the Crown Prince with acupuncture and ordered people to boil the medicine. But there is nothing we can do about this intestinal obstruction. We can only rely on His Highness the Crown Prince's fate." Before he could finish speaking, he saw the furious Pai Lupi rush over with gritted teeth and kick him to the ground. "If anything happens to my Dalong, I want all of you to be buried with him." Pai Lupi's words were naturally spoken out of anger. With the medical standards of the Tang dynasty, if they could not cure the patient, they would be buried with him. No matter how many heads there were in the Shangyao hospital, it would not be enough to cut off. But in the face of the furious Pai Lupi, no one dared to make a sound. All the doctors, eunuchs, and palace maids were silent like cicadas in winter. Chapter 400. Li Wangyu looked at the unconscious Li Qingqian on the bed and couldn't help but feel his heart ache. He couldn't understand what was wrong with history for such a thing to happen. Towards Li Qingqian and Li Tai, the two little fellows, Li Wangyu originally held prejudice in his heart. After all, these two fellows weren't anything good in the history books. There was no need to talk about Li Qingqian. He was licentious and even colluded with Hou Junji and the others to rebel. Li Tai wasn't a good person either. Although he pretended to be an obedient child in front of Pai Lupi, Li Qingqian had betrayed him. He actually said to Pai Lupi, "This subject has an unfilial son. In 100 years, this subject will kill him for his majesty and pass him down to King Jin." From this, one could see his character. Thus, when Pai Lupi asked Li Wangyu to be the teacher of these two fellows, Li Wangyu had rejected the idea. However, it was hard to go against the imperial decree. After Li Wangyu reluctantly accepted these two fellows, he realized that they weren't bad people. That was the truth. Children of 8 or 9 years old had been in the palace for too long and had been flattered by those palace maids, so they were a little domineering and lacked education. Under Li Wangyu's guidance, both Li Qingqian and Li Tai got along very well with those brats from Dingzhou village. They didn't seem as domineering as before. And these two sons of Pai Lupi were rather smart. They were also very respectful to their teacher, Li Wangyu, so how could he not like them? 2 days ago he had sprained his waist and was bedridden, so he didn't have the nerve to send Li Qingqian and Li Tai to Dingzhou village for lessons. He had originally planned to visit the two fellows in the Eastern Palace after speaking with Pai Lupi, but who could have imagined that such a situation would occur? Why would Li Qingqian suddenly get appendicitis? Li Wangyu couldn't figure it out. Then he heard the conversation between Pai Lupi and Feng Yu from the Shangyao Bureau. "Gung Fengyu, let me ask you, why did the Crown Prince suddenly get this intestinal abscess?" "Your Majesty, intestinal abscesses are usually caused by a lack of food and drink, as well as dampness and heat. This depends on what the Crown Prince has been eating recently." Gung Fengyu hurriedly replied. "What did the Crown Prince eat today?" Pai Lupi glared at the eunuch in the Eastern Palace. Replying to everyone, I didn't eat anything. It was all food sent by the Shangshu Bureau." The eunuch's words were somewhat evasive. Pai Lupi angrily shouted, "Tell me the truth. What the Crown Prince ate was recorded by the Food Bureau. Do you think you can fool me?" The eunuch repeatedly kowtowed to the ground with so much force that blood seeped out of his forehead. Replying to everyone, "The weather has been hot recently, and His Highness the Crown Prince said that he wants to eat ice cream. This servant will have the Shangshu Bureau prepare it for the Crown Prince. This servant deserves 10,000 deaths. This servant deserves 10,000 deaths." Ice cream? Li Wangyu was stunned. Eating ice cream wasn't enough to cause appendicitis. Li Qingqian and Li Tai, the two little guys, liked to eat ice cream. This was no secret. The two little ones had already asked him for the ice cream recipe and gave it to the Shangshu Bureau. It was said that even Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang Sun liked it very much. He suddenly thought of something and interrupted to ask, "How much ice cream did the Crown Prince eat today?" "8 bowls." The eunuch in the Eastern Palace replied in a low voice. His words angered Pai Lupi so much that he kicked the Eastern Palace eunuch a few times. The eunuch fell to the ground and didn't even dare to scream. Although Pai Lupi didn't know much about medicine, he knew that overeating was not a good thing. Moreover, Gung Fengyu had already said that the Crown Prince's intestinal abscess was caused by a lack of food. "Someone come drag this dog away. Flog him to death." Pai Lupi's voice was cold and made people tremble. The Eastern Palace eunuch didn't even dare to cry for mercy. He was so scared that his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Immediately, eunuchs came forward and dragged the Eastern Palace eunuch away. The outcome was self-evident. Li Wangyu was stunned speechless. Eating 8 bowls of ice cream in a row, it would be strange if he didn't get sick. This group of damned Eastern Palace eunuchs clearly flattered Li Qingqian. They actually allowed a 9-year-old child to eat so many cold drinks. Being beaten to death was not an injustice at all. He had a trace of understanding in his heart. Li Qingqian's sudden illness was different from history and seemed to have something to do with him. The ice cream he made was like the wings of a butterfly. With a light flap, it changed the original trajectory of history. There was no such delicious cold drink in history, so Li Qingqian naturally wouldn't overeat. Naturally, there was no sudden appendicitis. With all these twists and turns of karma, it seemed that the responsibility for Li Qingqian's appendicitis was on Li Wangyu. When Li Wangyu understood this point, his expression became rather ugly. Empress Jiangsun looked at the unconscious Li Qingqian beside the bed and cried bitterly. This made Pai Lupi even more anxious. Empress Jiangsun was currently pregnant. If something happened to her due to excessive grief, that would be even more unfortunate. Guanyin maid, return to Li Main Hall first. I can stay here with Qingqian. No, I won't leave. How could Empress Jiangsun listen to Pai Lupi at this time? Pai Lupi didn't dare let her stay in Xinda Hall any longer. If it was as Fengyu of the Shangyao Bureau had said, there was no cure for this intestinal blockage. If he let Empress Jiangsun watch Li Qingqian die prematurely, who knew what would happen? Come, escort the Empress back to Li Main Hall. Serve her carefully, but if there are any mistakes, we will skin you alive. Gung Fengyu, have some doctors from the Shangyao Bureau go to Li Main Hall to examine the Empress' body. Yes. Empress Jiangsun was helpless. She was carefully supported by a group of palace maids and eunuchs back to Li Main Hall in tears. At this time, Li Wangyu was extremely conflicted. Looking at Li Qingqian's current situation, it was clear that Fengyu and the doctor's diagnosis was correct. It should be because he suddenly ate too many cold drinks that caused acute appendicitis. He vaguely remembered that he had once seen a report saying that a certain hospital had treated more than 20 patients with acute appendicitis in a short 2 months. Most of them were youths between 5 and 15 years old. The reason was because they ate too many cold drinks during the summer, so the public was reminded not to give children too many cold drinks during the summer. In the modern world, acute appendicitis required surgery, but this was the Tang dynasty. Who could operate on Li Qingqian? Li Wangyu admitted that he didn't have this ability. He had seen some time-traveling TV dramas where the main character didn't care about the consequences and would cut open someone's stomach and use a knife. He felt that it was incomparably absurd. If it was so easy to save someone, would there be a need to study clinical medicine for 5 years? If Li Wangyu was given a scalpel and had him go to the operating table, then it would be better to directly inform the patient's family and arrange a funeral. However, if he didn't do the surgery, Li Qingqian's chances of survival were extremely slim. If he didn't do anything and just watched Li Qingqian die, Li Wangyu was afraid that his conscience wouldn't be at ease for the rest of his life. This was neither right nor left. Li Wangyu was so aggrieved that he almost wanted to bang his head against a pillar. Just as he was feeling conflicted, his hand suddenly inadvertently touched the dagger at his waist. The item inside reminded him. Li Wangyu's eyes couldn't help but light up. Chapter 401. Li Wangyu felt that there were a few pieces of crystals in the box. The medicine king, Sun Simiao, had entrusted these crystals to him to help make microscopes. Today, Li Wangyu had brought them with him to Chang'an. He planned to go to the eastern and western cities after leaving the palace to see if there were any shops that specialized in grinding crystals. When he felt the crystals, he thought of Sun Simiao. Although Sun Simiao didn't know how to perform appendicitis surgery, he knew that Sun Simiao had some surgical skills based on the fact that he had removed the rotten flesh from Niu Yong's wound and stitched it up. Since Sun Simiao knew how to debridement, suture, and bandage a broken intestine, he could try to let Sun Simiao perform surgery on Li Qingqian. At least it was better than watching Li Qingqian die in pain in front of him. However, the risk of doing so was extremely high. If Sun Simiao's surgery failed, Pai Lupi would blame him. He couldn't afford to take the blame. Furthermore, cutting open someone's stomach to perform surgery was unheard of. Would Pai Lupi be willing? Would Sun Simiao agree? Li Wangyu hesitated and opened his mouth for a long time, but he didn't know how to tell Pai Lupi his thoughts. Just as he was hesitating, he heard Fengyu from the medicine bureau whisper to Pai Lupi, "Your Majesty, we have already performed acupuncture on His Highness and given him medicine. However, His Highness's pulse is getting weaker and weaker. I'm afraid it will be difficult to save him. We are willing to die 10,000 times. Your Majesty, please be prepared." Hearing this, Pai Lupi's body couldn't help but shake. A line of tears rolled down his face. When he heard Fengyu and the doctor say that his eldest son had an intestinal abscess, he had already guessed the result. Pai Lupi sadly sat beside Li Qingqian's bed and reached out to hold Li Qingqian's burning hand. After a long time, he ordered in a hoarse voice, "If His Highness dies, don't tell the Empress for now. The Empress is pregnant and shouldn't be agitated. Do you understand?" "Yes." Inside the Xinda Hall, the eunuchs and maids all knelt on the ground. From time to time, the sound of weeping could be heard. The hall was filled with a mournful atmosphere, as if Li Qingqian had already died. At this point, Li Wangyu did not have time to think too much. He suddenly said, "Uncle, Qingqian can still be saved." His words shocked Pai Lupi so much that he raised his head abruptly. He stared at him and asked word by word, "Zio, what did you say?" I said Qingqian can still be saved. Zio, you know medicine? How to treat it? Pai Lupi grabbed Li Wangyu's shoulder and said anxiously. Li Wangyu shook his head. I don't know anything about medicine, but the old immortal Sun Simiao does. Uncle, have you forgotten that old immortal Sun is currently in Dingzhou village? Pai Lupi was stunned when he heard this, and then he was overjoyed. Zio, why didn't you remind me earlier? Come, quickly go to Dingzhou village in Hu County and summon Sun Simiao into the palace to save the crown prince. Uncle, I'm afraid others are not familiar with the way and will waste time. My troops are outside the palace. Let him go. Pai Lupi nodded. I will have the palace guards and eunuchs go with him. They have to be quick. Let the horses from the palace gallop along Vermilion Bird Avenue. Li Wangyu nodded. I still have some things that I need my troops to bring to save Qingqian. After he finished speaking, he pulled over an eunuch and asked for a brush and paper. He quickly wrote down some things he needed on the paper and handed it to the eunuch. Following Pai Lupi's order, the palace guards and eunuchs immediately rushed out of the palace gates. After meeting up with Niu Wu, a few strong horses galloped directly onto the wide imperial road in the middle of Vermilion Bird Avenue and galloped south. Uncle, don't worry. Old immortal Sun will definitely be able to save Qingqian, Li Wangyu comforted. I hope so, Sai. Pai Lupi sighed deeply. Even though Pai Lupi was the emperor of the Tang dynasty, he had no choice but to place his hopes on Sun Simiao. Inside Shinda Palace, Geng Fingyu's expression became a bit ugly after Li Wangyu mentioned Sun Simiao's name. As the highest-ranking official of the Shangyao Bureau and a lower fifth-rank official of the Tang dynasty, he did not have a good impression of Sun Simiao. On one hand, they were rivals in the same field, and Sun Simiao's reputation among the people was much higher than his. On the other hand, Sun Simiao had once threatened his position. In the 9th year of Wuda, Pai Lupi had once invited Sun Simiao into Chang'an. He wanted to give Sun Simiao the title of nobility and give Sun Simiao the responsibility of the Shangyao Bureau, but Sun Simiao refused. Since then, Sun Simiao had become the name that Geng Finyu did not want to hear the most. Now that the crown prince was critically ill and the Shangyao Bureau was helpless, Hu Xinzi had actually recommended Sun Simiao to Pai Lupi at this time. Geng Finyu could not help but feel even more stifled. He could not help but say, Your Majesty, forgive me for speaking so boldly, but even Sun Simiao might not be able to save His Highness the Crown Prince. This intestinal blockage is an incurable disease. Apart from the legendary Hua Tuo, who can cure intestinal blockages, no one has ever heard of anyone being able to save someone with intestinal blockages. The medical books have recorded Hua Tuo's divine prescription for intestinal blockages. We have already made medicine according to this prescription and fed it to His Highness the Crown Prince, but there was no effect. I'm afraid. Before he finished speaking, Li Wangyu could not help but interrupt. Shut up. It's fine if you're useless, but what do you mean by saying that His Highness the Crown Prince is incurable? Geng Finyu had always been like a crow, saying that Li Qingqian was incurable. He had even told Pai Lupi to prepare for the funeral in advance. Li Wangyu had long since been annoyed by his words. Now that he had sent someone to invite Sun Simiao, he was blabbering on and on about how Sun Simiao could not cure Li Qingqian. It really made people want to beat him up. When Pai Lupi kicked Geng Finyu, Li Wangyu felt that the old man did not have it easy. Now he felt that Pai Lupi's kick was too light. How can you humiliate this old man like this? Hu Xinzi, this old man is also a fifth-rank official. I have practiced medicine for more than 30 years and have saved countless people. How can I be incompetent? Geng Finyu immediately exploded when he heard Li Wangyu's words. He then knelt before Pai Lupi and spoke in an aggrieved and tearful voice, Your Majesty, please see clearly. Ever since this subject took over the Shangyao Bureau, I have not dared to slack off in the slightest. This subject naturally hopes that His Highness the Crown Prince will be healthy. However, this intestinal abscess is difficult to cure with medicine. This subject is not incompetent. Please see clearly, Your Majesty. Pai Lupi's mood was irritable. Even though he knew that intestinal abscess was incurable as Li Qingqian's father, how could he not have a glimmer of hope in his heart? He naturally hoped that Li Wangyu's words would be true and that Sun Simiao could save his eldest son. Alright, what's the point of saying all this now? Continue to treat the crown prince. Everything can be discussed after Sun Simiao arrives. Pai Lupi's words left Geng Finyu speechless. He could only shut his mouth. However, his gaze towards Li Wangyu carried a bit of resentment. Li Wangyu naturally could not be bothered to pay attention to Geng Finyu. He walked to the side and beckoned for an internal eunuch to come over. His words caused the internal eunuch's expression to become somewhat hesitant. However, when he saw the restless Pai Lupi, he did not dare to report. He could only comply and turn around to leave the hall. Chapter 402. While Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu waited anxiously, Sun Simiao finally arrived at Taiji Palace 3 hours later. Even though the old Taoist body was quite good, he was still an old man in his 90s. By the time he reached Taiji Palace, Sun Simiao was so tired that he almost fainted. With Pai Lupi's orders, Taiji Palace's imperial guards didn't dare stop Sun Simiao's group. They directly rushed to the Eastern Palace's Xianda Hall. Hearing that Sun Simiao had arrived, Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu immediately came out to welcome him. "Thank you for your trouble, Minister Sunday. The Crown Prince is critically ill. Please treat him quickly." Sun Simiao didn't bother with pleasantries. He casually cupped his hands toward Pai Lupi and quickly walked into the hall. Lu Shenwei followed closely behind with his medicine chest. At Sun Simiao's age, even in front of Pai Lupi, he could do as he pleased without any misgivings. Niu Wu also jumped off his horse and took off a backpack from his back. He handed it to Li Wangyu. "Lang Jun, everything you wanted is inside." "Good. Thank you for your trouble. You can return to the residence first. Tell Changqing that I will be staying in the palace for a few days." Li Wangyu checked the things Niu Wu brought. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he patted Niu Wu's shoulder. "Yes." Li Wangyu didn't delay and turned to walk into the hall. The trouble hadn't started yet. The key was how to convince Sun Simiao and Pai Lupi to agree to operate on Li Qingqian. Inside the hall, Gung Hong saw Sun Simiao enter and couldn't help but snort coldly. He called for the doctors of the Shangyao Bureau to retreat to the side and watch coldly. The Crown Prince's illness was confirmed. He didn't believe that Sun Simiao could treat his intestinal abscess. Sun Simiao examined Li Qingqian's body and shook his head. "Your Majesty, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but the Crown Prince's intestinal abscess is difficult to cure." Before he could finish, Gung Fengyu interrupted him. "Your Majesty, I'm not speaking nonsense, am I?" Sun Simiao was also at his wit's end. Shut up." Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu shouted at the same time, scaring Gung Fengyu into taking a few steps back. "Minister Sun, please continue." Pai Lupi glared at Gung Hong before looking at Sun Simiao. Sun Simiao stroked his beard and said, "This intestinal abscess is indeed difficult to cure. I can only delay it for a while, but it is unknown whether the Crown Prince can recover completely." When Pai Lupi heard Sun Simiao say the same thing, he couldn't help but feel disheartened. After a long time he let out a long sigh. This is all Qingqian's fate. Then I ask Minister Sun to treat him. If there's really no way to save him, we won't blame Minister Sunday." Nodding his head, Sun Simiao beckoned his disciple Lu Shenwei over. He took out the golden needles from his medicine box and began to treat Li Qingqian. "Take the Yangming meridian of the hands and feet as the main point. Use the catharsis method when inserting the filiform needles. Leave the needles for 15 minutes. Sun Simiao whispered to Lu Shenwei as he applied the needles. "Your disciple understands." After he finished with the golden needles, Li Wangyu invited Sun Simiao to a place where there was no one else around. "Old immortal Sun, are you really unable to save the Crown Prince?" "I can only do my best. However, intestinal abscesses are indeed difficult to cure." "How confident are you?" "How can I be confident? The Crown Prince is almost certain to die." Sun Simiao shook his head and sighed. Li Wangyu's eyes flashed. "Old immortal Sun, if I have a way to save the Crown Prince, would you be willing to help?" "What? Ushinzi, are you serious? What method can cure intestinal abscesses?" Hearing Li Wangyu's words, Sun Simiao immediately became spirited. "May I ask old immortal Sun, what is intestinal abscesses?" "Ulcerative abscesses in the intestines." Ulcerative abscesses were acute suppurative diseases. They were a type of poisonous sore. "That's right. Since medicine is ineffective, then the only way is to cut open the abdomen and remove the ulcerative abscesses. Wouldn't that cure him?" How can that be done? If this person's abdomen is cut open, how can he survive?" Even though Sun Simiao would be revered as the medicine king in the future, when he heard Li Wangyu's words, he couldn't help but jump in fright and shake his head. "Why can't he survive?" "Old immortal Sun, didn't you once tell me that people with severed intestines can be stitched up and bandaged and survive? Why can't the person live after removing the ulcerative abscesses?" Li Wangyu's words stunned Sun Simiao. He had never thought of such a thing. How can that be the same? People with severed intestines often have their abdomens cut open on the battlefield by lethal weapons. Sun Simiao was halfway through his words, but he couldn't continue. On the battlefield, there were many people who had their abdomens cut open and their intestines cut open. Many of the soldiers could survive if they received timely treatment. He had experienced the chaos of the world and saved countless wounded and disabled soldiers. If the soldiers who had their abdomens cut open could survive, then if he cut open the crown prince's abdomen and removed the ulcerative abscesses, he might be able to survive. Sun Simiao was silent for a moment before carefully saying, "This method may work, but I have never tried it before. It may not be able to save the crown prince's life. Furthermore, the saint may not agree. This is cutting open the crown prince's abdomen. As long as old immortal Sun is willing to help, I will explain it to the saint." Sun Simiao calculated the gains and losses in his heart for a long time before finally nodding gently. "As long as the saint agrees, I am willing to try." Seeing that he had convinced Sun Simiao, Li Wangyu didn't dare to delay. He walked in front of Pai Lupi and carefully asked, "Uncle, I do have an idea that may be able to save Qingqian, but..." Hearing him say this, Pai Lupi was like a drowning person who had found a life-saving straw. He immediately asked, "But what?" "Zio, if you have an idea, just tell me. I will not blame you." "Uncle, do you know what the pathology of intestinal abscess is?" Hearing this, Pai Lupi couldn't help but frown. He only knew that intestinal abscess was an incurable disease, but he didn't know the pathology. Pai Lupi raised his eyes to look at Gung Hong, the Minister of Medicine at the side. Gung Hong immediately answered, "Your Majesty, intestinal abscess is a carbuncle in the intestines." Li Wangyu glanced at Gung Hong and continued, "So, uncle, the intestines are spoiled and the medicinal stone can't do anything about it. There is only one way to cure the disease." Seeing Li Wangyu suddenly stop talking halfway, Pai Lupi couldn't help but panic. He quickly asked, "What is it?" "Zio, don't stutter. Tell me in detail." "Yes, uncle. The intestines are spoiled, so there is only by cutting it out the person will be fine." "Cut it out?" Pai Lupi was surprised to hear this. He muttered to himself, "The intestines are in the abdomen. How do you cut it out?" "Naturally, you cut open the abdomen first." "Nonsense." Hearing this, Pai Lupi jumped to his feet in fright. "If you cut open the abdomen, wouldn't Qingqian die even more?" Hearing Li Wangyu's words, Gung Fengyu couldn't help but sneer. "Your Majesty, Hu Xianzi is simply spreading lies to confuse people. If you cut open the abdomen, how could he still be alive? Does he want to save the crown prince or harm the crown prince? Your Majesty, please punish Hu Xianzi for speaking nonsense." "You shut up. If you dare to speak any more nonsense, do you believe that I won't slap you to death?" Li Wangyu was also angry. He directly scolded Gung Hong right to his nose. Although Gung Hong was a lower fifth-rank official, he didn't dare to speak in front of the furious Li Wangyu. He awkwardly took a few steps back. Chapter 403. After ordering Gung Fengyu to retreat, Li Wangyu looked at Pai Lupi with a serious expression. "Uncle, it was recorded in the book of the later Han that the divine physician Hua Tuo made an anesthetic powder and caused the patient to lose consciousness. He then cut open the abdominal cavity, remove the ulcers, wash away the rot, suture them with mulberry thread and apply divine ointment. After 4 or 5 days, the patient will recover in a month. Why doesn't uncle believe that this can cure Qingqian's intestinal abscess?" But the divine physician Hua Tuo's secret technique has long been lost. We have never heard of anyone who could perform the technique like Hua Tuo. I roughly know how to perform the surgery, and old immortal Sun is also willing to give it a try. I am willing to assist him in saving Qingqian. Li Wangyu's words made Pai Lupi hesitate. Cutting open the stomach and cutting out the festering intestines, this was really too inconceivable. Li Er looked at the unconscious Li Qingqian on the bed and really couldn't make up his mind. "Your Majesty, you must not do this. If His Highness the Crown Prince were to be cut open, what kind of scandal would that be? Wouldn't that be skinning the Crown Prince alive? County Magistrate Hu Xin is simply crazy. I have been a doctor for more than 30 years and have never heard of anyone saving people like this. The matter of Hua Tuo is only a legend. How could it be true?" Seeing Pai Lupi hesitate, Gung Hong jumped out and knelt in front of Pai Lupi. He looked like a loyal and devoted servant as he complained tearfully. Before he could finish, he felt a huge pain in his back. Li Wangyu could not hold back any longer and kicked him. After Li Wangyu kicked him to the ground, he did not give up and kicked him a few more times, causing Gung Hong to wail, "Your Majesty, save me, save me. County Magistrate Hu Xin has gone crazy. Save me." "Alright, Zio, stop making a fuss." After Pai Lupi spoke, Li Wangyu kicked Gung Hong again to stop beating this County Magistrate Hu Xin. However, his actions frightened the doctors of the Shangyao Bureau quite a bit. They didn't dare to look at this young county magistrate who had founded the country, for fear that they would also be beaten up. Their own superior, a lower fifth-rank official of the Medicine Bureau, had been humiliated by Hu Xinzi, but His Majesty had only reprimanded him. This allowed them to clearly see Hu Xinzi's position in the saint's heart. "Uncle, please forgive your nephew for being rude. It's just that this dog official is too infuriating. Qingqian is my disciple. Why would I harm him?" As matters stood, this was the only way to save Qingqian. Could it be that Uncle has the heart to watch Qingqian pass away like this? His words moved Pai Lupi. He turned to look at Li Qingqian on the bed. "How confident are you?" 50%. Li Wangyu was very determined. "If something happens to Qingqian, Uncle, you only need to remove my title of nobility and demote me to a commoner." In reality, he didn't have much confidence. He didn't even have a 10% chance. He didn't even know where the appendix was or what it looked like. He didn't know how to operate or how to close the wound. All of this depended on Sun Simiao. However, if he didn't say this, why would Pai Lupi agree to operate on Li Qingqian? Li Wangyu's only weapons were alcohol and cephalosporin. Alcohol could disinfect, and cephalosporin could reduce inflammation. With these two things, his survival rate would increase by a lot. Otherwise, if he rashly operated on him, he really didn't know whether he was saving or hurting people. This was also what he had Niu Wu bring back from Dingzhou village. Li Wangyu's words made Pai Lupi silent for a long time. His heart was in a mess. Originally, the Medicine Bureau and Sun Simiao's diagnosis had both sentenced Li Qingqian to death. This had already made Pai Lupi heartbroken. When Li Wangyu said that he had a way to cure the crown prince, Pai Lupi was like a ray of light in the darkness. However, he didn't think that Li Wangyu's method would be to cut open his own son's stomach. How could he believe such a thing? Although Li Wangyu said that the history books recorded the matter of Hua Tuo, that was only a legend. Who had actually seen it? Pai Lupi hesitated for a long time before shaking his head. He slowly said, "Ziyu, I can't take this risk. If the crown prince dies, that's his fate. I can't let Qingqian be buried with a broken body." Pai Lupi's words made Li Wangyu about to go crazy. This was the only way to save Li Qingqian, and Pai Lupi actually rejected it? "Uncle." Li Wangyu still wanted to continue persuading him. However, Pai Lupi waved his hand and interrupted him. "Ziyu, don't mention this again. Your Majesty is wise." On the side, Gung Hong heard Pai Lupi's words and actually came over. Li Wangyu was so angry that he wanted to hit him again. Seeing that Pai Lupi didn't allow him to carry out the operation, Li Wangyu was so angry that he turned and left. This bastard was too stubborn. Hiding a disease for fear of treatment. This was the classic case of hiding a disease for fear of treatment. Li Wangyu somewhat understood why the divine Dr. Hua Tuo had lost his life when he wanted to treat Cao Cao's head disease. Sad, it was too sad. Walking out of the Shinda Palace, Li Wangyu felt suffocated when he thought of the little brat who usually called him teacher, and was about to be separated by life and death. Li Wangyu clenched his fists and let out a heart-wrenching scream. It startled the guards and eunuchs near the Shinda Palace. After venting, Li Wangyu slowly calmed down. In the eyes of the Tangs, disemboweling someone was indeed incomprehensible. It was no different from murder. Now that Pai Lupi didn't agree to carry out the operation, Li Qingqian would definitely die. This feeling of powerlessness when there was a chance to save someone was really terrible. Li Wangyu felt that he couldn't just let it go like this. He had to find a way to save Li Qingqian. Even if the chances were low, he had to try. Li Wangyu wanted to find Empress Jiangsun. If she agreed, perhaps the operation could be carried out. But now Empress Jiangsun was pregnant. According to the history books, he knew she would give birth in more than a month. At this time, he didn't dare to tell Empress Jiangsun that he could save her son, but he needed to disembowel him and cut something out. If something happened to Empress Jiangsun, he would really be finished. In a fit of rage, Pai Lupi would probably push him to Shi City and behead him. After thinking for a while, Li Wangyu made up his mind and thought of a method that wasn't really a method. Li Wangyu returned to the Shinda Palace again and found Sun Simiao. "Old immortal son, tell me the truth. How much longer can the crown prince last?" Sun Simiao hesitated, then replied, "I've performed acupuncture on the crown prince, but there was no improvement. The crown prince's pulse is weak. I'm afraid he won't make it through tonight." Li Wangyu looked up at the sky. It was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There should still be time to carry out his plan. He nodded and thanked Sun Simiao. Then he found Pai Lupi, who was sitting beside the bed. "Uncle, I have something to do and need to return to Hu County." Please allow me to ride a horse on Vermilion Bird Avenue so that I can get back to the palace before the curfew. I'm Qingqian's master and disciple and I want to see him off. Pai Lupi nodded and didn't object. He waved his hand to summon a palace guard and had him hand over a token to Li Wangyu, allowing him to ride a horse in Chang'an. After receiving the token, Li Wangyu immediately left the palace, mounted his horse and galloped away. Chapter 404. Li Wangyu galloped the entire way and returned to Dingzhou village in less than 2 hours. Langjun, why are you back? Didn't Niu Wu say that you were going to stay in the palace for a few days? Li Heng asked in surprise when he saw Li Wangyu return. Li Heng, don't say such nonsense. Hurry up and pack the valuables in the house. Bring more gold and don't bring any copper coins. Get everything ready, we're leaving soon. Li Wangyu didn't bother to explain. His words stunned the old housekeeper Li Heng. Langjun, why is that? Where are we going? Don't ask so many questions, hurry up and pack. Where's Changqing? Lady Su is in the backyard. Before Li Heng could finish, Li Wangyu had already run to the backyard. Li Heng was confused by Li Wangyu's actions, but he could only listen to him and hurry back to the residence to pack. In the backyard, Su Changqing was in her room listening to music on her phone when the door was suddenly burst open, giving her a fright. When she saw that it was Li Wangyu, she couldn't help but rebuke, Wangyu, why are you so careless? You scared me to death, I thought. Li Wangyu didn't wait for her to finish and hastily interrupted, Changqing, let's not talk about this for now and hurry up and pack. In a while you take Li Heng, Perrin, Aphrodite, and the others with Niu Yong and Niu Wu to protect you and hide in the Qinling Mountains for a while. Also, give me the jade pendant that Empress Zhangsun gave you. What? Why are we going to the Qinling Mountains? What are we hiding from? Weren't you in Taiji Palace today? Niu Wu came back and said that Li Qingqian was sick and asked me for the cephalosporin. What exactly happened? Tell me clearly. Li Wangyu still wanted to talk about other things, but after hemming and hawing for a long time, he only said that he had nothing to do and asked them to stay in the Qinling Mountains for a while. How could his words deceive his beautiful boss? Su Changqing's pretty face stiffened. Wangyu, speak clearly. What happened? If you don't make it clear, I'm not going anywhere. Li Wangyu said anxiously, if we don't leave, are we going to wait for death? What if what? Seeing his beautiful superior being so stubborn, Li Wangyu knew that if he did not explain things clearly, she would definitely not leave. Thus, he could only helplessly tell her what had happened in the Taiji Palace today. When she heard that Li Qingqian had contracted acute appendicitis due to overeating and eating too many cold drinks, and that his life was in danger and he could die at any moment, the beautiful superior couldn't help but be shocked. Heavens, how could something like this happen? Shouldn't Li Qingqian be alive and well? How could he die prematurely? He was only 9 years old. Wouldn't an appendicitis surgery do the trick? Why didn't he do the surgery immediately? Li Wangyu smiled bitterly. Miss, this is the Tang dynasty. How could there be surgery? Appendicitis is an intestinal abscess. For the Tang people, it's an incurable disease. Hearing this, the beautiful superior was also stunned. She also liked Li Qingqian, Li Tai, and Li Lizzie very much. These 3 smart little guys. Every time Li Qingqian and the others came to the residence to learn from Li Wangyu, she would make all kinds of delicious food for them to try, play games with them and read books and stories to them. Thinking that the little guy Li Qingqian was in imminent danger, the beautiful superior's eyes immediately turned red. Wangyu, Sun Simiao is a divine doctor. Didn't Niu Wu come back today and invite Sun Simiao to the palace? Is there nothing he can do? Li Wangyu nodded sadly. Right now, surgery is the only way. Sun Simiao also agreed to give it a try. But Pai Lupi, that damn bastard, I tried my best to persuade him, but he still wouldn't agree to do the surgery. The beautiful superior suddenly guessed something and looked at Li Wangyu in disbelief. Wangyu, then you want us to hide in the Qinling Mountains? Don't tell me you want to. Yes, right now this is the only way. I also have a certain amount of responsibility for Li Qingqian's appendicitis. I can't just watch a 9-year-old kid who called me his teacher die in front of me, especially when I clearly had the chance to save him. Li Wangyu paused and continued. So, I plan to do the surgery for Li Qingqian privately. No matter what, I have to give it a try. But it's very risky to do the surgery in the Tang dynasty. If I can't save Li Qingqian, I'm afraid that Pai Lupi will do something irrational in his rage. So, I thought of asking Niu Yong and Niu Wu to protect you and hide in the Qinling Mountains first. Before he could finish his words, his mouth was blocked by his beautiful superior's flaming red lips, and he couldn't say anything else. After a long time, the lips and teeth parted. Su Changqing stared into his eyes and said slowly, I'm not leaving. I'll go with you to the Taiji Palace to save Li Qingqian. If there's any danger, I'll bear it with you. No, it's too dangerous. Li Wangyu didn't even think about it before rejecting. The beautiful superior shook her head firmly. Wangyu, I'm not that strong. If you're not here, I won't be able to survive in the Tang dynasty alone. Tears flowed out of her eyes, but she forced a smile and wiped her tears. I'm not like those heroines in novels who can still show off their skills in ancient times after transmigrating. If you're not here, who will take care of me? Hee, if that's the case, then let's go to the Taiji Palace together. The beautiful superior's words made Li Wangyu's heart clench. He reached out and hugged the beautiful woman in front of him. Chongqing, we're not going. We're not going to the Taiji Palace. Pai Lupi, that bastard, son of a bitch, I'm not going to play with him anymore. It's his own son. If he wants to die, then let him die. It's none of my business. We're not going. We're not going. We're staying in Dingzhou village. We're not going anywhere. Li Wangyu was a little out of control by the beautiful superior's words. He only wanted to let the beautiful superior and the others hide far away. If he didn't save Li Qingqian, Pai Lupi wouldn't be able to retaliate against Su Changqing and the others. But the beautiful superior's words made him regret it. He wasn't a saint. Why should he risk his life to save Li Qingqian? If Pai Lupi didn't want it, then so be it. But if he put himself and his beautiful superior in danger to save his son, then he would be crazy. The beautiful superior held Li Wangyu's face with both hands and smiled like a flower. Wangyu, can you really bear to watch a 9-year-old child die in front of you like this? And under the circumstances that we have the ability to save him? Let's go. I'll go to Chang, and with you to the Taiji Palace. We'll go save Qingqian. But. No buts. It's getting late. If we don't leave now, the city gates of Chang, and will close. No matter what, we know that we're doing the right thing. That's enough, isn't it? As for the outcome, let's leave it to the heavens. I think the heavens wouldn't be so blind to throw the two of us into the Tang dynasty. The beautiful superior's words finally convinced Li Wangyu. He nodded fiercely, grabbed the beautiful superior's hand and ran out the door. Chapter 405. Before leaving, Li Wangyu still instructed Niu Yong and Niu Wu, the two brothers, to bring his wife and everyone in the residence to temporarily move to the village to live. If he really couldn't save Li Qingqian, everyone in the mansion wouldn't be implicated by him. Li Heng and the others were confused by Li Wangyu's arrangements. Li Wangyu didn't explain and just let them do as they were told. After settling everyone in the mansion, the sky gradually darkened. Li Wangyu didn't dare to waste time. He and his beautiful superior rode Zhao Yebai and Jade Flower Kong. They whipped their horses and rushed toward Chang'an City. As the two galloped, they discussed what to do in the Taiji Palace. With his beautiful superior giving Li Wangyu advice, Li Wangyu's rough plan was quickly perfected. Hurrying, the two of them finally rushed into Taiji Palace at the same time as the drum of dusk sounded. At this time, there was already a morning atmosphere outside the Shinda Palace. In the Eastern Palace, there were palace maids taking out white silk and wrapping it around the outside of the palace. From time to time, the sound of crying could be heard. Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel upset. Could it be that he was too late? Li Qingqian had died? He quickly ran into the Shinda Palace. When he saw Sun Simiao, he quickly asked, "Old immortal son, how is the crown prince now?" Sun Simiao shook his head. The crown prince's breathing is getting weaker and his pulse is weak. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on much longer. Just now, His Majesty has already arranged for everyone in the Eastern Palace to prepare for the crown prince's funeral under the advice of Feng Yu of the Shangyao Bureau. Hearing that Li Qingqian was still alive, Li Wangyu was slightly relieved. Then he flew into a rage. Damn it, the crown prince wasn't dead yet and he was already in a hurry to prepare for the funeral. This Gung Fengyu, even if he was beaten to death, it wouldn't be an injustice. Li Wangyu was so angry that the roots of his teeth itched. He was so angry that he almost rushed in and beat that damned old man again. However, saving Li Qingqian was more important now. Li Wangyu didn't have the time to find trouble with Gung Fengyu. He stretched out his hand to summon a palace attendant and asked where Li Tai, the king of Yu, was. As Li Tai was still young, he lived in the Chongren Palace. Chongren Hall was adjacent to Li Zhen Hall where Empress Zhangsun lived. Today, Crown Prince Li Qingqian was critically ill. Li Tai obediently stayed in Li Zhen Hall to accompany his mother. After asking about Li Wangyu's whereabouts, Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior hurried over to Li Main Hall. Most of the imperial guards and eunuchs in the Eastern Palace knew Li Wangyu and knew that he was the Crown Prince's imperial tutor. Naturally, they wouldn't stop him. As for his beautiful superior, she often went to the Li Main Hall, so the imperial guards in the palace were even more familiar with her. The two of them had a smooth journey and arrived at Lijian Hall to seek an audience with Empress Jiangsun. Greetings, Auntie. Greetings, Your Highness. At this time, Empress Jiangsun's face was full of worry, and her eyes had lost their usual vigor. She weakly nodded towards Li Wangyu and her beautiful superior. Ziyu Changqing, have you gone to see Qingqian? How is he now? Is there any improvement? I want to go see Qingqian, but Erlang won't agree no matter what. Auntie, don't worry, nothing will happen to Qingqian. Li Wangyu could only comfort her like this. Thank you for your auspicious words. I hope the Taoist ancestor blesses Qingqian so that he can successfully survive this disaster. Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior comforted Empress Jiangsun for a bit and then used the excuse that Pai Lupi wanted to summon Li Tai to Xinda Hall. Empress Jiangsun didn't suspect anything and nodded for Li Tai to follow Li Wangyu. After leaving Lijian Hall, Li Wangyu stopped the little fatty Li Tai. Qingke, right now your brother is critically ill. Do you want to save him? Teacher, of course I want to save brother. Is brother's illness very serious? Teacher, you can save brother, right? The little fatty nodded and immediately asked. At this time, Li Tai and Li Qingqian naturally wouldn't turn against each other like they did when they became adults and fought for the throne. In addition to Li Wangyu's education of the two little ones, Li Qingqian and Li Tai could be said to be brothers who respected each other and were as close as real brothers. The little fatty didn't know what illness his brother had. He only knew that his mother had hugged him and cried the entire time today. The intelligent Li Tai also faintly had some bad guesses in his heart. Li Wangyu didn't immediately answer Li Tai's question. Instead, he waved his hand and had the eunuchs behind Li Tai move a bit further away. Only then did he whisper a few words into his ear. Qingke, are you willing to help me with this matter that teacher has asked of you? If I do this, I can save brother? The little fatty asked suspiciously. Qingke, you don't believe your master? When have I ever lied to you? Li Wangyu said with a stern expression. Li Tai tilted his head and thought for a while. Last time, teacher said that children who play with fire will wet the bed. Later, brother and I played with fire when we returned to the palace, but we didn't wet the bed. You lied to us. Also, you said that you would take us swimming after we memorized the incantation for mental abacus. You still haven't fulfilled that promise. Also, Li Wangyu's face darkened and he hurriedly stopped the little fatty, who was counting on his fingers and counting the number of times Li Wangyu had lied to them. Those were just jokes. Cough cough. Today's matter concerns your brother's life and death. I won't lie to you. Li Tai's face was full of suspicion as he raised his eyes to look at his beautiful superior. Only when his beautiful superior nodded, indicating that Li Wangyu wasn't wrong, did little fatty Li Tai finally nod in agreement. His reaction almost angered Li Wangyu to death. What kind of disciple was this? He actually didn't believe his words. If it weren't for the fact that they were in a hurry to save Li Qingqian, he would definitely teach this little fatty what it meant to respect one's teacher. After dealing with little fatty Li Tai, the group continued their journey to Xinda Palace. By the time they arrived at Xinda Palace, the sky had already darkened and the lights in the eastern palace had already been lit. Li Wangyu gave Li Tai a look that said, "Good luck, I have faith in you." Then he pulled his beautiful superior to him and stood in the darkness outside the palace. Li Tai jogged towards Xinda Palace. Father, Mother said that her stomach isn't feeling well. She asked you to go to Lijian Palace. Pai Lupi, who was sitting next to Li Qingqian's bed with a worried expression, jumped up in fright when he heard his son's words. Qingke, what did you say? What's wrong with your mother? Where is she feeling unwell? Mother said that her stomach isn't feeling well and wants you to go. Little fatty blinked his eyes, lying as soon as he opened his mouth. This was what Li Wangyu had instructed him to say. His purpose was naturally to lure Pai Lupi away, using the tactic of luring the tiger away from the mountain. The reason why he had asked Li Tai to come forward was, of course, because other than him, no one else would dare to spread false information and make fun of Pai Lupi. In any case, Li Tai would at most be beaten up by Pai Lupi. It wasn't a big deal. But if it was someone else, not to mention whether or not they would dare to make fun of Pai Lupi, even if they dared, the consequences would most likely be losing their heads. With Pai Lupi guarding Li Qingqian, Li Wangyu didn't have the ability to perform surgery on Li Qingqian, no matter how great his abilities were. The distance between Xinda Palace, where the crown prince lived, and Lijian Palace was not close. As long as Pai Lupi left, Li Wangyu would have enough time to move the crown prince away. Pai Lupi naturally didn't doubt Li Tai's words at all. He glanced at Li Qingqian, who was still unconscious, and ordered Gung Fengyu and Sun Ximiao. Gung Fengyu, minister's son, take good care of the crown prince. We will be back soon. Yes. Pai Lupi held Li Tai's hand, left Shinda Palace and hurried towards Li Zhen Palace. As little fatty walked, he turned his head and winked at Li Wangyu who was hiding in the dark. Chapter 406. As soon as Pai Lupi's figure disappeared from sight, Li Wangyu pulled his beautiful superior into the Shinda Palace. Her Highness the Empress Imperial Decree has arrived. Li Wangyu shouted as soon as he entered the palace, raising the jade pendant in his hand. In his hand was the jade pendant that Empress Jiangsun had given to his beautiful superior that day. The front of the jade pendant was carved with the phoenix that symbolized the Empress, while the back was carved with the words, Ding has fire virtue, he is a phoenix. To some extent, this jade pendant represented Empress Jiangsun. Li Wangyu's words caused everyone in the Shinda Palace to immediately kneel and prepare to receive Her Highness the Empress Imperial Decree. Although it was strange that the Imperial Decree had not been delivered by an eunuch, but rather by Hu Xianzi holding the Empress Jade Pendant, no one thought too much about it. By Empress Jiangsun's Imperial Decree, the Crown Prince Li Qingqian is suffering from intestinal obstruction and is beyond cure. Today Hu Xianzi, Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao are to immediately treat the Crown Prince without delay. However, those who obstruct will be severely punished. After Li Wangyu finished speaking, the eunuchs and palace maids in the Shinda Palace naturally did not react. However, Gung Hong, who was kneeling on the side of the Shangyao Bureau, immediately jumped up. This is impossible. How could Her Highness the Empress issue such an imperial decree? You are falsifying the imperial decree. Hu Xianzi, what are your intentions? Must you cut open His Highness the Crown Prince's stomach and cripple his body? Shut up. I have Her Highness the Empress Jade Pendant as proof. Do you dare to not accept the imperial decree? Li Wangyu demanded as he raised the jade pendant in his hand. I don't believe it. I will go and report to Her Highness the Empress. This official will not allow you to harm His Highness the Crown Prince. Gung Fengyu lifted his robe and turned to run out of the palace. How could Li Wangyu let him go out? If he ran out now and bumped into Pai Lupi who had not gone far, everything would be exposed. He lifted his leg and kicked Gung Fengyu again. Gung Fengyu screamed and rolled a few times on the ground. Men, tie up this criminal official who doesn't obey Her Highness the Empress's decree. Li Wangyu shouted to the eunuchs in the hall. These eunuchs didn't care how much Gung Fengyu shouted. In any case, they recognized the Empress Jade token in Li Wangyu's hand. Since this was the case, they naturally listened to Master Hu Xian's orders. Moreover, Master Hu Xian was a relative of the saint. In the palace he called Pai Lupi uncle, so these eunuchs were naturally willing to listen to him. After Gung Fengyu was tied up, the old man was still yelling. Li Wangyu was too lazy to talk nonsense. He simply pulled a rag and stuffed it into the old man's mouth. As for the doctors of the Shangyao Bureau, no matter how unwilling they were, no one dared to say anything when they saw that their superiors had been tied up. After dealing with Gung Hong, Li Wangyu bowed to Sun Simiao. Old immortal son, thank you for your trouble. Now that Her Highness the Empress has agreed, let's hurry up and prepare to treat His Highness the Crown Prince. Sun Simiao looked at Li Wangyu with deep meaning, as if he had already seen through the problem. However, Sun Simiao, who had lived for more than 90 years, wouldn't say anything. Since Li Wangyu had the Empress Jade token and faked a decree, he would pretend that he didn't know. This humble Taoist naturally has no problem. I will do my best to treat His Highness the Crown Prince. Li Wangyu nodded. Time was of the essence. It was hard to say how much time little fatty Li Tai could buy. It was better to hurry up. He looked around the hall and found the eunuch he had ordered in the afternoon. He reached out and called him over. I asked you to find a clean and spacious palace room. Are you ready? County Head Hu Xian, this servant is ready. I have already followed your instructions and had someone sweep it clean. The eunuch quickly replied. Have you sent the bronze mirrors I asked you to collect in the Eastern Palace to that palace room? They are all ready. That's good. Lead the way and send His Highness the Crown Prince there. Li Wangyu waved his hand and called for a few strong eunuchs to carry over a palanquin. They carefully lifted Li Qingqian onto it. Li Wangyu stopped the other eunuchs and palace maids from following. He only led his beautiful superior, Sun Simiao, and Lu Xinwei out of Shinda Palace while carrying Li Qingqian's palanquin. When Li Wangyu and the others disappeared, the doctors of the Shangyao Bureau hurried forward. They pulled out the rag stuffed in Gung Hong's mouth and untied the ropes binding him. Quick, go to Li Zhen Palace and find His Majesty. Hui Xianzi wants to murder His Highness the Crown Prince. This is treason and wild ambition. Go quickly. Go find His Majesty and have His Majesty issue an edict to arrest Hui Xianzi. Gung Hong didn't wait for the ropes to be untied before he began to howl at the top of his lungs. Upon hearing his words, the doctors of the Shangyao Bureau hurriedly ran out of the Hall of Illustrious Virtue to look for Li Er. On Li Wangyu's side, the eunuchs led him through many twists and turns in the Eastern Palace until they arrived at another palace. Hui Xianzi, this palace room is usually unoccupied. This servant has already cleaned it as you ordered. Li Wangyu nodded and had the eunuchs carry Li Qingqian inside. Together with his beautiful superior, he took out the alcohol that Niu Wu had delivered and sprayed it all over the room to disinfect it. Soon the room was filled with the pungent smell of alcohol. As for the knives in Sun Simiao's medicine box, Li Wangyu had him take them out and soak them in alcohol to disinfect them. The surgery required fine cotton cloth and catgut. They had all been prepared and could start the surgery at any time. At this time the light in the room was dim. Sun Simiao shook his head and said, Hui Xianzi, the candlelight isn't very bright. How are we going to treat His Highness the Crown Prince? Li Wangyu had naturally prepared for this. He had ordered the eunuchs to collect bronze mirrors in the Eastern Palace to prepare for the surgery. Edison used mirrors to gather light to provide light for the surgery. This was a story that everyone knew in the language books of later generations. Although the Tang dynasty didn't have glass mirrors, they could use bronze mirrors to refract light and gather light. Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior busied themselves. They lit candles around Li Qingqian and placed bronze mirrors behind him. They constantly adjusted the angles of the mirror's refraction. Soon, Li Qingqian's body was abnormally bright under the candlelight. It had the effect of shadowless lights in the operating room. After everything was ready, Li Wangyu sent the eunuchs next door. His beautiful superior turned around and prepared to leave the room. Wangyu, just do what you need to do. If His Majesty comes, I will do my best to stop him. She paused for a moment before continuing, if there are any consequences, I will bear them with you. The beautiful superior spoke very casually. In fact, her whole body was trembling. She was just trying to calm her tone. Whether or not the surgery in the Tang dynasty could succeed depended purely on the person's character. Even Li Wangyu wasn't confident. Li Wangyu didn't care about shocking the world. He stepped forward and hugged Su Changqing tightly. Neither of them spoke. After a long time, they silently looked at each other and separated. Seeing his beautiful superior walk out of the room, Li Wangyu took a deep breath and turned to look at Sun Simiao and Lu Shenwei. Old immortal son, brother Lu, let's begin. Chapter 407. On the temporary operating table, Li Qingqian's clothes were removed. Li Wangyu picked up the alcohol and disinfected Li Qingqian's body. Sun Simiao had been observing Li Wangyu's actions from the side. At this moment he couldn't help asking, Hu Xianzi, what did you pour in the room? Alcohol. What's alcohol? It's the essence of wine. What's its use? Sterilization. Sterilization? Is it like what Hu Xianzi told me, that bacteria can only be seen with a microscope? Sun Simiao asked curiously. Li Wangyu was speechless. Sir, this isn't the time to ask questions. If we don't hurry up and perform the surgery, Li Qingqian won't be able to live. If you have any questions, can you ask them later? Fortunately, Sun Simiao also reacted. Now wasn't the time to ask questions, so he no longer spoke and instructed his disciple Lu Shenwei to get the lancet. The lancet was similar to the scalpel in the modern world. It was used for surgery. Since Sun Simiao was too old and Lu Shenwei was in his prime, they decided to have Lu Shenwei as the chief surgeon for safety reasons. Sun Simiao and Li Wangyu would assist from the side. Although Lu Shenwei had been in the medical field for many years, he had never done such a thing before. Hence, his hand trembled as he held the lancet. Hu Xianzi, where do you start? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. You're asking me? How the hell would I know? Brother Lu, do as you see fit. How long should the incision be? Let's leave it to fate. Li Wangyu's words angered Lu Shenwei so much that he almost threw the lancet in his hand at Li Wangyu. Was this still something a human would say? What do you mean by let fate? Why don't you let fate take a look? Seeing Lu Shenwei glaring at him, Li Wangyu felt wronged. He wasn't a doctor, so why would he ask him? Fortunately, Sun Simiao was experienced. Although he had never performed surgery before, he still had a rough judgment. The intestinal abscess is in the lower right abdomen, so it should be there. My disciple, start from here. Don't cut it too long. Slide it 3 inches away and take a look. Lu Shenwei nodded. Taking a deep breath, he tightly gripped his lancet and lightly pressed it against Li Wangyu's lower right abdomen. Just as he was about to slice down, he suddenly heard Li Wangyu shout. Wait. Lu Shenwei's hand trembled and he almost dropped his saber. He felt as if 10,000 alpacas were galloping past him. He and Sun Simiao both looked up at Li Wangyu, wondering what he was shouting about. Li Wangyu couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. He was also nervous. Old immortal son, I forgot something. What is it? Anesthesia. We haven't given the crown prince any anesthetic yet. Li Wangyu's words made Sun Simiao and Lu Shenwei look at each other in dismay. Sun Simiao couldn't help but let out a dry cough to hide his embarrassment. How embarrassing. Both the master and disciple had completely forgotten about this matter. The main reason was that they were going to cut open someone's abdomen for the first time, and the patient was the crown prince of the Tang dynasty. Even the old Taoist Sun Simiao was a bit nervous. In addition, Li Qingqian had been unconscious all this time. In a moment of panic, the master and disciple had completely forgotten about this matter. Sun Simiao smiled embarrassedly. How can we decoct anesthetic now? But it's not a problem. This humble Taoist will still use the golden needles to pierce the acupoints to reduce the crown prince's pain. That day in Dingzhou village, Sun Simiao had cut off the rotten meat for Niu Yong. Li Wangyu knew how powerful Sun Simiao was, so he didn't say anything. Sun Simiao took out the golden needles and pierced them into the acupoints on Li Qingqian's abdomen. Only then did he let Lu Shenwei pick up the lancet and get ready to start the operation again. Lu Shenwei took a deep breath and gripped the lancet tightly. The muscles on his arm bulged. The incomparably sharp lancet instantly cut open Li Qingqian's skin on his abdomen. Blood immediately seeped out. At the side, Li Wangyu's heart almost jumped out of his throat when he saw this. After the incision was about 3 inches long, Lu Shenwei's forehead was already sweating. Teacher, what should we do now? Sun Simiao looked at Li Wangyu with an inquiring gaze. County head Huxian, what do you think? What do I think? I'll King use my own eyes to see. Li Wangyu was also about to faint. How would he know what to do next? He didn't even know what the inside of the abdominal cavity looked like, let alone what the appendix looked like. Old immortal son, can you see if there's any lesion? If there's any ulcerated intestines, it should be enough to just cut it out. Li Wangyu, Sun Simiao, and Lu Shenwei were like bad students going to an examination hall. At this moment, they could only rely on their intuition to perform the operation on the crown prince of the Tang dynasty, Li Qingqian. At this time, before Pai Lupi and Li Tai arrived at Li Main Hall, someone hurried over from behind. The person was stopped by the palace guards and hurriedly shouted, I'm a doctor from the Shangyao Bureau. I have something important to report to His Majesty. Let me pass. Pai Lupi couldn't help but frown when he heard the commotion behind him. He was in an extremely bad mood today. At this time, there were still people who didn't open their eyes and were making noise in the palace. This made him even more irritated. What's going on? Why is it so noisy? Replying to everyone, it's a doctor from the Shangyao Bureau. He said that he has something important to report. The eunuch quickly replied. Let him come over. Pai Lupi's heart thumped. He was afraid that the news of the crown prince's death had come. The doctor from the Shangyao Bureau was brought to Pai Lupi and hurriedly knelt down. Your Majesty, just now, County Head Huxian went to the Shinda Palace with Her Majesty the Empress's jade pendant. He said that Her Majesty the Empress ordered him and Sun Simiao to immediately treat His Majesty the Crown Prince. We feel that this matter is strange and have come to ask Your Majesty, is this true? What? Say that again. Li Wangyu said that he was following the Empress's imperial decree? Pai Lupi asked in disbelief. Yes, Gung Fengyu wanted to stop him, but he was beaten by County Head Huxian. We were incompetent and couldn't stop County Head Huxian from acting recklessly. Pai Lupi suddenly turned his head and looked at the uneasy Li Tai. Qingke, does this matter have anything to do with you? Tell us honestly, did your mother really tell you to go to the Shinda Palace to find us? Only now did he come to his senses. If Empress Zhangsun was truly unwell, she would have sent an eunuch to inform her. How could she have let a brat like Li Tai go to the Shinda Palace? Li Tai was frightened by his father's glare. He hurriedly knelt down and honestly replied, Father, it was my teacher who told me to say this. My teacher said that this was the only way to save elder brother. The little fatty was very happy to sell out his teacher. When Pai Lupi heard Li Tai's words, he naturally understood everything and couldn't help but fly into a rage. Li Wangyu. What does he want to do? How daring of him. He actually dares to pass down a false imperial decree. Men, immediately go to the Shinda Palace and arrest that county head Huxian. Do not let him harm the crown prince. Yes, father. At Pai Lupi's order, the group of palace guards following Pai Lupi immediately turned and rushed to the Shinda Palace. Pai Lupi also hurriedly followed. He didn't have time to deal with Li Tai. Li Tai saw his father hurriedly leave and couldn't help but stick out his tongue. He turned and ran to Li Main Hall. If his father wanted to beat him, he would have to ask his mother for protection. However, when the guards arrived at the Xinda Palace, Li Wangyu was nowhere to be seen. Even Crown Prince Li Qingqian had disappeared. Chapter 408. As soon as Gung Hong saw Pai Lupi arrive, he immediately went forward to complain. Your Majesty, that county's son is truly unscrupulous. I wanted to stop him from harming the Crown Prince, but he beat me up in public and tied me up. Pai Lupi's eyes were red as he angrily stared at Gung Hong. Where is the Crown Prince now? I don't know. After Li Wangyu tied me up, he found a few eunuchs to carry the Crown Prince away on a palanquin. He must be looking for a place to cut open the Crown Prince's stomach. Before Gung Hong could finish his sobbing words, another wave of pain came from his body. He was kicked to the ground by the furious Pai Lupi. If anything happens to the Crown Prince, I will have someone cut open your stomach. You bastard, what did I tell you before I left? Is this how you take care of the Crown Prince? Your Majesty, I am innocent. That Li Wangyu has the Empress Jade Tablet, so I can't do anything to him. Gung Hong repeatedly kowtowed. Pai Lupi ignored him and angrily said, Scram. Men, search the area immediately. You must find the Crown Prince. Don't let that Li Wangyu hurt the Crown Prince. Following Pai Lupi's orders, the Eastern Palace was like a hornet's nest being poked. There were imperial guards and eunuchs carrying lanterns everywhere, searching for traces of Li Wangyu and the Crown Prince. There were only so many rooms in the Eastern Palace, and the room Li Wangyu was in wasn't a hidden place, so it was quickly discovered by the imperial guards. However, when the imperial guards wanted to rush into the room to rescue the kidnapped Crown Prince, they were stopped outside by their beautiful superior holding the Empress Jade Tablet. Stop. The Empress Jade Tablet is here. Whoever dares to take a step forward is disgraceful. The Crown Prince is currently being treated inside, so no one is allowed to enter. Do you want to kill the Crown Prince? His beautiful superior was like a mother hen protecting her chicks. She spread out her arms and blocked the entrance of the palace. This put the imperial guards in a difficult position and they did not dare to act rashly. They simply surrounded the palace and hurriedly sent someone to inform Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi, who had received the news, was escorted by many palace guards and eunuchs to the outside of the palace where the surgery was taking place. Lady Su, get out of the way. You can't stop these guards. I don't want to hurt you. As long as my Crown Prince is not harmed, I can let bygones be bygones. Don't make a mistake. Pai Lupi's mood was unusually irritable, but he still showed some mercy to Su Changqing, who was standing outside the hall with his bare hands. The beautiful boss bit her lower lip and shook her head with unusual firmness. Your Majesty, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but the only ones who can save the Crown Prince are Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao. Your Majesty, you must believe in Wangyu. He is Qingqian's teacher. Why would he harm him? He really does want to save Qingqian. The corner of Pai Lupi's mouth twitched. He had also thought that Li Wangyu would not harm his son. However, he did not believe Li Wangyu's words. Could cutting open someone's stomach save a life? Could it cure an intestinal abscess? Lady Su, get out of the way. No matter what Li Wangyu wants to do, let me go take a look at Qingqian first. No, Your Majesty. Right now the Crown Prince is being treated inside. If you charge in, the Crown Prince will die without a doubt. The beautiful boss's words made Pai Lupi hesitate. Naturally, he was not willing to risk his son's life. Seeing Pai Lupi hesitate, the beautiful boss continued, Your Majesty, as far as I know, the doctor at the Shangyao Bureau said that the Crown Prince will not make it through tonight. An intestinal abscess is an incurable disease that cannot be cured. If Li Wangyu is not trying to save the Crown Prince, why would he do such a thing? What good would it do him to do such a thing? Your Majesty, do you really not want to save the Crown Prince's life? Would you rather see the Crown Prince die? He is only 9 years old. The beautiful boss's words finally moved Pai Lupi. Can Li Wangyu really save my Crown Prince? Yes. I guarantee it with my life. In reality, Su Changqing did not have much confidence. With the medical conditions of the Tang dynasty, whether or not Li Qingqian could survive depended on whether or not his life was strong enough. However, she could only grit her teeth and insist that she could save Li Wangyu to buy time for Li Qingqian and the others, who were still in surgery. Pai Lupi could not help but be moved when he heard this. After a while, he slowly said, Since that is the case, I will give him this time. Men, surround this palace. No one is allowed to leave. At this time, the group of doctors from the Shangyao Bureau as well as Finyu Gung Hong received the news and hurried over. Hearing Pai Lupi say this, Gung Hong could not help but panic. Your Majesty, you cannot. Even if a Daluo Golden Immortal came, it would be difficult to save this intestinal abscess. How can we allow His Highness the Crown Prince to be wantonly insulted by Li Wangyu? Your Majesty, do not listen to this woman's nonsense. You cannot. Enough. Pai Lupi suddenly roared, scaring Gung Hong, who was still incessantly trying to persuade Pai Lupi, into immediately shutting his mouth and keeping quiet out of fear. If anyone tries to stop Huxianzi from saving the Crown Prince again, they will be beaten to death. Pai Lupi coldly ordered, then glanced at Gung Hong with disgust. He had also thought things through. His son had an incurable disease and was on the verge of death. The Shangyao Bureau's Fengyu and doctors were incompetent and could not save the Crown Prince. At this time, Li Wangyu dared to risk universal condemnation, which meant that he really wanted to save Li Qingqian. As a teacher, he could do what Li Wangyu did, even going as far as falsifying an edict to save his son. Even Lady Su in front of him dared to use her own head as a guarantee. What could Pai Lupi say? Her Highness the Empress has arrived. Another eunuch announced loudly. It was the pregnant Empress Zhangsun who had also arrived with Li Tai. The matter in the Eastern Palace had become so big that Empress Zhangsun naturally also received the news. In addition, Li Tai was afraid of being punished by Pai Lupi, so he straightforwardly confessed everything to Empress Zhangsun. After learning that Li Wangyu had faked her imperial edict and kidnapped Li Qingqian from Xinda Hall, how could Empress Zhangsun sit still? She did not care whether Pai Lupi allowed it or not. She led a group of eunuchs and palace maids and hurried to the Eastern Palace. Erling, how is Qingqian? How could Zio cause trouble like this? I will definitely take care of him later. Pai Lupi hurriedly and carefully supported his wife. Guanyin maid, didn't I tell you to properly rest in Lijin Hall? Qingqian's matter is with me, why are you doing this? He then glared angrily at the group of eunuchs and palace maids behind Empress Zhangsun. I ordered you to take good care of the Empress. Why did you let the Empress come here? Erlang, don't blame them. It was I who wanted to come. Quickly tell me, how is Qingqian right now? Pai Lupi grimaced and pointed at his beautiful superior blocking the door to the palace. I also don't know. This Lady Su is fighting with her life and will not allow me to enter the palace. She said Li Wangyu, that bastard, is currently treating Qingqian. Empress Zhangsun finally noticed Su Changqing and hurried forward. Niece Changqing, is it possible for me to go in and take a look at Qingqian? I will go in alone and not bring anyone else. Your Highness, it is not that I do not want you to enter. It is that Li Wangyu and the others are doing their best to treat the Crown Prince and cannot be distracted. Also, you have not disinfected it. If you rashly enter, it will be easy to cause the Crown Prince's wounds to fester and endanger his life. Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun did not fully understand Su Changqing's words. But now it was too late to say anything. Li Wangyu acted first and reported later. No matter how nervous the husband and wife were, they could only wait patiently outside the palace and hope for the blessings of the heavens. Chapter 409. Inside the palace, Li Wangyu and the others naturally heard the commotion outside. However, Li Wangyu could only choose to trust his beautiful boss and hope that she could stop Pai Lupi. He had no time to be distracted. Huxianzi, do you think we should remove this part? This section of intestine looks like it has ulcerated, so it should be the lesion. Old immortal son, do as you see fit. Li Wangyu looked at Li Qingqian's abdomen and almost vomited. He had never seen a living human organ before. He only felt that it was a mess of flesh and blood. How could he tell if there was a lesion in the intestine? Lu Shenwei's voice trembled. Teacher, should we cut it? Cut. Sun Simiao was still calm and gave his disciple an encouraging look. Lu Shenwei calmed himself down and swung the lancet in his hand. The next moment, a section of intestine stained with blood was thrown in front of Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu, who was already feeling nauseous, could no longer hold it in. He covered his mouth and ran to the side hall. He grabbed a decorative porcelain bottle and vomited. He had overestimated his own mental endurance, but Li Wangyu couldn't be blamed for this. Even in the future, many new medical students would vomit during their first dissection class. This was a normal physiological reaction. As for Sun Simiao and Lu Shenwei, although they had never performed surgery on anyone before, they had been doctors for many years and treated patients. They had seen bloody scenes before, so they were already used to it. Li Wangyu swore that he would never eat his beloved intestines again. Yes, he would not eat them for at least a week. After vomiting for a long time, Li Wangyu wiped his mouth clean and rinsed his mouth with water before returning to the operating table. Sun Simiao smiled. Huxianzi, what should we do next? Li Wangyu thought for a moment. We should suture the intestines, right? And then? Then we should suture the cut abdomen. That should be it. Li Wangyu was not sure. Why didn't his beautiful boss bring a medical manual with her when she transmigrated to the Tang dynasty? When Sun Simiao saw that Li Wangyu could not say anything more, he could only follow medical common sense and discuss with his disciple to continue the surgery. An hour later, Li Qingqian's abdomen was finally stitched up. Sun Simiao applied some ointment on the wound on his abdomen and carefully wrapped it with a cotton cloth. That's it? Li Wangyu looked at Sun Simiao, then at Lu Shenwei. Sun Simiao didn't say anything. He just gently placed his finger on Li Qingqian's wrist to feel his pulse. After a while, Sun Simiao smiled and nodded at Li Wangyu. Although the Crown Prince's pulse is weak but strong, it has already improved. There should be no danger to his life for the time being. When Li Wangyu heard Sun Simiao's words, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. At this time he felt that his legs were sore and weak and he almost sat on the floor. Old immortal son, when will the Crown Prince wake up? Anytime. Okay, then let's wait. When he thought of the furious Pai Lupi outside the door, Li Wangyu decided to wait for Li Qingqian to wake up before opening the door. Otherwise, when the Pai Lupi came in and saw his son lying on the operating table with intestines in the porcelain basin next to him, under this kind of stimulation, wouldn't the Pai Lupi have the imperial guards behead him on the spot? That would be too much of an injustice. Sun Simiao and Lu Shenwei had the servants in the side hall bring in clean water to wash their hands. They also wiped away the blood that had seeped out during the surgery. The operating table finally didn't look so scary. After waiting for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Li Wangyu acutely noticed that Li Qingqian's eyelids trembled a few times before he slowly opened his eyes. So painful. Commander, is that you? Where am I? I'm so scared. Li Qingqian blinked his small eyes and turned his neck left and right to look around. When he saw Li Wangyu, the rims of his eyes immediately turned red. Qingqian, be good. Don't be afraid. When you were sick before, I helped you with old immortal son and the others. Qingqian, listen to us and you'll get better soon. I promise to bring you and Qingke to swim. Li Wangyu used his hand to gently stroke Li Qingqian's small head and comforted him. Although he took such a big risk to let Sun Simiao perform surgery on Li Qingqian, he still couldn't say that Li Qingqian was safe and sound. Removing the appendix was only the first step. The more important thing was to prevent the wound from getting infected. Forget about performing surgery in the Tang dynasty. Even in the future, before penicillin was invented, most of the wounded soldiers on the battlefield died from wound infections after surgery. In the TV dramas of the anti-Japanese war, there were often such scenes. The underground workers risked their lives and fought a battle of wits and courage to obtain the medicine penicillin and send it to the rear to save the wounded. Penicillin was penicillin. Although it couldn't be taken seriously in the TV dramas, it indirectly reflected how dangerous it was for the wound to fester. Li Wangyu was already very careful. Before the surgery, he disinfected all the instruments with alcohol. Because they didn't have rubber gloves, Li Wangyu not only let Lu Shenwei and Sun Simiao wash their hands several times, but also carefully wiped them with alcohol. In addition, he still had the remaining cephalosporin capsules. If Li Qingqian's wound still got infected, then he really couldn't do anything. Now he could only do his best and leave it to fate. He hoped that God would bless him. After Li Qingqian woke up, Li Wangyu called the anxious servants in the side hall and asked them to carefully serve Li Qingqian. Li Wangyu walked to the door of the palace and pushed it open with a creak. The scene outside the door gave Li Wangyu a fright. The palace guards, clad in armor and holding torches, tightly surrounded the palace. Li Wangyu almost cried. Wasn't it just a surgery? Was there a need to make such a big fuss? When Pai Lupi and Empress Jiangsun saw the door of the palace open, they hurried forward. Li Wangyu, you bastard, you still dare to come out. You really have guts. You actually dared to send a fake edict and even kidnap the crown prince. You really want to kill me. I ask you, how is Qingqian now? Pai Lupi was truly anxious. His words were incoherent. Li Wangyu secretly curled his lips. What do you mean I still dare to come out? Am I going to stay in this palace forever? Now that Li Qingqian had already woken up, Li Wangyu's courage had increased a bit. Uncle Hehe, why are you so angry? Nephew greets aunt. And you also came? Stop laughing and smiling here. How is Qingqian? Can I go in and see Qingqian now? Pai Lupi still remembered what his beautiful superior had said to scare him. Something about there being germs on his body and not being disinfected. Although he was anxious, he didn't dare to rush in rashly. Li Wangyu made a gesture of invitation. The crown prince is safe and sound. Uncle, aunt, please. Pai Lupi and Empress Jiangsun looked at each other. The couple lifted their feet and walked into the palace. Gung Hong and a group of doctors from the Shangyao Bureau also wanted to follow in, but they were stopped by Li Wangyu. Stop. His Highness the Crown Prince is recuperating inside. The Shangyao Bureau and dogs are not allowed to enter. When he said this, Gung Fengyu and the group of doctors' faces changed. Their old faces instantly flushed red. They glared angrily at Li Wangyu, so angry that their bodies trembled. Chapter 410. Li Wangyu doesn't care how Gung Fengyu and the other doctors of the Shangyao Bureau glares at him. He doesn't allow them to enter. As a cynical man, Li Wangyu holds a grudge. He has already written down the names of Gung Fengyu and the others who spoke ill of him in the black notebook. Pai Lupi also heard Li Wangyu's words, but he ignored them and helped his wife into the hall. The little fatty Li Tai blinked and quickly followed. Pai Lupi naturally doesn't have a good impression of Gung Fengyu from the Shangyao Bureau. If Li Wangyu really saves Li Qingqian, it undoubtedly proves the incompetence of Gung Fengyu and the group of doctors in the Shangyao Bureau. What's more, Pai Lupi now understands. After all, Li Wangyu is his nephew. He dares to take such a big risk and insists on saving Li Qingqian. Naturally, he has his reasons. So when Li Wangyu insults the people of the Shangyao Bureau, Pai Lupi just pretends not to hear. Li Wangyu pulls his beautiful boss into the hall, turns around and closes the door with a bang. Gung Fengyu and the others are so angry that they stomp their feet outside. Father, mother? Li Qingqian, who is still lying on the operating table, immediately cries when he sees Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son. Qingqian, don't cry, don't cry. How is it? Does your stomach still hurt? Empress Zhang's son is overjoyed to see her son wake up. She gently caresses Li Qingqian's pale little face with her hand. Tears of heartache fall like pearls from a broken necklace. It hurts, it still hurts. Li Qingqian's words scared Li Wangyu to the side. His face is almost white. F***ck, could it be that Sun Simiao and Lu Shenwei cut the wrong place? But before it was abdominal cramps. Now it doesn't hurt, but the stomach still hurts. Li Wangyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The stinky boy, he speaks with a big pause. Since the abdominal cramps are no longer there, it means that the inflamed appendix has been removed. As for the stomachache, that was not strange. No matter who it was, they would feel pain when their stomach was cut open. Empress Zhang's son and Pai Lupi didn't understand the difference. Hearing Li Wangyu say that his stomach hurt, they couldn't help but turn to look at Li Wangyu. Pai Lupi was even more furious. Li Wangyu, you bastard, didn't you say you treated Qingqian? Why was his lower abdomen still hurting? Is this intestinal abscess cured or not? Li Wangyu hurriedly picked up the porcelain basin that contained the removed appendix. Uncle, Aunt, this is Qingqian's ulcerated intestine. It has already been removed by old Immortal's son and his disciples' miraculous hands. The pain that Qingqian feels now is only from the wound on his abdomen. After a few days of rest, the wound will heal completely. When Empress Zhang's son saw the bloody appendix in the porcelain basin, she couldn't help but exclaim. She covered her face with her hands and didn't dare to look again. Pai Lupi didn't have much of a reaction. He even moved closer for a closer look. He was an emperor on horseback and had been on the battlefield for a long time. He had killed countless people with his own hands. How could he be afraid of this intestine? Yes, it really is ulcerated. Was this really removed from Qingqian's body? Of course. Uncle, look, the wound is still here. Li Wangyu pointed at the bandaged wound on Qingqian's abdomen. Then has Qingqian's intestinal abscess been cured? Empress Zhang's son didn't have time to cover her eyes and asked impatiently. Li Wangyu hesitated for a moment, but still answered honestly, Aunt, we still have to see if Qingqian's wound will become infected or inflamed in the next few days. As long as it isn't inflamed, when the wound heals, Qingqian will be as good as new. Empress Zhang's son didn't understand medicine and could only look at Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi understood Li Wangyu's meaning, but because of this, his expression was bitter. Ziyu, do you know that less than 1 in 10 of the wounded soldiers in the army survive because their wounds become infected? Qingqian is so young. Can he really make it through? Pai Lupi had seen the section of intestine that had been removed and no longer had any doubts about Li Wangyu's earlier words. The way he addressed Li Wangyu also returned to how it was before. However, when he thought of the fatal problem of the wound becoming infected, his heart, which had just been half at ease, couldn't help but tighten again. Uncle, this is the reason I didn't let you in earlier. Can you smell anything in this palace? Pai Lupi couldn't help but twitch his nose a few times at his reminder. It seems to be the smell of alcohol, but it's also different. Uncle is wise. This is the smell of alcohol. The alcohol is the essence that I extracted from the alcohol. It is specifically used to disinfect wounds to prevent infection. Li Wangyu simply used the words he had used to fool Sun Simiao and explained to Pai Lupi and Empress Jiangsun what bacteria were and what disinfecting was. He also explained that Sun Simiao was trying to make the miraculous medicine penicillin. As for the matter of the cephalosporin capsule, he concealed it and didn't mention it. After all, the cephalosporin had been used up after saving Li Qingqian. He also couldn't explain the origin of the cephalosporin capsule to Pai Lupi, so he simply concealed it and didn't mention it. Pai Lupi listened to everything half believing and half doubting. After learning that Sun Simiao was currently experimenting with penicillin, he became excited and grabbed Li Wangyu's shoulder tightly. Does penicillin really have such miraculous effects? Can it really prevent wounds from becoming infected? If so, then wouldn't most of the wounded soldiers in the army be able to survive? Damn it, do you know how many of my comrades in the army died because their wounds became infected after they were injured? If you dare to deceive me, I won't forgive you. Li Wangyu was startled by Pai Lupi's excited appearance. What was he doing? How could he know that Pai Lupi's heart was in turmoil when he heard about the miraculous medicine penicillin? In the era of cold weapons, there weren't many people who were directly hacked to death by weapons on the battlefield. Most of the wounded soldiers died because of the lack of effective first aid on the battlefield, as well as the lack of effective methods to prevent wounds from becoming infected. This led to the high mortality rate. Even a miraculous doctor like Sun Simiao couldn't prevent Niu Yang's wounds from becoming infected after he was injured. Needless to say, there was no need to talk about the lack of hygiene on the battlefield. Hearing that there was a way to prevent wounds from becoming infected, Pai Lupi didn't even care about his son who was lying on the operating table. Compared to a miraculous medicine like penicillin, the Crown Prince's safety wasn't worth mentioning. Uncle, please be gentler. This nephew can't bear Uncle's domineering aura. Li Wangyu's face was bitter as he begged for mercy. His shoulder was in pain from being grabbed. This damned Pai Lupi's strength wasn't any less than Qing Yaojin's. This bastard Pai Lupi didn't know how to control his strength. He actually dared to destroy the flower bud of his motherland. He really didn't deserve to be a son. Don't talk nonsense. Quickly answer my question. This? If this penicillin can really be produced, then it can be used to prevent wounds from becoming infected. However, this nephew doesn't know if old immortal Sun can succeed. Pai Lupi immediately looked at Sun Simiao. Minister Sun, are you confident in producing penicillin? This subject will do his best. Good. Then I'll have to trouble Minister Sunday. I'll allocate another 100,000 strings of cash for Minister Sun's expenses. Once the penicillin is produced, I'll reward you handsomely. Pai Lupi didn't hesitate to allocate a large sum of money. Could be seen how important this penicillin was to him. When Li Wangyu heard this, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He rubbed his hands and smiled. Uncle, this nephew also has a presumptuous request. Chapter 411. Li Wangyu rubbed his hands together and smiled awkwardly. Uncle, I also have a presumptuous request. Old immortal Sun wants to experiment with penicillin, but he needs to make a microscope first. Haha, I wonder if Uncle can order the supervising craftsman to help me make a microscope? Pai Lupi glared at him. If you need the cooperation of the supervising craftsman, you can go find Yen Lied. Do you think that I don't know that in recent days, you had the supervising craftsman help you make that vending machine? Li Wangyu was slightly embarrassed. He had the supervising craftsman do private work, and Pai Lupi had found out. He rubbed his nose. Haha, Uncle, the main thing is to make a telescope. It needs a large amount of high-quality crystal. Pai Lupi replied unhappily, Alright, I know. I'll have the Shangsha Bureau send you some crystal later. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, there was no imperial treasury in the palace. There were only 6 bureaus and 24 divisions responsible for managing palace affairs. The Shangsha Bureau was responsible for managing palace furnishings and tents. Most of the crystals were used as decorations, so they were naturally managed by the Shangsha Bureau. Li Wangyu asked Pai Lupi for crystals again. Naturally, it wasn't that Sun Simiao didn't give him enough crystals, but because of the microscope, he had thought of many other good things that could be made from crystals. Thus, he took this opportunity to ask for more. He could also use his position for personal gain and make some other novel things. After talking about penicillin, Pai Lupi turned his attention back to Li Qingqian. Ziyu, can we send Qingqian back to Xianda Palace to rest now? Li Wangyu shook his head. Uncle, it's best to let Qingqian rest in this palace. After all, I've already used alcohol to disinfect this place, so the chances of Qingqian's wound getting infected are lower. If that's the case, then we'll do as you say. However, Pai Lupi paused and then looked at the people in the palace. However, no one can say a word about what happened today. I don't want the matter of the crown prince's intestines being cut out to become the talk of the town. Everyone understood what Pai Lupi meant. After all, cutting open someone's stomach and removing their intestines was simply too absurd to the Tang. If this matter were to spread to the outside world, it would damage the crown prince's reputation. Naturally, everyone bowed to receive the order and promised not to spread it out. As for the eunuchs in the Eastern Palace, they were so scared that they all knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly to show that they were tight-lipped and swore that they would not reveal anything. These eunuchs had seen this kind of thing many times in the palace. In the imperial palace, the best way to make them shut up and keep secrets was to turn them into dead people. The dead would never speak of secrets. Even if Pai Lupi was an enlightened ruler, he might not be merciful to the servants in the palace. At this moment he looked at the eunuchs with an unfriendly gaze. It was as if he was contemplating whether or not he should summon the imperial guards to drag these eunuchs out and beat them to death. Li Wangyu saw the eunuchs kowtow like they were pounding garlic and couldn't help but feel pity. Uncle Qingqian still needs to recuperate here for a few more days and needs people to serve him. These eunuchs have worked hard today. Why don't we let them continue to serve Qingqian here? Hearing this, Pai Lupi thought for a moment and nodded slightly. If that's the case, then we'll do as you say. When he said this, the eunuchs felt that they had escaped death and didn't dare to say more. They only kowtowed heavily in Li Wangyu's direction a few more times before standing up and silently retreating to the side. Uncle, that Dr. Fengyu and Dr. Fengyu of the Shangyao Bureau probably know how I treated Qingqian. Can they keep it a secret? Li Wangyu didn't forget to give Gung Hong and the others a hard time. It doesn't matter. They haven't seen it with their own eyes and won't believe it. I will have the palace guards lock down this palace room. Other than you, no one is allowed to enter or leave until Qingqian fully recovers. Yes, sir. Empress Zhang's son and Li Tai chatted with Li Qingqian for a long time before they were persuaded to leave by Pai Lupi. As for Li Qingqian, he was naturally left to recuperate in this palace room. Li Wangyu, Sun Simiao, and Lu Xinwei also temporarily stayed in this palace room and were responsible for looking after Li Qingqian. After the sun rose the next day, the beautiful superior returned to Dingzhou village and comforted the old butler, Li Heng and the others. Pai Lupi had the palace guards lock down the palace room in the Eastern Palace and didn't mention a single word about Li Qingqian's illness. However, he didn't think that this would lead to a notice storm. In reality, there weren't any secrets to speak of in the Eastern Palace. Even in this Taiji Palace there were leaks everywhere. As long as there was any movement, the moment Pai Lupi found out, the outside world would be in an uproar. The news that the crown prince had an intestinal abscess that was beyond cure and was on the verge of death had already spread to the hundreds of officials in the imperial court the next day. Towards this, the officials had different reactions. Those who were worried about the crown prince's life were worried that if the crown prince died, the new crown prince would be able to inherit the throne. After Pai Lupi locked down the news of the Eastern Palace, all sorts of rumors spread. No one knew what was going on with Crown Prince Li Qingqian. There were even officials who guessed that the crown prince had already died, but Pai Lupi didn't want to announce it. As for the aristocratic families led by the 5 families and 7 hopes, they were suddenly energized and felt that they had grasped Pai Lupi's weakness. Within the Zheng family residence in Xinjiang, a banquet was held as usual and a large number of guests were invited. The family heads of the aristocratic families hid in a private room and whispered to each other. Lord Wang, is the news from the palace true? That Li Qingqian really has an intestinal abscess? That's right, there's no doubt about that. I've asked Fengyu of the Medicine Bureau and a few other doctors who have diagnosed Li Qingqian, and they all confirmed that he has an intestinal abscess. Tsk, that means that Li Qingqian is definitely going to die. That should be the case. I've asked many famous doctors, but there's no medicine that can cure intestinal abscess. Needless to say, a brat like Li Qingqian definitely won't be able to survive. I heard Gung Fengyu say that the little bastard surnamed Li wants to cut open Li Qingqian's stomach to cure his intestinal abscess. That can't be true, right? Ah, Lord Wang, you actually believe such ridiculous words? If cutting open someone's stomach can cure an illness, isn't Li Wangyu a Daluo golden immortal that came down to earth? Haha, that's right, that's the case. However, if that's the case, once Li Qingqian dies, it'll be worth us doing something. Last time, we let that bastard Li Shimin use the so-called Dao ancestor to escape a calamity. This time I'd like to see how he'll escape. Lord Lu, Lord Chui, Lord Wang, I won't hide it from you guys. I've already ordered people to get in touch with the retired emperor. In the private room, Jing Yuanshou lowered his voice and whispered to the aristocratic family heads. The burning candles in the private room cast the figures of the people on the wall, making them appear especially sinister. Chapter 4:12. In recent days the atmosphere in Chang had become strange. Whether it was the streets or the imperial court, it was filled with the atmosphere of a coming storm. The news that the crown prince was seriously ill and might even have passed away had inadvertently spread throughout the 108 streets of Chang'an. Regarding this, the people were all discussing it. As for the imperial court, the atmosphere was even more strange. Although the daily court sessions seemed to be no different from usual, even a general like Qing Yaojin could sense that something was wrong. In the past, when discussing local government affairs, the officials from aristocratic families would always argue endlessly with the officials who represented the interests of the imperial court. It was not rare for them to quarrel. However, ever since the news of the crown prince Li Qingxian's illness spread, the imperial court had suddenly quieted down. It seemed that when discussing government affairs in the daily court sessions, the officials were absent-minded and hastily finished their work. Qing Yaojin and the other high dukes naturally knew that it had something to do with the crown prince Li Qingxian's illness. Relying on his close relationship with Pai Lupi, he had also indirectly asked Pai Lupi about the crown prince's condition. However, no matter who came to inquire, Pai Lupi only pretended to be profound and smiled without saying anything. Even Qing Yaojin and the other high dukes could not make heads or tails of this. The news that spread from the eastern palace was that the eunuchs and palace maids had not seen the crown prince for some time. This news was naturally known by the 100 Horsemen department and reported to Pai Lupi. Li Er only laughed at this and did not care at all. There was no need to care about this kind of nonsense. Once his son fully recovered, he would naturally be able to slap the faces of these gossiping officials. He would visit Li Qingxian in the eastern palace every day. Li Qingxian's condition was getting better and better. Pai Lupi, who was originally stubborn, had no choice but to believe that disemboweling someone could really cure the illness. With Li Wangyou's alcohol disinfection and the lethal cephalosporin capsule, as well as the meticulous treatment by Sun Simiao and Lu Shenwei, Li Qingxian's wounds were healed. Not only was Li Qingxian's wound not infected after the surgery, but he could also get off the bed and walk slowly. He would recover in a few days. Therefore, Pai Lupi didn't take the 100 Cavalry Department's report to heart. However, Pai Lupi had not expected that by hiding Li Qingxian's illness, he would detonate a huge bomb in the imperial court. On the 7th day of the 7th month of the 2nd year of Jingguan, it was the day of the imperial examination. The 1st and 15th of every month was the time for the imperial court assembly. All civil and military officials above the 9th rank would enter Taiji Palace to participate in the imperial court assembly. The imperial censor Wei Zheng led his subordinates to the Taiji Palace hall, urging the hundreds of officials to go to work. In the main hall, the officials and civil servants were on the left and the generals on the right. Pai Lupi ascended to the throne, and all the officials kowtowed. After a series of complicated formalities, Pai Lupi had yet to open his mouth when an attendant in the hall suddenly announced loudly, "The retired emperor has arrived." These words caused an uproar among the officials, and Pai Lupi's expression greatly changed. The retired emperor of the Tang dynasty was naturally his father, Li Yuan. Ever since the Xuanwu Gate incident in the 9th year of Wuda, Li Yuan had been forced to abdicate and live in seclusion in Taiji Palace. Although it was called living in seclusion, it was actually more like being imprisoned. But today, Li Yuan had appeared in Taiji Palace without his knowledge. Pai Lupi couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. Who was so bold? Without Pai Lupi's permission, Li Yuan had actually swaggered out of the palace to participate in the imperial court assembly. This was truly inconceivable. Pai Lupi turned his head and angrily glared at the eunuch serving in the 100 Cavalry Department. "Go and find out who it is that dares to act so recklessly." This eunuch's name was Mi Tuo. He was unknown in history, but he was close to Pai Lupi. He was responsible for conveying news from the 100 Cavalry Department and the palace, and was most trusted by Pai Lupi. Yes. Mi Tuo's face was pale with fear and cold sweat covered his forehead. He hurriedly bowed and then slowly retreated, disappearing into the back of the hall. When Li Yuan's figure appeared in Taiji Palace, Pai Lupi had no choice but to leave his seat and respectfully kneel in front of all the officials to salute Li Yuan. Greetings to the retired emperor. Although Pai Lupi had obtained his position through the Xuanwu Gate incident, the Tang dynasty promoted filial piety, so Pai Lupi was very respectful in front of Li Yuan, and acted like a good son. "Erlang, rise. I haven't left the palace for a long time, and today I want to attend the court meeting. Erlang, you won't object, right?" Why would the retired emperor say such a thing? I'm very happy that the retired emperor can attend the court meeting. Pai Lupi immediately stepped forward and carefully helped his father, Li Yuan, to sit on the throne. Although Li Yuan was respectfully called the retired emperor, it was only in name. Many later generations had confused the two concepts of retired emperor and retired emperor. The retired emperor was only a title the current emperor gave to his father out of respect. It had no real political power and was more of a symbol. As for the retired emperor, he was the emperor above the emperor. The emperor had real power and he would call himself emperor. He would report all the important matters of the country to the emperor, and he would call himself emperor. However, as the retired emperor, Li Yuan naturally didn't have any power. Pai Lupi forced Li Yuan to abdicate during the Xuanwu Gate incident, so why would he give him any power? Pai Lupi was even more of an actor. In addition to acting as a filial son in history after the Black Tortoise Gate, in order to obtain Li Yuan's forgiveness, Li Er actually imitated that milk baby, burrowing into Li Yuan's bosom to suck on his breast, mourning for a long time. It was really hard for people to understand. After Li Yuan sat down, the officials once again bowed and kowtowed 3 times and 9 times. Pai Lupi sat next to Li Yuan and lightly coughed. Just as he was about to ask the officials what they wanted to discuss, he saw an imperial censor suddenly stand up. Your Majesty, I, Imperial Censor Wang Yuanzhong of the Imperial Censorate, have something to report. The Imperial Censorate of the Tang dynasty consisted of the Tai Yuan, the Imperial Censorate and the Censorate. The Tai Yuan was responsible for censoring officials and impeaching those who violated the law. The Imperial Censorate was responsible for censoring officials and the 6 departments of the Minister of State. The Imperial Censor of the Imperial Censorate was not a very high rank, at the 7th rank or higher. Pai Lupi thought to himself, which civil official or general was it that had been caught by this imperial censor? Wang Qing has reported. Your Majesty, this subject has heard that County Magistrate Li Wangyu entered the Eastern Palace 10 days ago with the token Your Majesty bestowed upon him. But for some reason, County Magistrate Hu Xian has not left the palace. Today, County Magistrate Hu Xian is attending court, so why is County Magistrate Hu Xian not attending? This subject wishes to impeach County Magistrate Hu Xian for disrespecting the law and acting recklessly. This is a great disrespect. Pai Lupi couldn't help but frown. What did Wang Yuanzhong mean by this? Was it really just to impeach Li Wangyu? Or did it have to do with Li Yuan's sudden appearance at the court? Pai Lupi was just about to find an excuse for Li Wangyu when Li Yuan suddenly spoke. Nonsense. That County Magistrate Hu Xian is County Magistrate Li Wangyu? We have heard of this person. He is only 16 years old and is highly regarded by the emperor. At such a young age he was granted a noble title. Since this is the case, he should be even more loyal to the emperor. Why is he so preposterous as to not even attend the court? Quickly summon that County Magistrate Hu Xian to the hall. Pai Lupi couldn't help but shiver at Li Yuan's words. It seemed that something was about to happen today. Chapter 413. After all, Li Yuan was the Emperor Emeritus in name. Now that he had spoken, Pai Lupi could not refute him in front of all the officials. The eunuch looked inquisitively at Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi lightly nodded, indicating that someone should go to the Eastern Palace and summon Li Wangyu to Taiji Palace. Within the main hall, an eunuch immediately ran to the Eastern Palace to summon Li Wangyu. Logically speaking, Li Wangyu should have attended the Lunar Court Assembly on the 1st and 15th of each month. But this fellow was too lazy. He had no interest in getting out of bed before dawn and riding a horse for several dozen kilometers to attend some stupid court assembly. Moreover, the Lunar Court Assembly was only for the announcement of an imperial edict. Under normal circumstances, it was not for discussion and was considered a ceremonial court assembly. Although Pai Lupi would always ask if there was anything to report, this was just part of the procedure. Li Wangyu was a noble, but he had no official position. Thus, every time the Lunar Court Assembly was held, he would find all sorts of excuses to ask for leave. In the end, Pai Lupi just let him do as he pleased. Today was the same. Li Wangyu would rather sit in the Eastern Palace and chat with that devilish brat Li Qingqian than attend the court assembly in Taiji Palace. But it was clear that someone wanted to use today's court assembly as an opportunity to make trouble for him. Just like a few months ago during the Plague of Locusts, they wanted to force Pai Lupi to issue an imperial edict. Pai Lupi was well aware that this imperial censor Wang Yuanzhong's sudden mention of Li Wangyu's disrespect for the law was probably just a pretext to make a fuss. Although he was furious, he did not show it on his face. He wanted to see what his father wanted. It didn't take long for Li Wangyu, still dressed in white, to be summoned to Taiji Palace by an eunuch. This subject, Li Wangyu, the founding son of this county, pays respects to the Emperor Emeritus and your Majesty. Li Wangyu was also confused. Why had he been summoned to the Taiji Palace for no reason? As for Li Yuan, who was sitting on the throne, it was the first time he had seen him, so he hurriedly greeted him respectfully. However, Li Yuan was not polite at all. He opened his mouth and reprimanded, "County head Hu Xin, why didn't you come to Taiji Palace to pay your respects today? Who gave you the guts to be so impudent?" Li Wangyu was stunned when he heard this. He couldn't help but steal a glance at Pai Lupi. What was going on? Pai Lupi rolled his eyes and couldn't help but speak up for Li Wangyu. Replying to the retired emperor, Master Hu Xin has been treating the crown prince's illness in the Eastern Palace. Today's court meeting was specially permitted by this emperor to not attend. Treat the crown prince? What qualifications does he have to treat my imperial grandson? Zhen heard from the chamberlain that Zhen's imperial grandson is suffering from intestinal obstruction. Erlang, is this true? Li Yuan narrowed his eyes and stared at Pai Lupi as he asked. That's right. Qingqian is suffering from intestinal obstruction. Li Yuan suddenly slapped the armrest of the throne. His tone was unyielding. Then how is Zhen's imperial grandson now? Why is Li Qingqian nowhere to be seen in the Eastern Palace? What illness is this county head Hu Xin treating? Li Wangyu couldn't help but say, replying to the retired emperor, His Highness the Crown Prince is already out of danger and is currently recovering. He had yet to finish speaking when Li Yuan shouted explosively, "Shut up! You're full of nonsense. Who has ever heard of intestinal obstruction being treatable? Where is the imperial physician of the Medicine Bureau?" Among the officials, Gung Hong of the Medicine Bureau hurriedly stood up. Imperial physician of the Medicine Bureau, Gung Hong, greets the retired emperor. Zhen asks you, is there a way to treat intestinal obstruction in your medical knowledge? Replying to the retired emperor, intestinal obstruction is incurable. It is a terminal illness. I have practiced medicine for more than 30 years and have never heard of this illness being treatable. Gung Hong continued, however, I have heard that County Head Hu Xin is preparing to cut open His Highness the Crown Prince's abdomen and cut out the ulcerated intestines. He says that this can treat intestinal obstruction. I do not dare to speak nonsense. Perhaps it is because my medical skills are not good enough that I cannot understand County Head Hu Xian's thoughts. Scoundrel, cutting open someone's abdomen? Can that person still live? Is this a treatment or a plot to kill Zhen's imperial grandson? Li Yuan's tone became increasingly agitated. He slapped the armrest of the throne loudly. Pai Lupi watched Gung Fengyu and his father echo each other in the great hall and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. He gave Li Wangyu a reassuring look and then said nothing, allowing Li Yuan to do as he pleased. As soon as Li Yuan finished speaking, the imperial censor of the imperial censorate, Wang Yuanzhong, who had previously threatened to impeach him, stood up again. County Head Hu Xin, tell me the truth. How is His Highness the Crown Prince? Is he still deceased? Nanny? Li Wangyu was taken aback by this fellow's words. What did he mean by the Crown Prince was deceased? Li Qingqian was alive and kicking right now. If it weren't for Pai Lupi forbidding him from showing himself before he recovered, this little brat would have already run wild in the Eastern Palace. When Wang Yuanzhong saw Li Wangyu's dumbfounded expression, he thought that he had grasped Li Wangyu's weakness and left Li Wangyu speechless. He immediately put on a sorrowful expression and bowed to Li Yuan on the throne. Reporting to the retired emperor, if this subject's guess is correct, it seems that the crown prince has already passed away. I ask the retired emperor to restrain your grief. This subject wishes to impeach County Head Hu Xin, Li Wangyu, for his treachery and deliberate concealment of the crown prince's death. He truly harbors ill intentions. Li Wangyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this fellow. Which eye of his saw that Li Qingqian was dead? He actually dared to speak with such certainty? Was he really not afraid of losing his head? Li Yuan glanced at the stone-faced and silent Pai Lupi and asked, how can you be so sure that my imperial grandson has already passed away? This matter is of great importance. You cannot speak irresponsibly. Wang Yuanzhong quickly replied, the retired emperor can ask the Shangyao Bureau's Gung Fengyu about this matter. Gung Hong quickly replied, reporting to the retired emperor, the crown prince fell ill 11 days ago in the Eastern Palace's Xinda Hall. At the time, this subject and 9 doctors under the Shangyao Bureau made a joint diagnosis and confirmed that His Highness the Crown Prince was suffering from intestinal obstruction. This subject can vouch for this with my head. This subject has practiced medicine for many years and rarely has anyone with intestinal obstruction lasted more than 3 days. He then pointed at Li Wangyu. Moreover, that night, County Head Hu Xin falsely issued an imperial edict to Her Highness the Empress, beating this subject and kidnapping the Crown Prince. Later, he falsely claimed that he had cured the Crown Prince. However, other than His Majesty and Her Highness the Empress, no one has seen the Crown Prince's face. Even this subject has never seen the Crown Prince, much less been able to treat him. As for why there has been no news of His Highness the Crown Prince, this subject does not dare to make wild guesses. Li Yuan turned his head to look at Pai Lupi. Erlang, is this Gung Fengyu speaking the truth? Pai Lupi was expressionless as he lightly nodded. Erlang, do you mean that my imperial grandson, the Crown Prince of the Tang dynasty, has already passed away? Pai Lupi shook his head. That is definitely not the case. County Head Hu Xin has already said that Qingqian is recovering. Since that is the case, why not have the County Head Hu Xin and the doctors of the Shangyao Bureau treat the Crown Prince? Their medical skills are lacking. My medical skills aren't good enough. Erlang, at this point, are you still going to lie to us? Li Yuan roared as he slapped the armrest of the throne. Pai Lupi naturally did not even bat an eyelid at his father's rebuke. He remained silent and pretended not to hear. Wang Yuanzhong spoke again, reporting to the retired emperor, the Crown Prince has passed away. This is a warning from the heavens. If one's virtue does not match their position, disaster is certain. If one's virtue is meager, one's position will be honored. The moment these words were spoken, the officials in the hall were in an uproar. Chapter 4:14. Wang Yuanzhong's words caused Noda's Taiji Palace to boil like a pot of boiling oil. Many civil and military officials were dumbfounded by his words. Was this imperial censor Wang Yuanzhong crazy? What was he trying to do? How could he dare to say such words? A warning from the heavens. If one's virtue is not worthy of the throne, there will be disaster. These words were like a sharp sword, stabbing Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang dynasty. Wang Yuanzhong's words were said by Confucius. Weak virtue and high status meant that one's morals and character were not worthy of a revered status. Without a doubt, Wang Yuanzhong's words were reprimanding Pai Lupi for his lack of virtue, which led to the Crown Prince's premature death. This was a warning from the heavens. Wang Yuanzhong was the first person who dared to say that Pai Lupi did not deserve to sit on the throne in this hall. As soon as he finished speaking, the reactions of the officials in Taiji Palace were divided into two factions. The dukes and bigwigs who were loyal to Pai Lupi all rebuked. Qing Yaojin even rolled up his sleeves and prepared to fight. As for the ministers who came from aristocratic families, they were laughing coldly at the side, not saying a word as they looked at Li Er and Li Yuan who were on the royal stairs. Pai Lupi's face instantly became very ugly. When Wang Yuanzhong said these words, he already knew what was going on today. He never thought that this group of people would be so bold. Pai Lupi gripped the armrest with both hands so tightly that the veins on the back of his hands bulged. Wang Yuanzhong raised his head and continued to speak in a loud voice. This official believes that the Crown Prince's death is the fault of your majesty. In the 9th year of Wuda, your majesty raised an army and killed His Highness Jianqing, who was the Crown Prince at that time. This is the crime of regicide, which is disloyalty. You also forced the retired emperor to abdicate, which is unfilial. His Majesty did such a disloyal and unfilial thing, resulting in the Crown Prince's premature death today. He didn't care about Pai Lupi's gaze at all. He looked around at the officials in the hall and raised his voice. Your Majesty is not the eldest son of the retired emperor and has no right to inherit the throne. His Majesty had obtained the throne unjustly. Now, retribution had fallen upon the eldest son of His Majesty. That was why the Crown Prince had died at such a young age. Your Majesty, haven't you learned your lesson? I beseech your Majesty, for the sake of the common people, issue an imperial edict and return the title of retired emperor. After Wang Yuanzhong finished speaking, the Taiji Palace that had been in chaos just a moment ago fell completely silent. He looked straight at Pai Lupi, who was on the royal staircase, with a proud expression on his face. At this point, Wang Yuanzhong felt that he was a moralist today. Even if Pai Lupi immediately ordered people to drag him out and beat him to death, he was not afraid at all. If he, Wang Yuanzhong, was killed by Pai Lupi because of this, he would be a martyr and would be revered by the world. He would be recorded in the history books. 100 years later, 1,000 years later, he would still be a loyal official like Baigan. He, Wang Yuanzhong, was not afraid of death. He even wished that right now, Pai Lupi would order him to be executed in Shi City to fulfill his reputation as a martyr. After Wang Yuanzhong finished speaking, nearly half of the officials in the hall suddenly knelt down. They didn't say anything. They just quietly knelt like this, but their gazes were fixed on Pai Lupi. The meaning was self-evident. Forcing the abdication. This was the aristocratic family's overt plot. During the court conference, they used the crown prince's death to mobilize the officials to force Pai Lupi to abdicate, welcome back the retired emperor, and support Li Yuan to ascend the throne again. In the eyes of the aristocratic families, Li Yuan returning to the throne was more beneficial to them than Pai Lupi continuing to be the emperor. Pai Lupi was too forceful. Even these 1,000-year-old aristocratic families felt great pressure when facing Pai Lupi. And Pai Lupi was constantly working to weaken the aristocratic family's power. This made the 5 clans and 7 aristocratic families feel even more threatened. Thus, these aristocratic families that wanted to suppress Pai Lupi used the crown prince's death to contact retired Emperor Li Yuan, who had been placed in the depths of the palace. They tried in vain to force Li Yuan to abdicate and return him to the throne. Perhaps in the eyes of later generations, using the crown prince's death to attack Pai Lupi was truly absurd and laughable. Li Wangyu was stupefied as he listened. The civil officials of the Tang dynasty could play like this? They could even say such deceptive words? But in the eyes of the Tang, the crown prince's death was no small matter. Earthquakes, plague of locusts, floods, and other natural and man-made disasters could all be attributed to the emperor's mistakes. Attributing the crown prince's death to Pai Lupi's lack of virtue truly could obtain the approval of the masses. After all, the rulers of China had always proclaimed that they received orders from the heavens, that the emperor was the father of the heavens and the mother of the earth, and that they were the sons of the heavens. Confucius also said that the son of heaven received orders from the heavens. Thus, if the son of heaven's chosen successor died, the responsibility naturally rested with the son of heaven himself. It was the son of heaven's lack of virtue that had killed the retired emperor's eldest son, causing the heavens to punish the son of heaven and take away his eldest son's life. Wang Yuanzhong's words caused many of the non-aristocratic officials in Taiji Palace to fall silent. For a moment they didn't know how to retort. The aristocratic families were simply not afraid that Pai Lupi would fly into a rage out of humiliation. Even if Pai Lupi was furious, so what? Could it be that he, Li Er, could order people to kill half of the officials in this hall? If that really happened, not to mention whether or not the Confucian scholars of the world would spit on him, the aristocratic families would definitely sever ties with Pai Lupi. At that time, it would be just like the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty. The Tang dynasty would probably fall apart and collapse. Both Zheng Yuanshou and Wang Renyu were certain that Pai Lupi wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Pai Lupi's eyes were tightly shut. Li Yuan sat on the throne next to him. He didn't say anything, only smiled and looked at his son. After a long time, Pai Lupi suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Wang Qing, are you done? Wang Yuanzhong was not afraid of Pai Lupi at all. Your Majesty, this subject asks Your Majesty to execute the founder of Hu County, Li Wangyu. This person has misled the public with his lies and falsified imperial edicts. He is guilty of the most heinous crimes and should be executed as a warning to others. Your Majesty, this subject is doing this for the sake of the Tang dynasty. Your Majesty, please execute this treacherous subject and return the title of Emperor Taishang. Return the Tang dynasty to its former glory. This subject knows that this subject's words today have offended the dignity of the imperial family. This subject must die 10,000 times. As long as Your Majesty is still the Emperor Taishang, this subject will immediately commit suicide as an apology to Your Majesty. When Li Wangyu heard this, his nose almost became crooked from anger. What the hell does this have to do with me? You actually want to execute me? You're really a pig or dog. Pai Lupi indifferently glanced at the kneeling officials in the hall. Then do you all think the same? In the Taiji Palace, the kneeling officials were silent at first, then they all kowtowed. Your Majesty, this subject thinks that Imperial Censor Wang Yuanzhong's words are reasonable. This subject agrees. This subject agrees. Your Majesty, please put the country first. Some of the officials began to kneel and cry bitterly. Among the hundreds of officials, the heads of the aristocratic families couldn't help but smile. The matter was settled. Sitting on the throne, Li Yuan didn't say anything, but the hint of a smile on his face couldn't be concealed. Now that things had come to this, he was the victor. This was the human heart. In the Taiji Palace, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Suddenly, there was a sneer that attracted everyone's attention. The one who laughed was the treacherous subject that Wang Yuanzhong spoke of, the one who should be executed, Li Wangyu. When he saw the hundreds of officials turn their heads to look at him, he was a little embarrassed. He waved his hand and smiled. That. I say, you've made such a scene, but what if His Highness the Crown Prince is still alive? How will you deal with this? Chapter 4:15. As soon as Li Wangyu finished speaking, the officials in the hall fell completely silent. Soon after, they began to clamor again. Everyone was shocked by his words. If the crown prince didn't die, then today's matter would become a joke. Qing Yaojin couldn't care less about etiquette. He rushed to Li Wangyu and slapped him on the shoulder. "Brat, hurry up and tell me what's going on with His Highness the Crown Prince? Is he dead or alive?" Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. "Uncle Qing, didn't I just say it? The Crown Prince has just recovered from a serious illness and is currently recovering. You can't joke about this. Is that true?" Li Wangyu shrugged. "Why didn't anyone believe the truth these days? Uncle Qing, why would I lie to you? Even if you don't believe me, didn't His Majesty say it just now? You don't even believe His Majesty's words? Wow, that's good. I want to see how these bastards are going to deal with this." Qing Yaojin raised his head and laughed. Wang Yuanzhong sneered. How could the Crown Prince live? Li Qingqian was suffering from intestinal abscess. This was a fact. Unless this county magistrate was a golden immortal, how could he save Li Qingqian? He ignored Li Wangyu's words and treated Li Wangyu as heir. Wang Yuanzhong was just a minor 7th-rank imperial censor. Originally, he was the most insignificant existence in the imperial court. He was like an ant. But so what? Today was the highlight of Wang Yuanzhong's life. He stood straight in the main hall with a smile on his face. So what if Pai Lupi was the emperor of the Tang dynasty? Their aristocratic families controlled the truth of the world. The truth of the world was in the hands of these aristocratic families. During the Black Tortoise Gate incident, Pai Lupi was able to kill the Crown Prince Li Jianqing and force Li Yuan to abdicate. Today, their aristocratic families could also force Pai Lupi to abdicate in the main hall. Gung Hong from the Shangyao Bureau scoffed at Li Wangyu's words. Even if he was beaten to death, he didn't believe that Li Qingqian could survive. He also didn't dare to imagine what would happen if Li Qingqian really did survive. Ever since the Wang clan of Taiyuan found him a few days ago and gave him 1,000 taels of gold and 2 beautiful singers, there was no turning back. Of course, the most important reason why Gung Hong dared to accept the gold and beauties from the Wang clan of Taiyuan was because he was certain that Li Qingqian had already passed away. Putting aside the fact that he was confident in his medical skills, if the Crown Prince was truly fine, why would Pai Lupi need to seal off the news in the Eastern Palace? Since the Crown Prince's illness had flared up 11 days ago, 10 days had passed. No one in the Eastern Palace had seen the Crown Prince. Even Gung Hong, the imperial concubine of the Shangyao Bureau, had not seen the Crown Prince, much less treated him. The meaning of this was self-evident. Besides Gung Hong's words, Wang Renyu and the others also knew that Pai Lupi had ordered people to seal off a secluded palace room in the Eastern Palace. It was surrounded by the imperial guards loyal to Pai Lupi, and not even a fly could get in. Zheng Yuanshou, Wang Renyu, and the other clan heads guessed that this palace was where Li Qingqian's body was being kept. The reason Pai Lupi had kept the funeral a secret was presumably because he was afraid of the unrest in the imperial court. It was precisely because they were certain that the Crown Prince had passed away that the aristocratic families dared to contact Grand Emperor Li Yuan and choose today's court session to force him to abdicate. How could Pai Lupi have thought of any of this? He only felt that his son's stomach had been cut open, and Li Wangyu had cut out his ulcerated intestines. He felt that this matter would affect the Crown Prince's reputation, so he sealed off the news and kept it a secret. He originally wanted to wait for the Crown Prince to recover, and then everything would be calm. No one would know that his son's intestines were missing. He did not expect that the aristocratic families and his own father would give him such a big surprise today. Pai Lupi stared at Wang Yuanzhong, imperial censor Wang Yuanzhong. Wang Yuanzhong was not afraid at all. He smiled and said gently, "Your subject is here." Pai Lupi sneered, "You slandered the Crown Prince and spoke nonsense about the Emperor's father. Do you know your crime?" Wang Yuanzhong's expression did not change. He bowed. "Your subject will die 10,000 times. Your subject will die 10,000 times for the Tang dynasty and for the people of the world. Your Majesty thinks that your subject deserves to die, so your subject is naturally willing to bow my head and stretch my neck for your Majesty to punish. Your subject will die without regrets." Wang Yuanzhong no longer cared about life and death. What joy was there in life? What was there to fear about death? Wang Yuanzhong had already put life and death out of his mind. There was no ripple in his heart. Being able to leave his name in history was his goal. Today, his words would definitely spread throughout the world along with the aristocratic family's mouths. Today, his blood would illuminate the history books. Wang Yuanzhong elegantly tidied up his clothes and smiled at the furious Pai Lupi. On the imperial steps, the originally angry Pai Lupi suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, Wang Qing, you must think that after today your name will definitely go down in history? But in my eyes you are just a jumping clown. Wang Yuanzhong also smiled elegantly. Your subject's name will be judged by future generations. Pai Lupi sneered, I think you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Li Wangyu, go to the Eastern Palace and invite the Crown Prince. I want to let these blind people see if my Crown Prince has really died. Li Wangyu immediately accepted the order. He bowed and turned to leave Taiji Palace. As soon as he left, Li Yuan, Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and the others couldn't help but panic. Could it be that their information was wrong? Crown Prince Li Qingqian was really still alive? If Li Qingqian was still alive and well, then everything that had happened today would really be a farce. A haze flashed through Wang Yuanzhong's heart. He turned to look at Gung Hong and saw that Gung Hong's legs were beginning to tremble. He kept muttering, impossible, this is impossible. The Crown Prince has intestinal obstruction. There is no medicine that can cure it. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. The aristocratic family officials who were still kneeling in the main hall were even more at a loss. Silence. In the main hall no one was interested in talking. Everyone was silent, quietly waiting for the moment when the truth would be revealed. Notice Taiji Palace fell into a deathly silence. The air seemed to have condensed. The distance between the Eastern Palace and Taiji Palace was not close. Everyone in the main hall waited in this anxious and uneasy atmosphere for the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. Finally, footsteps came from outside Taiji Palace. Everyone turned to look. When they saw who it was, many people in the main hall collapsed to the floor as if their spines had been pulled out. Wang Yuanzhong was even worse. He seemed to have aged several decades in an instant. His calm and relaxed appearance was no longer there. His knees gave way and he knelt on the ground. The person who had come was Li Wangyu. He was holding the hand of the bouncing Crown Prince Li Qingqian. Behind him were Sun Simiao, Lu Shenwei, and a large group of eunuchs and palace guards. Your subject Li Qingqian greets your Majesty and Grand Emperor. Chapter 416. After Li Qingqian entered the palace, he respectfully knelt down and paid his respects to his father and grandfather. In formal situations, the Crown Prince still needed to refer to himself as a subject. Although his face was slightly pale, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Li Qingqian's body was fine. The so-called passing away was even more of a joke. Li Yuan's face was as dark as water, but he had to squeeze out an extremely ugly smile. Our good imperial grandson, you've recovered? In response to Grand Emperor, this subject's illness has recovered. Many thanks for Grand Emperor's concern. We heard that Qingqian had an intestinal abscess? How was it cured? Li Yuan asked again. Grand Emperor, it was this subject's teacher, Li Wangyu, the founder of Hu County, who cured this subject's illness. Li Qingqian very cleverly pointed at Li Wangyu and said with great grievance, this subject heard that some people have cursed this subject to pass away. Grand Emperor, please uphold justice for this subject and punish these bad people. Although Li Qingqian was only 9 years old, being born in a royal family, he matured much earlier than normal children. On the way to Taiji Palace, Li Wangyu had already explained to him what had happened in court today in a few words. Hearing that the aristocratic family officials had actually cursed him to be dead, Li Qingqian, this little brat, was extremely angry. Li Qingqian's words caused Li Yuan's face to redden involuntarily. He had already been embarrassed by Li Qingqian's appearance. Now that his imperial grandson had said this, he felt his old face burn with pain. Wasn't he, Li Yuan, the bad person that Li Qingqian spoke of? Li Yuan coughed lightly and stood up. We are a bit tired and will return to the inner palace to rest. We will leave the matters of court to Erlang. You can handle Qingqian's matters as you see fit. Don't let Qingqian suffer any grievances. Today's so-called abdication had already become a farce. Continuing to stay in the palace would only increase the number of jokes. Li Yuan saw that things were not going well and prepared to slip away. As for those aristocratic families, why would Li Yuan care about their lives? Moreover, Li Yuan also felt resentment towards the aristocratic families. If it weren't for these bastards swearing that Li Qingqian had already passed away, how would he have lost so much face in front of the officials today? Farewell, retired emperor. Pai Lupi smiled and bowed, but he almost laughed out loud in his heart. Hundreds of officials also knelt down one after another to respectfully send off the retired emperor. However, the expressions of those aristocratic family officials were as ugly as they could be. Wang Yuanzhong and Gung Hong, the two people who stood out, could no longer speak. Their faces were even paler than Li Qingqian, who had just recovered from a serious illness. There was no trace of blood in them at all, and their bodies were trembling. Li Yuan had just walked down the royal stairs and hadn't even gotten into the carriage when he saw Pai Lupi's personal attendant, Mito, hurriedly walk in from outside the hall. Li Yuan had also been on the battlefield for a long time. He immediately noticed the strong smell of blood on Mituo's body. The eunuchs of the Tang dynasty wore the same clothes as the officials, according to their rank. As Pai Lupi's most trusted eunuch, Mituo was pardoned from his position as a lower third-rank official and wore a purple robe. Li Yuan's eyesight was also very good. He was already 60 years old, but he could still keenly notice that there were some fresh bloodstains on Mituo's purple robe. Mituo respectfully bowed to Li Yuan, reporting to retired emperor, "This servant just received a notice that there were a few eunuchs in the Crane Feather Palace who were not clean and had stolen from the palace. This servant acted on my own initiative and beat those eunuchs to death. This servant, as the eunuch of the eunuch, is not strict enough. Please forgive this servant, retired emperor." The Crane Feather Palace was the palace where Li Yuan lived after he abdicated his position. As for the eunuchs that Mituo mentioned, if there was no accident, they must be Li Yuan's remaining trusted eunuchs. This time, the internal and external contact with the aristocratic families was also carried out through these eunuchs. Li Yuan wanted to get angry, but he couldn't say anything. He knew very well that this was a warning from his son. The eunuch of the emperor was an organization that managed the internal affairs of the palace. Mituo was the eunuch of the eunuch of the eunuch of the eunuch of the eunuch, a lower third-rank official. If he wanted to beat a few eunuchs with dirty hands to death, what could Li Yuan do about it? Could it be that he had to shed all pretense of cordiality with his son? After living in the palace for 3 years, Li Yuan was like a tiger without fangs. He had long lost his courage. Mituo's actions were naturally ordered by Pai Lupi. As the eunuch of Pai Lupi, he was the most trusted eunuch. During the 23rd year of Taizong Jingguan, he was the only eunuch who was given a lower third-rank official position. Pai Lupi had made a rule that the eunuch of the eunuch would not have a third-rank official. Fourth-rank eunuchs were the highest. For Mituo to be given a lower third-rank official position, it could be seen how much Pai Lupi trusted him. He went to Li Yuan's palace to investigate who was colluding with the aristocratic families. Without much effort, he found a few eunuchs in Li Yuan's palace. After getting their confessions, Mituo didn't care about Li Yuan's face and beat the eunuchs to death. Li Yuan could only grit his teeth and bear with Mituo's impudent actions. "I know." Li Yuan's face was gloomy and he didn't say anything else. He sat on the carriage and planned to return to the Crane Feather Palace. Mituo stopped in front of the carriage and continued to report. "Retired emperor, I also found that in the Crane Feather Palace, there were concubines in the harem who were disorderly and promiscuous. I also beat them to death. I didn't ask for retired emperor's permission and acted on my own. I ask for retired emperor's forgiveness." He said it casually, but in Li Yuan's ears, his body couldn't help but shake. Li Yuan's old face instantly flushed red. His hand trembled as he pointed at Mituo. You have big guts." Mituo didn't say anything. He just smiled and bowed. After a long time, Li Yuan put down his arm. He didn't say anything. He waved his hand and indicated that the eunuchs who were carrying the carriage could leave. In Li Yuan's harem, there were beauties from aristocratic families who were very much favored by him. After he abdicated, there was nothing else to do in the harem. Doting on beauties became his only hobby. From abdication to death, in a few years, Li Yuan, who was 60 years old, gave birth to 17 younger brothers and 18 daughters for Pai Lupi in the harem. He could be called a stallion among stallions. Now, Mituo actually told him so casually that some of his concubines were also beaten to death. This was simply a naked humiliation. But the situation was pressing. Even if Mituo was so presumptuous, Li Yuan could only grit his teeth and endure. Beating his father's eunuchs and concubines to death was just a warning to Pai Lupi. After all, Li Yuan was his father. No matter how dissatisfied he was, he could only do this. He even had to pretend to be a filial son in front of the officials and the world. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only ridicule in his heart. Hypocritical, really King hypocritical. Whether it was Pai Lupi or Li Yuan in Li Wangyu's eyes, they were both actors. The Oscars owed them a trophy. After respectfully sending off Li Yuan, Pai Lupi sat back on the throne and smiled at the officials in the hall. These damn aristocratic families. Pai Lupi did not plan to let them off so easily. Today, if he did not peel off a layer of skin, this matter would not be over. Pai Lupi was still thinking about how to deal with these aristocratic families when suddenly from the crowd of officials, a few people rushed out. They rushed in front of Wang Yuanzhong and Gung Hong, grabbed their collars and fiercely slapped them, slandering the crown prince and speaking nonsense about the emperor's father. Who do you think you are? You are worse than pigs and dogs. This old man will beat you to death, you traitor. After a few slaps, Wang Yuanzhong saw stars and was stunned silly. Gung Hong was hit until his face burned with pain. He howled miserably and fell to the ground like mud. Li Wangyu and the others at this time felt like 10,000 grass mud horses were galloping in their hearts. Too damn shameless. Chapter 417. The ones who rushed out to beat up Wang Yuanzhong and Gung Hong were none other than Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou and other family heads. Bah! Wang Renyu spat on Wang Yuanzhong's face, his face full of indignation. Your Majesty, these two are heartless and unscrupulous. They slandered the crown prince's death and even insulted your Majesty. They are truly wicked beyond redemption. Your Majesty, please kill these two as a warning to others and return the Tang dynasty to its former glory. That's right, Your Majesty. These two beasts are harboring evil intentions. We were careless and were deceived by these treacherous officials. It is our fault for being disrespectful to Your Majesty. Please forgive us, Your Majesty. As soon as Wang Renyu and the others spoke, including the officials from the aristocratic families, they couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Shameless, truly too shameless. Obviously, in the eyes of Wang Renyu and the others, Wang Yuanzhong and Gung Hong no longer had any value. They didn't mind pushing these two out for Pai Lupi to vent his anger. In the main hall, the officials from the aristocratic families didn't react any slower than their family heads. They all kowtowed. We were deceived by these treacherous officials. We deserve to die 10,000 times. Your Majesty, these two beasts are deceiving the public and slandering the emperor's father. They deserve to be killed. We should die 10,000 times for being deceived by these treacherous officials. Such an unruly and fatherless dog, his death is not worth pitying. Your Majesty, please issue an edict to kill these two beasts. In the main hall, countless officials began to shout and shout. Gung Hong was so scared that he wet his pants. A puddle of stinky yellow liquid flowed out from his crotch. He couldn't care less about this. He desperately kowtowed and banged his head so hard that his forehead was soon covered in blood. Your Majesty, please spare me. Your Majesty, please spare me. I deserve to die. I was blinded by lard, that's why I said those nonsense. Your Majesty, please spare me. As for Wang Yuanzhong, he didn't beg for mercy like a kowtowing bug. He just lay on the ground and shivered. Wang Yuanzhong wasn't afraid of death. He even wanted Pai Lupi to give the order to kill him. But now he felt a deep sense of fear. He originally thought that he could become a loyal minister like Bygone and leave his name in history. But he didn't expect that Crown Prince Li Qingqian would be completely fine. His bold and visionary words just now had become a big joke. The reprimanding voices from his colleagues in the hall made him shudder even more. Wang Renyu, who was pointing at his nose and scolding him, was his uncle. The reason why he stood out today to take the lead in forcing Wang Renyu to abdicate was naturally because he was following Wang Renyu's arrangement. In the great hall, Wang Yuanzhong looked around. Many of the people who were pointing at him and cursing him were from the Taiyuan Wang clan. Most of them were related to him by blood, and his uncles were usually very close to him. Ha ha ha. Wang Yuanzhong suddenly became crazy, pointing at Wang Renyu and laughing. Wang Yuanzhong, you disloyal and unfilial dog, what are you laughing at? I'm laughing at my own stupidity. Ha ha, heaven and earth are heartless, treating all living things like straw dogs. I'm laughing at you all for making animals into dogs, using them for sacrifice and abandoning them after the deed is done. Wang Yuanzhong's words came from Zhuangzi Tianyun, which meant that the straw dogs used for sacrifice were highly valued before the sacrifice. But after the sacrifice was done, they were abandoned and trampled on at will. A straw dog was a fake straw dog. Wang Yuanzhong felt that he was that straw dog, pushed to the front of the stage by the aristocratic families, and now abandoned and trampled on. His maniacal laughter caused Wang Renyu and the other aristocratic families and ministers' expressions to change. After Wang Yuanzhong finished laughing, he only felt a sweetness in his throat. He directly spat out a mouthful of blood in the great hall, and then collapsed on the floor. In fact, Wang Yuanzhong didn't care that Wang Renyu and the other members of the Wang clan beat him up and insulted him. Even if he was abandoned and trampled on as a straw dog, he wouldn't be surprised. The reason why he spat out blood was mainly because his illusion was shattered. Wang Yuanzhong cared more about his reputation, but now it was all for naught. Half an hour ago he thought that he would be able to leave his name in history. But now it seemed that he, Wang Yuanzhong, was just like Pai Lupi said, a jumping clown. His heart was dead, and there was no greater sorrow than the death of his heart. Qing Yaojin and the others previously couldn't wait to skin Wang Yuanzhong, a mere 7th-grade imperial censor. But now, seeing him being beaten up by this group of shameless aristocratic family heads, and being despised by everyone, they even felt some sympathy for this person. Hateful. Lamentable. Pitiful. Pai Lupi didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the actions of Wang Renyu and the others. Who were they trying to trick? Did they really think that he, Pai Lupi, was blind? Couldn't see who was behind all this? However, Pai Lupi really couldn't do anything to Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and the other aristocratic family heads. Not to mention that he couldn't do anything to Wang Renyu and the others, he could only reprimand these aristocratic family officials who were still kneeling on the floor and let them go. What else could he do? Should he let the imperial guards arrest all of these officials and send them to the imperial censor's prison? Then the empire of the great Tang would be finished. Pai Lupi slightly raised the corner of his mouth and said indifferently, Wang Yuanzhong, now that things have come to this, do you have anything else to say? Wang Yuanzhong crouched on the floor. I only ask for death. If you want to die, I will naturally fulfill your wish. Men dragged Wang Yuanzhong and Gung Hong away and beat them to death. Beating them to death meant that in front of everyone they would be beaten to death. Gung Hong cried until his tears and snot flowed. He kept kowtowing and begging for mercy, but it was no use. He was dragged out of the Taiji palace by the imperial guards who were like tigers and wolves. They raised the planks and began to beat him. Wang Yuanzhong didn't howl. When he was dragged out, he just stared at Wang Renyu and the others and kept muttering, Heaven and earth are heartless, treating all things as straw dogs. Heaven and earth are heartless. Outside the palace, the sound of the planks hitting flesh and Gung Hong's howls made all the aristocratic family officials in the palace shudder. Gung Hong's howls became softer and softer, and soon there was no more movement. Not long after, the sound of the planks hitting disappeared and the imperial guards entered the palace to hand in the order. Imperial physician Geng Hong and imperial censor Wang Yuanzhong of the imperial censor were both beaten to death outside the Taiji palace. Pai Lupi smiled and looked at the officials in the palace. Everyone, how should I deal with you now? In the palace, the aristocratic family officials bowed again. We will die 10,000 times, Your Majesty, please punish us. Although these words were pleasant to the ears, everyone knew that this matter was over. The bird that stuck out had been beaten to death, and the aristocratic families had lost face because of Pai Lupi. At most, Pai Lupi would reprimand them a little. Both sides would find a way out and return to their respective homes. Pai Lupi smiled and said nothing. After a while, he suddenly turned to Li Wangyu and asked, County Magistrate Hu Xian, how do you think we should deal with them? Li Wangyu looked at the officials and suddenly smiled. Your Majesty, since they all say that they will die 10,000 times, why don't we just kill them all? The palace was in an uproar when he said this. Li Wangyu, you're worse than a pig or a dog, but you're actually so ambitious. In their hearts, the officials had already developed a relationship beyond friendship with Li Wangyu's 18 generations of ancestors, and they were cursing him endlessly. Chapter 418. Li Wangyu's words not only stunned the officials in the hall, but even Pai Lupi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Li Wangyu had naturally said this on purpose to disgust these shameless aristocratic clans. In any case, even if he was an idiot in politics, he knew that Pai Lupi couldn't kill these officials. Unexpectedly, Pai Lupi was also a drama queen. He actually played along with Li Wangyu's words. County Magistrate Hu Xian's words are reasonable. Slandering the emperor's father should be executed. Since that's the case. Before he could finish speaking, the aristocratic clan's officials were already so frightened that their faces turned pale. Li Er must have gone crazy from the shock today, right? Why wasn't he following the script? Could it be that he really dared to kill the more than 300 officials in the hall who were trying to force the emperor to abdicate? Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and the other aristocratic clan's big shots all paled. If Pai Lupi really did go crazy and killed them all, the Tang dynasty would inevitably fall into chaos. But what was the use of that? Could it save them? Wang Renyu and the others didn't have the resolve to sacrifice themselves for righteousness and leave their names in history. Just as they were feeling awkward, Li Chengqian suddenly stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, this subject read from Mencius. If the Son of Heaven is heartless, he cannot protect the 4 seas. If the feudal lords are heartless, they cannot protect the country. If the ministers and doctors are heartless, they cannot protect the ancestral temple. If the scholars and commoners are heartless, they cannot protect the 4 bodies. Today this subject made a mistake, but they have already repented. This subject believes that your majesty can forgive them. Presumably they will be grateful for your majesty's mercy. His words immediately received the approval of the other officials. His Highness the Crown Prince is wise. Your Majesty, our Tang dynasty is fortunate to have the Crown Prince so intelligent. This is the fortune of our Tang dynasty and our people. Your Majesty, this subject knows his mistake. Today we were deceived by others and almost made a big mistake. This subject has now completely repented. Please forgive us, Your Majesty. Because of these words, Li Qingqian gained a wave of popularity among the officials. Pai Lupi sat on the throne and looked at the officials with a smile. When no one was paying attention, he turned his head and glared at Li Wangyu. Don't think that we didn't see that you pushed Li Qingqian out just now. Li Wangyu shrugged his shoulders and grinned at Pai Lupi, revealing 8 white teeth. Pai Lupi stood up, and the hall suddenly quieted down. Everyone, although you all have ulterior motives today, we do not intend to let you all be punished for your words. Am I such a narrow-minded person? Since the Crown Prince is pleading on your behalf, then today's matter will end here. I will not pursue this matter any further. But all of you, please remember that you should be loyal to the monarch if you want to eat his salary. Don't make a mistake. Pai Lupi's words caused the officials in the hall to fall to their knees. Your Majesty is wise. Li Wangyu couldn't help but curl his lips. Bluff, keep bluffing. If you aren't punished for your words, then what's going on with those 2 bloody corpses outside Taiji Palace? Pai Lupi, why don't you explain this? Of course he only dared to criticize in his heart. Just as he was letting his imagination run wild and cursing Pai Lupi, he heard Pai Lupi say in a loud voice, "Where is son of Huxin, Li Wangyu?" Li Wangyu hurriedly stepped forward. This official is here. Son of Huxin, Li Wangyu, is brimming with talent and erudite. Today Li Wangyu saved the Crown Prince and should be rewarded for his service. He is granted the title of County Count, and the title of County Count. 700 households. He will be rewarded with 200,000 taels of gold for his service. Nanny? Another title? County Count? Li Wangyu felt his mind go blank. He had been conferred the title of Count by Pai Lupi? Being conferred the title of County Count by Pai Lupi didn't make Li Wangyu happy. On the contrary, he wanted to cry. He really couldn't live like this. He had originally thought that it would be difficult to get Pai Lupi and Empress Jiangsun to agree to him marrying a beautiful superior. Now that his title had been increased, wouldn't he be forced to elope with his beautiful superior? Pai Lupi King did this on purpose, didn't you? Biting the hand that feeds you. Not a son. Return 200,000 taels of gold, not fess. Do you dare to directly say 200,000 copper coins? Li Wangyu really wanted to ask Pai Lupi, why was your family's gold, not gold but copper coins? This official, Li Wangyu, accepts the decree and thanks for your kindness. Li Wangyu really wanted to refuse, but in front of all the civil and military officials, he couldn't not give Pai Lupi face. He could only squeeze out an ugly smile and accept the decree. Inside the Taiji Palace, all the officials were speechless. It had only been a few months, and Li Wangyu had turned from a commoner to a county official who had founded the country? All the officials were secretly muttering in their hearts. In the past few months, they had already sent people to Dingzhou village to deliver congratulatory gifts twice. Now, after the court, they had to do it again. Giving gifts was also stressful, okay? This was too frequent. Ma Zhou and Yan Libin were laughing so hard that their eyes almost couldn't be seen. Their teacher had been conferred the title of Count again. This was worthy of celebration. The Tang dynasty had always been very cautious when it came to conferring titles. Many old officials would only be conferred the title of Count when they passed away. But Li Wangyu's title was like it didn't cost money. In just a few months he had been conferred the title 3 times. Even Yu Shernan, an old member of the Duke of Qin's household and a great scholar of the era, had yet to be conferred the title of Count. In history, Yu Shernan was only conferred the title of Count of Yongxing by Pai Lupi in the 7th year of Jingguan era. From this, it could be seen that titles were definitely not cabbages in the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu was the county count of the founding of the country. He was at least a 4th-rank official and was already 1 foot into the ranks of the top nobles. Of course, the title of Count of the Tang dynasty was only an honor. Other than not having to pay taxes and being able to live in a village, which allowed them to enjoy the same treatment as officials, there weren't many other benefits. It was different from the title of Count of the West. Although later generations used the title of Count of the West to translate the title of Count of the West, the rights of the two sides were completely different. The title of Count of the West was a hereditary fief, and the fief had a high degree of autonomy. The title of nobility in Wuxia was basically a symbol. If one did not enter the imperial court and hold an official position, they would not have any rights to speak of. Even so, the hundreds of officials in the hall, except for Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Qing Yaojin and Qin Qiong, were all envious of Li Wangyu. Congratulations, County Earl Hu. Congratulations to the Count of Huxian for being rewarded by His Majesty. Although they had just been disgusted by Li Wangyu, the officials from the aristocratic families still had to force smiles and congratulate Li Wangyu. Only the people from the Wang clan of Taiyuan, including Wang Renyu, did not come to congratulate Li Wangyu. The higher Li Wangyu's title rose, the more the Taiyuan Wang clan's face was slapped. The Taiyuan Wang clan's annulment of the marriage with County Earl Hu, oh no, County Earl Hu, had long become an unavoidable topic in Chang'an. It was widely used and spread widely. Perhaps only the tea eggs and pickled mustard stalks of the future could compare. After Li Er increased Li Wangyu's nobility in front of everyone, he looked at Sun Simiao and his disciple Lu Shenwei. Where is Lu Shenwei? I am here. Lu Shenwei's medical skills are superb, and he is young and promising. He helped County Earl Hu treat Crown Prince Li Qingqian and has contributed to the country. I hereby confer Lu Shenwei the title of Minister of Medicine. I accept the decree and thank you for your kindness. In truth, Pai Lupi wanted to confer Sun Simiao a title, but the old Taoist still refused. Therefore, Pai Lupi could only take a step back and confer Lu Shenwei the title of Minister of Medicine. Originally, Lu Shenwei was invited to the Imperial Hospital by Li Ji in the 4th year of Xianqing. But because of Li Wangyu's interference, Lu Shenwei entered the Minister of Medicine 31 years earlier. Moreover, he was promoted to rank 5 Minister of Medicine, which surprised Li Wangyu. No matter what, a promotion was a good thing. Chapter 419. After awarding Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei, Pai Lupi announced the end of the court session. The curtains were drawn to the lunar court examination on the 7th month of the 2nd year of Jingguan. The so-called attempt to force the emperor to abdicate was more like a joke. But in truth, Pai Lupi only felt joy and even fear. If Li Wangyu had not risked everything and sent a fake edict to kidnap Li Qingqian would probably have already died. At that time, if the aristocratic families used this opportunity to force the emperor to abdicate, he might really be in trouble today. At that time, no matter what Pai Lupi chose, the consequences would not be good. After all, it was only the 2nd year of Jingguan, and Pai Lupi had only been on the throne for 3 years after the Xuanwu Gate incident. His status and reputation had not yet reached its peak. Li Yuan still had tremendous prestige in the royal court at this time. If he had used the crown prince's death and the hundreds of officials forcing the emperor to abdicate, Li Yuan might have had a chance to return to the throne. After understanding all this, Pai Lupi could only rejoice that he had such a capable nephew like Li Wangyu. He also rejoiced that he had forced Li Wangyu to take Li Qingqian as his disciple. Pai Lupi was very proud of this. What he did not know was that if Li Wangyu had not taught Li Qingqian how to make ice cream, his son would not have gotten this intestinal blockage. Every sip and every peck is predetermined. The various events of the court session were quickly spread by the hundreds of officials to all of Chang'an's 108 markets. The common people were not interested in discussing the matter of forcing the emperor to abdicate. To the common people, it made no difference who sat on the throne in Taiji Palace. But they were rather interested in the matter of the crown prince, who was rumored to have died, being brought back to life by County Count Hu's miraculous hands. Even the crown prince with intestinal blockage could be saved. This was truly inconceivable. All the doctors and medical workers in Chang'an had said in unison that there was no cure for intestinal obstruction, which made Li Wangyu even more mysterious. Li Wangyu, who was worshipped by many people as the god of wealth, was now rumored to be a Daluo golden immortal who had descended to the mortal world. He could regrow flesh and blood and had the ability to bring people back from the dead. Li Wangyu's name was so popular in Chang'an, and that he could be said to be an internet celebrity of the Tang dynasty. Fortunately, cameras had not been invented in the Tang dynasty. In Notice Chang'an, and only a few people knew Li Wangyu. Otherwise he really didn't need to go out. Walking on the streets, he would definitely be surrounded by people like a rare animal. The rumors about County Count Li Wangyu's medical skills became more and more exaggerated, and many nobles and officials even believed them. After all, this was what Pai Lupi had said in front of everyone in Taiji Palace. Li Wangyu had even been promoted to County Count because he had saved the crown prince. Therefore, many officials and generals who were ill really went to Dingzhou village in Huxian to ask Li Wangyu for medical treatment. Li Wangyu felt extremely annoyed about this. How could he know any medical skills? He had only saved Li Qingqian by chance. Moreover, the ones who had actually operated on Li Qingqian were Sun Simiao and Lu Shenwei. He had only been talking from the side. Facing the officials who were asking for medical treatment, Li Wangyu could only patiently explain over and over again that he didn't know how to treat illnesses and didn't know any medical skills. The one who had saved Crown Prince Li Qingqian was the divine Dr. Sun Simiao. Regardless of whether they believed it or not, Li Wangyu could only introduce Sun Simiao to them. Fortunately, Sun Simiao was now in the Xianwei outside Dingzhou village, so these nobles and officials who had specially come to see him wouldn't have made a wasted trip. Sun Simiao's reputation was big enough. After all, even Pai Lupi knew about him. With an old immortal like Sun Simiao treating them, these officials who had specially come to Dingzhou village weren't disappointed. Even so, many officials expressed their doubts about Li Wangyu's claim that he didn't know any medical skills. In private, they felt that County Count who was too arrogant. The fact that his master was a divine doctor naturally couldn't be hidden from the villagers of Dingzhou village. After all, the villagers of Dingzhou village had to travel to Chang and city every day. Most of them were well-informed merchants. They were like taxi drivers in the future when it came to all kinds of news in Chang'an. They belonged to the profession that was the most well-informed. However, the villagers of Dingzhou village, from the old village chief to the naughty children in the village, had long been accustomed to Li Wangyu's shocking abilities. Even when their master was given a title and became the county count of the founding county, most of the villagers' reactions were, "Oh, Lang Jun has been given a title again. Amazing, amazing." After that, there was no more after that. They each went about what they were supposed to do and were quite calm. After all, to be given a title 3 times in a few months was too frequent. It really wasn't exciting. Even the old housekeeper Li Heng's first reaction when he learned that his Lang Jun had been given a title by the saint was, the plaque that was hung on the door of the manor with the words, "Founding County Count" written not long ago was a waste. A waste. The villagers of Dingzhou village mostly had the same thought. However, none of the villagers came to seek medical treatment like those nobles and officials. It wasn't that they didn't trust Li Wangyu's medical skills, but they felt that they had minor illnesses such as headache and fever. They felt embarrassed to trouble Li Wangyu, the great magic doctor. Moreover, since the Xianwei temple on the hillside outside the village was completed, the villagers of Dingzhou village immediately jumped to the top of the Tang dynasty's medical conditions. It could be said that they were full of happiness. Sun Simiao didn't come to Dingzhou village alone. He was fooled by Li Wangyu's penicillin and wanted to develop a new drug here. Of course, he had to bring his disciples along. Sun Simiao was 90 years old. Naturally, Lu Shenwei wasn't the only disciple Sun Simiao had. Now, in the Xianwei temple, there were 27 disciples of Sun Simiao, all of whom were proficient in the art of ointment. Sun Simiao's pursuit was to enter Taoism through medicine. He didn't refuse anyone who came to seek medical treatment. Regardless of their status, nobles, officials, or villagers, they were all treated equally. Therefore, whenever the villagers had headaches, fevers, or bumps, they would go to the Xianwei temple to ask the Taoist priests for help. No one dared to disturb their master because of these minor illnesses. Li Wangyu was naturally happy to see this happen. He felt that it was a wise decision to trick Sun Simiao into coming to Dingzhou village. However, there were always exceptions to everything. On this day, Li Wangyu was leisurely drinking tea with his legs crossed. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door of the Li family's old residence. "Lang Jun, help. Someone is going to die. Lang Jun, please save my wife." The old butler Li Heng hurriedly ran to open the door. A person stumbled in from outside. It was Carpenter Lu's eldest son. "Lu Dalong, why are you in such a panic?" "Don't worry, speak slowly." Li Wangyu quickly stood up and asked. Lu Dalong's forehead was covered in sweat. He said in a panicked tone, "Lang Jun, my wife is going to give birth today." Li Wangyu was baffled. "Damn, what does your wife giving birth have to do with me? Go find the midwife." However, Lu Dalong quickly said, "The midwife said that my wife's fetus is not in the right position. She's afraid that she'll have a difficult labor. I'm afraid that she won't be able to save the child. Lang Jun, please save them." As Lu Dalong spoke, he knelt down in front of Li Wangyu and kowtowed repeatedly. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. What was going on? Difficult labor? What's the use of looking for me? Chapter 420. As an ordinary person in the future, if someone suddenly came to you and told you that your wife was having a difficult labor and asked you to save her, your first reaction would be to be very confused. Li Wangyu was the same. He didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Lu Dalong's wife was having a difficult labor. Why was she looking for him? "Lu Dalong, you idiot. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and ask old immortal Sun for help. Why are you looking for me? Lu Dalong said with a crying face, my father has already asked old immortal Sun for help. He said the same thing. He said that my wife's child is in a wrong position and the umbilical cord is wrapped around the neck. He can't do anything. Langjun, please save my wife and child. Li Wangyu was even more dumbfounded when he heard that Sun Simiao couldn't do anything. If even the king of medicine couldn't do anything, what could he do? While he was in a daze, he heard a commotion outside. His beautiful superior, who had come out to see what was going on, heard that Lu Dalong's wife was having a difficult labor. She subconsciously blurted out, hurry up and do a cesarean section. Why are you still in a daze? What? Cesarean section? Li Wangyu looked at his beautiful superior in a daze. Are you sure you're not talking nonsense? Who knows how to do a cesarean section? Is it you or me? Or Sun Simiao? Wangyu, you and Sun Simiao can perform an appendectomy for Li Qingqian. You should be able to do a cesarean section, right? Li Wangyu was speechless. How could they be the same thing? Besides, if they cut open Lu Dalong's wife's stomach, how could they prevent her wound from getting infected? They didn't have any cephalosporin capsules. As for the penicillin that Sun Simiao wanted, they couldn't even find it. If they really cut open Lu Dalong's wife's stomach, whether she could survive or not would depend on her luck. Wangyu, why are you still in a daze? Hurry up, it's more important to save people. The beautiful boss was also anxious and pushed Li Wangyu out. I. Li Wangyu was so anxious that he started sweating. He said incoherently, ask Niu Wu to bring the alcohol from home. Sai, what's going on? Got it. Hurry up and go. I'll have Niu Wu send the things over later. The beautiful boss said anxiously. Li Wangyu was at his wit's end. He could only wait and see. He could only follow Lu Dalong out of the manor and jog towards Carpenter Lu's house. Lu Dalong thought that Li Wangyu was running too slowly, so he bent down and carried Li Wangyu on his back before running home. This fellow was worried about his wife, so he ran as fast as he could. However, Li Wangyu, who was lying on his back, was jolted so much that he almost vomited. When Lu Dalong ran back to his house and put Li Wangyu down, Li Wangyu's little face was pale and cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. He glared at Lu Dalong angrily, but he didn't have the time to find trouble with this idiot. He hurried into the house. Since ancient times in Wuxia, giving birth to a child was akin to a woman breaking through the gates of hell. Not to mention these ordinary peasant women, even in the imperial palace, there were countless concubines who had died because of difficult childbirth. Lu Dalong's wife had a difficult birth. That was basically a step into the bridge of helplessness. Li Wangyu didn't care about the taboo between men and women. He pushed the door open and entered the house. Lu Dalong wanted to follow him in, but he was stopped by his father, Carpenter Lu. You idiot, the woman inside is giving birth. Why are you going in? Then why did Langjun and old immortal Sun go in? Lu Dalong wasn't convinced and said with a stiff neck. He was worried about his wife, so he didn't care about these things. Nonsense, who is Langjun? He and old immortal Sun are miracle doctors, do you understand? Are miracle doctors human? Li Wangyu, who had just stepped into the house, almost tripped when he heard Carpenter Lu's words. What is this old man talking about? How am I not human? He didn't care about the topic of whether he was human or not. He looked at Sun Simiao and asked, Old immortal Sun, how is Lu Dalong's wife? Is she in danger? Sun Simiao shook his head. I'm at my wit's end. The umbilical cord is wrapped around the fetus neck, and it's not in the right position. I'm afraid it's difficult to save the child. Hey County Count Who, do you have any ideas? Ever since Li Wangyu suggested a cesarean section to cut out Li Wangyu's ulcerated intestines and really save the crown prince, Sun Simiao had an inexplicable expectation for Li Wangyu. He felt that this young county count might have some strange ideas. As expected, Li Wangyu did not disappoint him. However, the words that came out of his mouth stunned Sun Simiao. Yes, we can only do a cesarean section now. A cesarean section? Oh. Cut open the stomach, take out the fetus, and then suture the wound. Li Wangyu said it very simply. It wasn't that he was a man of few words, but that he only knew so much about a cesarean section. Who the hell knew how to perform a cesarean section? Li Wangyu also felt wronged. He was a student at a second-tier university who majored in e-commerce. How did he fall to the point where he had to perform surgery to save someone's life? It was a shame for the education he had received over the years. Is that simple? Why don't we give it a try? Sun Simiao was a little tempted. It seemed to be the same when he treated Li Qingqian. Cut open the stomach, cut out the intestines and suture the wound. This woman couldn't give birth, so it seemed like it could be done. Let's give it a try. Li Wangyu looked up at the sky and sighed. He could only give it a shot. Whether Lu Dalong's wife could survive or not was up to fate. Anyway, Lu Dalong's wife would definitely die without the surgery, so he might as well take a gamble. Then quickly send this young lady to the visualization room. After I came back from Chang, I imitated the Eastern Palace's surgery room and set up the operating room you mentioned. It's just right for today, Sun Simiao said without hesitation. Medical fanatic Sun Simiao had tried surgery once, so he was naturally very interested in it. When he was taking care of Li Qingqian in the Eastern Palace, he asked Li Wangyu about surgery every day. What was surgery, how to set up the operating room, what surgical instruments were needed, why did they have to use alcohol to disinfect, and so on. Li Wangyu was often speechless. He could only rely on the common sense and imagination he had learned from watching television dramas to deal with the curious baby, Sun Simiao. After returning from Chang, Sun Simiao immediately ordered someone to set up an operating room, intending to study surgery in depth. It came in handy today. Li Wangyu nodded and walked out of the room. He said to the anxious father and son of the Lu family, Lu Delong, old immortal son, and I can try to save your wife, but we might not be able to save her. The risk is great. Are you willing to give it a try? Lu Dalong and his father looked at each other and knelt down without hesitation. Yes, I'm willing. Langjun, please save my aunt. If anything happens, I won't complain. That's my wife's life. Langjun, old immortal son, please treat her. In this era, there were no such things as medical disputes in the future. Not to mention, Lu Dalong knew that his wife's life was in danger. She could die at any time. If they really couldn't save her, the father and son of the Lu family couldn't blame Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao. They still had to thank them for saving her. Li Wangyu didn't argue and ordered, if that's the case, immediately carry your wife to the visualization room and prepare for surgery. Lu Dalong naturally didn't understand what surgery was, nor did he dare to ask. He hurriedly removed the door planks and asked the midwife and his mother to dress his wife. Together with his father and two brothers, they carried the groaning auntie to the manifestation realm. Chapter 421. After the father and son of the Lu family carried Lu Dalong's wife to the temple, they could only wait anxiously in the temple and pray silently for the Tao ancestors' protection. In the operating theater of the Taoist temple, Li Wangyu was in a dilemma. There was no other reason. In order to perform the surgery, he had to first disinfect and take off Lu Dalong's wife's clothes. There were no such things as surgical gowns these days. Neither Li Wangyu nor Sun Simiao had thought of preparing such things. With the sanitary conditions of the Tang dynasty, the clothes on Lu Dalong's wife's body were not hygienic at all. There might be a lot of bacteria. What made Li Wangyu feel troubled was not only the problem of taking off her clothes. He seemed to remember that before performing a cesarean section, he had to prepare the pregnant woman's hair. That meant cough, 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 that was to shave off the body hair to prevent bacterial infection. At this moment, only Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao were in the operating theater. After all, he was delivering a woman's child. Sun Simiao was too embarrassed to ask his disciples to help. The old Taoist priest was prepared to perform a cesarean section on Lu Dalong's wife himself. Anyway, he was a doctor and was 90 years old. He no longer had to care about these things between men and women. As for Li Wangyu, in Sun Simiao's opinion, he was just a young man. His hair was not fully grown yet, so there was no need to avoid him. Besides, Sun Simiao did not even know what a cesarean section was. Without Li Wangyu's help, the old Taoist priest was not confident. This was a living human life. Something went wrong, 2 lives would be lost. He could not be careless. Li Wangyu wanted to hide, but he was stopped by the old Taoist priest. He had no choice but to stay. Old immortal son, that cough cough, we have to take off her clothes first. Li Wangyu's face was red as he pointed at Lu Dalong's wife, who was moaning on the operating table. Lu Dalong's wife was in so much pain that her forehead was covered in sweat. However, when she heard this, she could not help but widen her eyes in fear and shake her head repeatedly. No, how can this be? I'm a woman. Lu Dalong's wife protested in a voice as soft as a mosquito's. She would rather die than be naked in front of Sun Simiao and Li Wangyu. Although the people of the Tang dynasty were civilized, unlike the Ming and Qing dynasties where people were confined by feudalism, it was still difficult for Lu Dalong's wife to bring up this matter. If Li Wangyu had accidentally transmigrated to the Ming and Qing dynasties, then there was no need to think about a cesarean section at all. The patient's family members would rather watch the patient die of pain than let them save the patient. The Ming dynasty's medical practice specifications stated, Even if you are separated by curtains, you must cover your hands with gauze. Needless to say, a male doctor delivering a baby to a woman. In the book, there was a woman named Ma who would rather die than see a male doctor because of an indescribable disease. Madame Ma said, "I would rather die than let a man see this illness." In the end, Madame Ma died, but she was praised by the people of her time for being a woman of virtue, which was lamentable. Lu Dalong's mother-in-law was now mostly shy like a woman and not bound by etiquette and morals. Sun Simiao frowned slightly. "Madame Lu, if you don't do this, I'm afraid that today will be the day you die. That's a corpse and 2 lives. Have you thought it through? I and the county magistrate are both doctors. As the saying goes, doctors have the heart of parents. Do you need to avoid your parents like this?" Sun Simiao's words made Lu Dalong's mother-in-law fall silent. In the end, she suppressed her shyness and closed her eyes. She nodded slightly to show that she agreed. Sun Simiao picked up the scissors and handed it to Li Wangyu, indicating that he should cut open Lu Dalong's mother-in-law's clothes. Old immortal son, why don't you go?" Li Wangyu swallowed and asked anxiously. Sun Simiao's face turned red, but he pretended to be calm. "I have to prepare for the surgery. I don't have time." Although he had persuaded Lu Dalong's wife, Sun Simiao had never had the experience of making a female patient take off her clothes completely. He was embarrassed. Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao stared at each other. Neither of them knew what to do. Just as they were struggling, the door of the operating room was pushed open. Their beautiful boss rushed in with alcohol. Seeing their beautiful boss come in, Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao were secretly relieved. "Chongqing, you came at the right time. Help Lu Dalong's wife cut open her clothes. Alright, you also need to prepare the hair. You do it." Li Wangyu quickly handed over the scissors and signaled for his beautiful boss to help. Su Chongqing also knew that Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao were inconvenienced, so he hurried over to help. Without saying anything, he took the scissors and started working. Li Wangyu quickly took the alcohol and sprayed it everywhere in the operating room. He also disinfected Sun Simiao's surgical instruments one by one and prepared for the surgery. At this time, Lu Dalong's wife on the operating table was in so much pain that she almost fainted. Her screams were getting louder and louder. Lu Dalong, his father and brother who were outside the door were all worried. Fortunately, there was no lack of all kinds of herbs in the microscopic world. Sun Simiao gave Lu Dalong's wife anesthetic powder and pierced the acupuncture points on her abdomen to stop the pain. After drinking the anesthetic powder, Lu Dalong's wife quickly fell asleep. However, when he heard that his wife's voice was no longer in the operating room, Lu Dalong's heart tightened again. He grabbed his father's arm and asked, "Father, what's wrong? Why is there no sound? My wife, she couldn't have." Ba, what are you talking about? With old Immortal and Lang Jun helping your mother-in-law deliver the baby, there's no need to worry about that laborious surgery." Carpenter Lu comforted his son as well as himself. However, they didn't know that there was an academic debate going on in the operating room. "Madam Su, are you sure you should cut from here? When I was performing the surgery on the Crown Prince, I cut from here." Sun Simiao held the shining scalpel and kept gesturing on Lu Dalong's wife's big belly. It was very scary. The beautiful boss used her hand to gesture on Lu Dalong's wife's belly. "It must be cut here, there's no mistake. My best friend had a cesarean section, and the scar on her belly was in this position. I remember very clearly that she complained that she didn't look good in a bikini." Before Su Chongqing could finish speaking, Li Wangyu covered her mouth with his hand. She then realized that she seemed to have let it slip. "Madame Su, what do you mean by best friend? Is it the meaning of best friend? Has someone done a cesarean section? Who is so amazing? Why haven't I heard of it? Then what is a bikini?" Sun Simiao frowned and asked. Li Wangyu quickly changed the topic. Cough, old immortal son, now is not the time to ask about this. Saving the baby is more important. Lu Dalong's wife can't hold on for long." Sun Simiao nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He raised the lancet again. "Then I'll cut it?" "Cut it. However, old immortal son, you must be careful. Don't hurt the baby inside." "I know." After all, Sun Simiao was an expert who could live for more than 140 years. Although he was already 90 years old, his hands didn't tremble and his eyes didn't blur. He firmly held the lancet in his hand and gently cut open Lu Dalong's wife's belly. Chapter 422. Lu Dalong, who was anxiously pacing back and forth in front of the operating room, heard a woman scream from inside the room. He couldn't help but tremble in fear and almost fell to the ground. Father, what's going on?" Carpenter Lu was also frightened. I don't know. Dalong, don't be afraid. The voice just now didn't sound like your wife's. It sounded like Mrs. Su's voice. That's right. It's Mrs. Su's voice, Carpenter Lu's other two sons quickly replied. Only then did Lu Dalong feel a little relieved. Then he realized something. What's Mrs. Su's name? Could it be? Don't think too much. It's nothing. Old Immortal Sun and Lang Jun are here. Carpenter Lu comforted himself. The four of them were confused. They couldn't understand what was going on in the operating room. As for Lu Dalong's mother, she was at a loss. She could only murmur, Dao Ancestor bless, Dao Ancestor bless. The one who screamed was their beautiful superior. When Sun Simiao used the lancet to cut open Mrs. Lu's belly, blood immediately seeped out. Su Changqing, who had never seen such a scene, was shocked and couldn't help but scream. Her scream scared Sun Simiao so much that his hand trembled and the incision was almost crooked. Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao both raised their heads and glared at their beautiful superior with dissatisfaction. She also realized that her performance just now was too embarrassing. She quickly covered her face with her hands and apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't react in time and was scared. Changqing, go prepare some hot water so that we can wash the child later. Also, ask the Lu family to prepare some loose clothes so that we can change into them after the operation. The embarrassing preparations before the operation had already been completed by their beautiful superior. Li Wangyu saw that she was so afraid of seeing blood, so he simply sent her away. Li Wangyu was forced to go through 2 surgeries for no reason. He realized that he had also trained himself. At least when he saw Sun Simiao use the lancet to cut open Mrs. Lu's belly, he didn't feel nauseous to the point of vomiting. Li Wangyu didn't even feel that the Lu family's daughter-in-law was beautiful when he saw her lying naked on the operating table. After all, a woman with a big belly and a big bloody wound was not something a normal person would think of as erotic. The beautiful boss did not refuse. She obediently left the operating theater. As soon as she came out, she was immediately surrounded by Carpenter Lu's family. Lady Su, how's my mother-in-law? Why is there no sound coming from inside? Where's Eva? Has the baby been born yet? The beautiful boss couldn't help but feel a little nauseous when she thought of the bloody wound just now. She frowned and covered her mouth with her hand, suppressing her disgust as she replied, she hasn't given birth yet. Old Immortal Sun just cut open your wife's abdomen. What? Cut open the abdomen? Lady Su, what do you mean by that? Oh my god, this person's stomach has been cut open. Can he still live? My poor son. The beautiful boss didn't know how to explain it to Carpenter Lu's family. She could only comfort them with Li Qingxian's matter. Have you forgotten how old Immortal Sun and the others saved the crown prince? Don't worry, it'll be fine. Although she said that, Carpenter Lu's family was still scared to death. No one would be able to remain calm after hearing such a thing. The whole family began to cry silently, thinking that their daughter-in-law would not be able to live. In the operating theater, Sun Simiao was still discussing with Li Wangyu how to proceed with the operation. Count Hu, this is the uterine palace. The fetus is inside. Where should we cut open the uterine palace? How long should we make the incision? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. How would he know? It was better to leave it to fate. Sun Simiao was also skilled and daring. Although he had never done surgery before, he still dared to do it. Seeing that Li Wangyu couldn't give any suggestions, he decided to cut open the uterine palace based on his own feelings. When Sun Simiao took out a wet and wrinkled baby from the womb of the Lu family's daughter-in-law, Li Wangyu was completely dumbfounded. This old Taoist was really a god. As expected of the king of medicine. He could even succeed like this? He didn't care about the filth and quickly reached out to take the baby. He held the baby clumsily and carefully. Seeing that the baby didn't move, Li Wangyu suddenly thought of a plot he had seen in a TV series. He reached out and slapped the baby's butt heavily. Suddenly, the baby in his arms cried loudly. The sound was so loud that Li Wangyu felt his ears ring. Outside the operating theater, Carpenter Lu's family, who were already in tears, was stunned when they heard the baby's cry. The next moment, expressions of wild joy appeared on the faces of Carpenter Lu's family. Lu Dalong grabbed his 2 brothers. My baby, it's my baby. Second brother, third brother, did you hear that? It's my baby crying. Aha, Lu Dalong have a baby. He was ecstatic when Carpenter Lu slapped his head. What are you laughing about? We don't even know if your wife is dead or alive. When he heard his father's words, Lu Dalong's face fell again. However, when he heard the baby crying in the room, he couldn't help but smile. At this time, the beautiful boss also brought hot water. She was also surprised when she heard the baby crying. Wangyu, the baby is born? Is it a boy or a girl? Li Wangyu looked down at the baby in his arms and replied with disdain, a boy, a money-losing product. Construction bank. The beautiful boss couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. If Lu Dalong heard what you said, he would definitely fight you to the death. This is the Tang dynasty. They want to have a boy. Li Wangyu curled his lips. I like girls. It's so good to have a sweet little jacket. Hehe, Chongqing, let's have a daughter in the future, okay? The beautiful boss blushed a little when she heard what he said. She glared at him and carefully reached out to wash the baby in the warm water. Neither of them had any experience in taking care of a baby. After a while, they finally cleaned the baby and wrapped it in the cloth they prepared. Li Wangyu couldn't help with the rest. He simply carried the baby out of the operating room with the beautiful boss. Sun Simiao was left to clean up the mess and suture the wound. Now that the unprecedented cesarean section was done, the baby was born safely. However, whether the Lu family's daughter-in-law could survive or not depended on whether she was lucky enough. Li Wangyu couldn't do anything about it. When the beautiful boss came out of the operating room with the baby in her arms, Carpenter Lu and his family all knelt down and kowtowed to Li Wangyu. Langjun, you are my reborn parent. I won't forget you saving my life. I'll repay you with everything I have. What are you doing? Get up quickly. Haha, congratulations, Dalong. You gave birth to a boy. Carpenter Lu, congratulations on having a grandson. You don't have to worry that no one will inherit your family's good craftsmanship. When he heard that it was a boy, Carpenter Lu was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. This baby was the eldest grandson of the Lu family. Lu Dalong's mother hurriedly took the baby and carefully held it in her arms. She even chased Lu Dalong away when he wanted to look at the baby. When the midwife said that the mother and child were in danger, Carpenter Lu and his family felt that the sky was falling. However, they didn't expect Li Wangyu to pull them out of the abyss. Carpenter Lu looked at the crying baby. Just as he got up from the ground, he knelt down again. Langjun, please give this baby a name. Without Langjuan's help, this little thing wouldn't have had the chance to be born. Langjun, please give this baby a name. A name? Li Wangyu was a little confused. He was the least talented when it came to naming. Surname Lu. What name should he give a boy? Urgent, waiting online. Chapter 423. Hearing Carpenter Lu's words, his beautiful superior couldn't help but laugh. Li Wangyu's bad naming skills were also well known in his original company. Many of his colleagues in the company had become parents, and they happily asked them how to name their children. It was fine if other people came up with names, but Li Wangyu's names were all difficult to pronounce and difficult to remember. Moreover, they were all rare words that were difficult to write. Everyone suspected that this guy's name was a random combination of words from a dictionary. Of course, Li Wangyu would never admit to this, even though he had indeed done so. In short, after experiencing this a few times, no one in the company asked Li Wangyu how to name his children. Now that Carpenter Lu actually asked Li Wangyu to name his grandson, his beautiful superior naturally thought of Li Wangyu's glorious achievements. How could she not laugh? Li Wangyu was also very depressed. He glanced at his beautiful superior who was laughing and replied awkwardly, well, the child's name can't be Sloppy. Let me think about this for a while before I give an answer. He didn't plan to scratch his own head. If the master had something to do, the disciple would naturally do it for him. He would leave the matter of naming Carpenter Lu's grandson to Ma Zhou and Yan Liben. Seeing that Li Wangyu agreed to name his grandson, Carpenter Lu quickly thanked him and got up with a smile. He went to his wife's side to tease his grandson. The beautiful superior saw through Li Wangyu's plan and whispered in his ear, you want Ma Zhou and the others to name your grandson, right? Am I that kind of person? Li Wangyu felt a little guilty and quickly changed the topic. Have you brought the clothes of Lu family's wife? Quickly go in and see if old immortal son has finished suturing her wound. Help her change her clothes later. The beautiful superior saw through Li Wangyu's thoughts, but she didn't expose him. She just winked at him and turned to walk into the operating room. After the operation, Lu Dalong's wife was left by Sun Simiao to recuperate. After all, the Lu family's old house was a thatched hut made of yellow mud. It was not hygienic at all. After experiencing Li Wangyu's surgery, Sun Simiao began to realize the danger of the bacteria that Li Wangyu mentioned. Naturally, he would not agree to Carpenter Lu's request to bring his daughter-in-law home. As Carpenter Lu's family carried the baby home, the news that Li Wangyu and the old immortal son had saved Lu Dalong's wife spread like wildfire throughout Dingzhou village. Lu Dalong's mother carried her grandson in her arms and walked around the village as if she was advertising. She then vividly described how Count Huxian and old immortal son had used a knife to cut open her daughter-in-law's belly and carried her grandson out. This naturally caused the surrounding aunts to cry out in surprise. Auntie Lu enjoyed these exclamations very much. She naturally wouldn't tell everyone that she didn't see it with her own eyes and only said these words based on her imagination. She also wouldn't tell these aunties that she was so frightened that she almost fainted from crying. Auntie Lu, is your eldest son's wife still alive? This person's belly was cut open with a knife. I'm afraid she's dead, right? Why don't you take a look at who did the knife? That's Count Huxian and old immortal Sunday. How could they harm my daughter-in-law's life? My daughter-in-law is currently recuperating in the Xianwei Temple. Auntie Lu, your eldest son's wife is really lucky to have Lord Ju and old immortal son save her. I heard from the midwife that she has never seen your daughter-in-law like this before. She can still be saved, let alone give birth to a child. It's really a blessing from the heavens. Auntie Lu spat at the woman. Bah, what blessing from the heavens? It's Lord Ju's blessing. Yes, Auntie Lu is right. It's our Lord Ju's blessing. Diske, our Lord Ju is indeed a heavenly immortal. Like old immortal son, he's not immortal. When did our Dingzhou village burn incense? To be able to become Lord Ju's fief is really a great blessing. The surrounding aunts nodded in agreement. That's right. Nowadays, which village in this area doesn't want to marry their daughter into our village? Back then, my eldest son wanted to find a wife. How many private matchmakers did he hire and how much copper coins did he spend? If it wasn't for his father's craftsmanship, other young ladies wouldn't be willing to marry into our village. Now, the private matchmakers who want to matchmake my second son and third son are almost stepping on our doorstep. Auntie Lu's face was full of pride when she spoke of this matter. I heard that the people who want to marry your second son are from the wealthy families in Huxian County. The topic of the aunts quickly deviated. It was just as the 2 elements gave birth to the 4 divisions, and the 4 divisions gave birth to the 8 trigrams. A group of gossipy aunts began to discuss family matters with relish. Lu Dalong's wife was indeed in good health. Without antibiotics, not only was Lu Dalong's wife's wound not infected, but it also healed very well. In just 3 to 4 days she could get off the ground and walk normally. Sun Ximiao couldn't stand Lu Dalong's wife's pleas and could only agree to let her return home to recuperate. Lu Dalong was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth when his wife returned home alive and kicking. On the same day he ran to Xianwei Temple and offered a large amount of money for incense to express his gratitude. When the villagers of Dingzhou village saw that Lu Dalong's wife had really returned home, they were even more in awe of Li Wangyu and Sun Ximiao. They didn't think that this was the art of Qi Huang. Instead, they all saw it as Li Wangyu and Sun Ximiao's supernatural powers and the work of extraordinary people. Li Wangyu could only smile bitterly at this, but he couldn't be bothered to correct the villagers' thoughts and just let them be. The news that Li Wangyu and Sun Ximiao had performed a caesarean section to save a pregnant woman with dystocia quickly spread to Chang and city through the mouths of the crowd. However, any matter would always lose its original meaning after being spread by the crowd. Just like the mouthpiece game that was the favorite in the variety shows of the future, the meaning of the original words that the few of them were transmitting had completely changed. When the news of Li Wangyu and Sun Ximiao performing a caesarean section to save a pregnant woman with dystocia reached Chang and city, it became that the pregnant woman had died from dystocia. Count Huxian had arrived in time and performed a ritual. After a series of changes, the pregnant woman came back from the dead and successfully gave birth to a Qilin child. At that time there were even fresh flowers falling from the sky, heavenly music playing and colorful clouds blooming. Everyone was shocked, but they firmly believed in this absurd rumor. Pai Lupi lived deep in Taiji Palace, but he was also well informed. After the 100 Horsemen department reported this matter, Pai Lupi immediately summoned Li Wangyu to Taiji Palace. Zio, have we treated you unfairly? The moment Li Wangyu entered the legislative hall, he didn't even have time to bow to Pai Lupi before Pai Lupi began to make things difficult for him in an unfriendly tone. Li Wangyu couldn't help but be stunned. What was Pai Lupi up to this time? Chapter 424. Li Wangyu didn't understand what Pai Lupi meant, so he quickly flattered him. Uncle, why do you say that? Uncle, of course you care about and love me. It's because of Uncle's teaching and encouragement that I didn't become a useless playboy. If Uncle has any orders, I'll do it without hesitation. Pai Lupi's expression eased a lot when he heard that. He nodded proudly and said, in that case, why don't you perform the ritual for your aunt when you have the supernatural power to protect the pregnant woman? What? Li Wangyu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Why did he understand every word Pai Lupi said, but he didn't understand what the guy was talking about. What did he mean by having the supernatural power to protect the pregnant woman? Why did he have to perform the ritual for Empress Jiang's son? Did he look like Yuan Tiangang's son Simiao and other old Taoists? Li Wangyu really didn't understand what Pai Lupi meant. He could only brace himself and ask carefully, "Uncle, what do you mean?" "Nephew, hee, why can't I understand?" "Uncle, do you need to pray for my aunt?" "I'll go to Taoist Yuan immediately and ask him to prepare the Luotian grand ritual to pray for my aunt." Pai Lupi glanced at him and said, "What's the use of me looking for Yuan Tiangang? I heard that you saved a dead pregnant woman in Dingzhou village and gave birth to a child. Is that true? Now your aunt is pregnant for 10 months and is about to give birth. As a nephew, don't you plan to do something for your aunt?" Li Wangyu was completely confused. It took him a long time to figure out that he and Sun Simiao had performed a caesarean section and saved Lu Dalong's wife. It was actually rumored to be like this. Even Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, believed it. It was really nonsense. He quickly explained to Pai Lupi, "Uncle, who is talking nonsense? If I had the ability to bring the dead back to life, would I have been bullied by the Li clan of Huxin? I did save a pregnant woman, but I didn't perform any ritual. Instead, I performed a caesarean section for the pregnant woman with old immortal Sunday. Just like saving Qingqian, we cut open the pregnant woman's abdomen and took out the fetus. That's all." Pai Lupi was skeptical. "Really? If I lie, may the heavens strike me with lightning." Seeing that Li Er didn't believe him, Li Wangyu even swore an oath. Hearing Li Wangyu's words, Pai Lupi also knew that he made a blunder. He couldn't help but blush as he coughed lightly. "Since that's the case, you and Minister's son can stay in the palace for the time being. So's your and wife's you, as right." Li Wangyu instinctively wanted to refuse Pai Lupi's words. Living in Dingzhou village was so comfortable, and he could whisper sweet nothings to his beautiful boss every day. Living in Taiji Palace was too stifling. How could it compare to living in his own manor? Moreover, Empress Jiang's son was pregnant with the future Emperor Gaozong of Tang, Li Ji. Li Wangyu knew that Li Ji had given birth smoothly without any hiccups. Asking him to come live in the palace to prevent Empress Jiang's son from giving birth was like taking off his pants to fart. Wasn't that superfluous? However, Li Wangyu swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He knew the history, but Pai Lupi didn't. He couldn't tell Pai Lupi that his wife would give birth smoothly on the 21st day of the 7th lunar month in the 2nd year of Jingguan. She would give birth to a boy and he would be named Li Ji. His nickname was Ji Nu, and he would inherit his throne in the future. It would be strange if Pai Lupi didn't think he was crazy. Li Wangyu counted the days. It was already the 16th day of the 7th lunar month. Li Ji would be born in 5 days. Since that was the case, he didn't want to talk nonsense. He would just come to Taiji Palace and stay for a few days. Understanding this point, Li Wangyu nodded happily and agreed. "Uncle, don't worry. I won't be careless about aunt's matter. I'll go back to Dingzhou village first and get ready. Tomorrow, I'll go to the palace with old immortal Sunday." Pai Lupi nodded. "Okay." Li Wangyu chatted with Pai Lupi for a while and then left the palace. He didn't rush back to Dingzhou village. Instead, he planned to go to the Chou Manor first. Now that the Chou Manor had taken over the business of the beverage vending machine, it was doing well. In Chang and City, the beverage vending machine could be seen everywhere. The ice-making workshop in Dingzhou village was also built. Every day, large amounts of ice were transported by four-wheeled carriages to the boiled water shops in Chang and City. Naturally, the machine, which could automatically produce iced boiled water with copper coins, attracted the curiosity of everyone in Chang and City. The sales kept increasing. Now, the copper coins that were transported back to Dingzhou village every day gave the old housekeeper Li Heng a headache. He didn't know where to store so many copper coins. Li Wangyu passed by a boiled water shop. He also took out his copper coins and bought 2 bamboo tubes of ice drinks. He drank with Niu Wu as they walked. It was very pleasant. He went to the Chou Manor not only to discuss the vending machine, but also to discuss the transportation of sorghum from the Chou Manor. The sorghum used by the brewery in the Qinling Mountains was provided by the Chou Manor. Now, the sorghum wine produced by the brewery was in short supply. If he wanted to increase the production, he needed more sorghum. The Chou Manor was located in Shenyang Lane. This was also where the county magistrate of Wanyan County was located. He and Niu Wu rode to the Chou Manor. Naturally, they had to pass by Wanyan County. When they passed by the county magistrate of Wanyan County, a few yamen runners on duty saw him from afar. They all showed a flattering smile and bowed. "Greetings to the county magistrate." Some of the flatterers even immediately knelt down and kowtowed. "Greetings to the county magistrate." Li Wangyu had just been granted the title of county magistrate when Wang Ziqiao colluded with the head of Wanyin County to frame him. He was almost taken to jail. Later, a group of wastrels caused a ruckus in the county magistrate's office. Only then did Wanyin County Magistrate Lu Dehang find out that the person who was arrested was the county magistrate. After that, the head of Wanyin County Magistrate was sentenced to 3,000 miles. Not long after, Wang Ziqiao and the others were forced to leave Chang'an City. Li Wangyu's title became higher and higher, and his reputation became more and more prominent. The yamen runners of Wanyin County naturally had a deep impression of Li Wangyu. Now that they saw him riding a horse, how could they not hurry to greet him? Li Wangyu smiled and cupped his hands at the yamen runners. It could be considered a greeting. Just as he was about to urge his horse forward, he saw a group of people not far away. They were extremely noisy as they headed towards the county magistrate of Wanyin County. In a moment of curiosity, Li Wangyu pulled on the reins and stopped to watch. He saw the group of people escorting a man over. They shouted, "Bring this disobedient son to see the magistrate. This damned gambler. Disobedient son, he deserves to be killed. You will die a horrible death. Auntie Fong, don't worry. We will testify for you. The Ming house will definitely punish this disobedient son." In the crowd, there was a white-haired old woman. She was wiping her tears and crying. What was going on? Seeing this scene, Li Wangyu was in no hurry to leave. He wanted to see what was going on. The group of people quickly arrived in front of Wanyin County. Naturally, a yamen runner came forward to inquire. "Stop. Why is it so noisy? What's going on?" "Greetings, Duke. We are here to bring this disobedient son to see the magistrate. Not only is this Fang Dalong a gambler, he is also disobedient and unfilial. Not only did he lose all his copper coins, he also wanted to steal his mother's coffin money to continue gambling. Auntie Fang didn't want to give it to him. This disobedient son actually dared to hit his mother. He is truly abominable. We are all Auntie Fang's neighbors. We can't stand this disobedient son, so we brought him to see the Ming house. We asked the Ming house to seek justice for Auntie Fang." When the yamen runners heard the purpose of their visit, they were also furious. Filial piety was the most important thing in the Tang dynasty. Naturally, everyone would want to beat this disobedient son. "Alright, wait a moment. I will go and inform the Ming house. This disobedient son, even if he is beaten to death, it won't be wrong." A yamen runner immediately walked quickly into the county magistrate's office. Seeing this, Li Wangyu was not in a hurry to go to the Chiu residence. He stayed behind to watch the show. Chapter 425. After Wanyin County Magistrate Lu Dehang heard the report, he did not delay and immediately ordered the 3 groups of bailiffs to begin the trial. Pai Lupi himself had lost his filial piety due to the Xuanwu Gate incident, so he paid more attention to it. In the laws of the Tang dynasty, one of the 10 unpardonable crimes was disobedience, which had the same status as rebellion. Those who beat their parents were beheaded. In the Song dynasty, the punishment for disobedience was even harsher. Those who insulted their parents were beheaded and their bodies thrown out on the streets. The Ming and Qing dynasties were even worse. The reason why the ancient Chinese laws were so strict on disobedience was not only to respect filial piety, but also to protect the ruling position of the emperor. Even one's own father could not disobey, so it was naturally the same for the emperor's father. Therefore, in ancient China, disobedience was no different from suicide. If what these people said was true, then the man called Fang Dalong would be dead without a doubt. This was the first time Li Wangyu had seen such a disobedient son in the Tang dynasty, so he was naturally curious. He and Yo Wu dismounted from their horses and followed the commoners who reported to the officials. They entered the main hall of the county yamen to watch and listen to the trial. Lu Dehang sat in the hall and saw Li Wangyu in the crowd. He hurriedly sat down and bowed. "Greetings, County Magistrate Lu." Li Wangyu returned the bow. "Lu Ming house, I was passing by and saw someone reporting, so I came to watch out of curiosity. Sorry for disturbing you." "County Magistrate Lu, what are you saying? Please take a seat." Although Lu Dehang knew that Li Wangyu had a worrisome relationship with the aristocratic families, he was only a branch of the Fanyang Lu family. How could he offend Li Wangyu because of this? Furthermore, after Li Wangyu was given the title of county magistrate, his official rank was higher than Lu Dehang's, so he naturally would not be rude. Li Wangyu smiled and waved his hand, indicating that he would just watch from the side. Lu Dehang could only bow again and return to the court to prepare for the trial. The case was very simple. Just as the people who had escorted Fang Dalong to see the officials had said, this unfilial son's father had died early, and it was his mother, Madame Fong, who had raised him. However, after Fong Dalong grew up, he hung around with the gangsters in Chang, and then got a bad habit. Usually the neighbors did not like him. Fong Dalong was a gambling addict and often visited gambling dens. The Tang people loved gambling, so this was not a big deal. However, ordinary people only gambled a little for pleasure, while Fong Dalong gambled a lot. The copper coins that his mother had painstakingly saved were all sent to the gambling house by him. Not only that, but he also owed a lot of bad debts. Today he lost another copper coin in the gambling house. In a fit of anger, he was eager to recoup his losses, so he ran home and rummaged through the cabinets in search of copper coins. After being stopped by his mother, he actually flew into a rage out of humiliation and attacked his mother. When the neighbors found out about what had happened to the Fong family, they were furious. They clustered around Aunt Fong and escorted her unfilial son to the magistrate. Aunt Fong's heart ached for her son, but when she reached the main hall, she suddenly regretted it. This old woman kept saying that her son did not hit her, but that she accidentally fell down and was misunderstood by the neighbors. With Aunt Fong protecting her son, the crime of disobedience naturally could not be judged. Although Lu Dehang was angry, he understood Aunt Fong's feelings as a parent. In the end, he could only find an excuse to have the Yamen runners beat Fong Dalong 20 times and chase him out of the county Yamen. Li Wangyu also shook his head. He did not believe that this kind of gambling addict would repent after being beaten. However, Fong Dalong's mother did not want to watch her son be beheaded, and the bystanders could do nothing about it. The people in the main hall dispersed, and Li Wangyu and Lu Dehang greeted each other again. Ming House Lu, these gambling houses are abominable. The saints should ban these harmful gambling houses, Li Wangyu said angrily. Lu Dehang shook his head. You may not know, but these gambling houses are indeed filthy and often cause trouble. In the imperial court there has long been debate on whether to ban gambling, but... He lowered his voice and continued, however, do you know who owns those gambling houses? Li Wangyu naturally did not know the secret, so he could only shake his head. In Chang, and there are 72 gambling houses, big and small. They are all controlled by the various dukes, nobles and wealthy families, Lu Dehang explained in a low voice. This was not a secret. Even the Yamen runners of Wanyan County in Chang, and knew about it. Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, was also well aware. The Tangs loved gambling, so gambling houses naturally opened up everywhere in Chang'an. Even dukes like Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda also owned gambling houses in Chang'an. Therefore, it was very difficult to ban gambling in Chang'an. Even if someone proposed it in the imperial court, it would be difficult to pass. This was the first time Li Wangyu had heard of such a thing, and he could not help but be speechless. These gambling houses were the source of income for the various families. It was easier said than done to ban gambling. If Li Wangyu dared to propose a ban on gambling, Qing Yaojin, that old man, would probably immediately come knocking on his door. Understanding this, Li Wangyu could only bitterly smile and shake his head. In fact, he and Pai Lupi were openly gambling by selling lottery tickets. Even the large-scale polo field and polo league that Li Wangyu was planning would not be able to get rid of gambling. He really did not have the right to propose a ban on gambling. Understanding this, Li Wangyu could only awkwardly say goodbye to Lu Dehang. He left the Wanyan County Yamen, mounted his horse and continued to the Chou mansion. He had not gone far when he saw a familiar figure enter a courtyard in Shenyang Lane. There was a sign hanging at the entrance of the courtyard with the words, Yongyi Gambling House, written on it. Li Wangyu was stunned. Wasn't this the Fong Dalong who had been punished 20 times in the imperial court? He had just left the county Yamen and was already limping to gamble? What AF * king talent? Li Wangyu was too lazy to care about this kind of nonsense. This kind of gambler would sooner or later lose his life. He was not worthy of sympathy. Just as he was about to leave, he was stunned to notice that there was a sign in front of the gambling house. The content written on it made Li Wangyu dumbfounded. He was really crazy. How could he gamble on such a thing? The owner of this Yongyi gambling house was so daring? Were they not afraid that Pai Lupi would fly into a rage out of humiliation and exterminate their 9 generations? Li Wangyu thought for a moment, turned his horse around, and headed back to the Wanyan County Yamen. Seeing Li Wangyu return, he hurriedly went forward to greet him. Greetings, County Earl. Do you still have something to discuss with the Ming House? Li Wangyu shook his head. No, I have something to ask you. Do you know the origin of this Yongyi gambling house? Which family is the owner behind it? The Yamen runners looked at each other and hesitated for a moment before answering in a low voice. County Earl, it is the Taiyuan Wang clan. Li Wangyu suddenly understood. Indeed, only people with 5 surnames and 7 hopes would do such a thing. They had forced Pai Lupi to abdicate in Taiji Palace and asked him to return Li Yuan. Pai Lupi could not do anything to them. After figuring out the owner behind Yongyi gambling house, Li Wangyu did not go to the Chou mansion. He called Niu Wu and went straight back to Dingzhou village. Chapter 426. As soon as Li Wangyu returned to the residence, he summoned the old steward, Li Heng. Li Heng, how much money do we have in the residence? Do you need money, Langjun? The gold used to build the baseball field has already been handed over to the Ministry of Works. Now we have more than 8,000 taels of gold and 10,000 strings of copper coins. You and Lady Su have instructed us to exchange as much copper coins as possible for gold, so we don't have much copper coins. Li Heng was full of pride when he talked about the wealth in the residence. A few months ago he thought that the sky had fallen. Especially when the little master's name was removed from the clan, and all the family assets were taken away. Moreover, he was burdened with a huge debt of 2 million gold coins, and all the servants in the family were released. All these blows caused Li Heng to even have the thought of committing suicide. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't bear to part with his Langjun, he would have followed the old master in the underworld. But he didn't expect that in just a few months, the young master seemed to have changed into a different person. Li Heng, who had watched Li Wangyu grow up, had a misconception that his Langjun had changed into a different person. Now, not only had the family's debt been paid off, but they also had so much wealth that even the old master had never seen before. Not to mention, not only had his Langjun been conferred a noble title, but he had also been promoted twice in a few months. He was now the county's founding county count. One had to know that although Li Zhou was trusted by Li Yuan, he had never been conferred a noble title. Li Wangyu's achievements today in Li Heng's eyes could be said to bring glory to his ancestors. For this, he had already gone to Li Zhou's grave several times to cry. Li Wangyu didn't know that Li Heng was so emotional. He only calculated that together with the copper coins, he could gather 10,000 taels of gold. For his plan, this amount of money was still too little. He had to think of other ways. Li Heng, have Niu Wu go to the Shunfeng Carriage Company in the Eastern Market and bring me 40 carriages. Langjun, why are you bringing back so many carriages? Are you transporting something? Li Heng didn't understand. Li Wangyu nodded. Yes, transport copper coins. I want to transport all the copper coins and gold to Chang'an. The 10,000 strings of copper coins in the Li family's old residence weighed 50 tons. Without 44-wheeled carriages, it would be impossible to transport so much gold and copper coins. Li Heng couldn't help but jump in fright. Langjun, are you going to take away all the gold and copper coins in the residence? Don't blame the old slave for being nosy. May I ask what Langjun intends to do? Place your bets. Someone insisted on giving me money. I really can't stop my luck. Li Wangyu said it casually, but Li Heng was dumbfounded. He even wanted to touch his Langjuan's forehead to see if he had a fever. Using 10,000 taels of gold to bet with someone else, was he crazy? Even if he was a prodigal, he shouldn't be like this. Li Heng wanted to dissuade him, but Li Wangyu didn't give him a chance to speak. Alright, I know what you want to say. Don't worry, I'm not crazy. Even if I lose, it's not a big deal. There are so many properties in the residence that make a lot of money every day. You old thing, are you afraid that your Langjun will starve to death? Go quickly and tell Niu Wu to hurry up. It's getting late. Li Wangyu added, Oh right, old immortal son and I will be staying in the palace for a few days tomorrow. If there's anything in the residence, let Niu Wu pass on the message to the palace. Li Heng was a bit confused by Li Wangyu's words. He didn't know what to say, so he could only sigh and inform Niu Wu. After Niu Wu left for Chang, Li Wangyu went to the Xianwei temple and told Sun Simiao that Empress Jiangsun was about to give birth and that Pai Lupi had asked them to stay in the palace for a while to protect Empress Jiangsun. Although Sun Simiao was an outsider, it involved Empress Jiangsun after all. He couldn't refuse, so he nodded and agreed. He pulled Li Wangyu and discussed the matter of caesarean section for a long time. Those awkward medical terms made Li Wangyu's head hurt. With great difficulty, Sun Simiao finally let him go. Li Wangyu returned to the manor in a daze. Niu Wu had already returned with 44-wheeled carriages. He was currently transporting copper coins from the manor's treasury to the carriages. His beautiful superior also came back from the East Market. After seeing Li Wangyu, she curiously asked him the reason why he had transported all the money to Chang'an. Li Wangyu laughed, pulled his beautiful superior aside, and whispered a few words in her ear. Hearing this, the beautiful superior's eyes began to shine and she nodded repeatedly. Wangyu, are you sure that the gambling house will obediently honor the bet if you win? This is not a small amount. Be careful that they will do something desperate. The beautiful superior didn't stop Li Wangyu, but she was not sure that he could really get the gold back. Unless the Taiyuan Wang clan doesn't want their face, they won't go back on their words. It's not like they can't afford 10,000 taels of gold. Besides, I don't intend to eat it alone. I'm going to go to the gambling house to place my bet, and then I'll go to the mansions of Uncle Cheng and Uncle Yuchi. I don't believe that the Taiyuan Wang clan dares to go back on their words. The beautiful superior tilted her head and thought for a while, then nodded. Okay, we'll do as you say. By the way, I heard from Li Heng that you're going to live in the palace for a few days tomorrow? Well, Empress Jiang's son is going to give birth on July 21st. Li Shimin is worried and insists that old immortal son and I live in the palace. It's really troublesome. Well, if there's anything you can ask someone to send a message back. Be careful and don't cause so much trouble like last time. The beautiful superior instructed. The two of them whispered sweet nothings to each other for a while until all 40 carriages were loaded. Only then did Li Wangyu lead Niu Wu and escort the carriages to Chang'an City. After the carriages entered Chang'an City, Li Wangyu led them straight to Shenyang Lane. When the mighty carriages stopped in front of Yongyi Gambling House, the people in the gambling house were shocked. In Yongyi Gambling House, a shopkeeper immediately rushed out and bowed to Li Wangyu. Greetings, County Count Hu. May I ask, what are you doing? Li Wangyu couldn't help but laugh. Oh, you know me? Are you the shopkeeper of this gambling house? What's your surname? The shopkeeper smiled and explained, I am the shopkeeper of Yongyi Gambling House. My surname is Wang. Very good. Shopkeeper Wang, I'm here to place my bet today. I wonder if your Yongyi Gambling House will accept my bet? Shopkeeper Wang of the gambling house smiled indifferently. County Count Hu must be joking. Since our gambling house is open for business, how can we not accept your bet? I wonder what County Count Hu wants to bet? Li Wangyu pointed to the stakes in front of the gambling house. I'll bet on this. Didn't your Yongyi Gambling House open a bet on whether Empress Jiangxuan's property is a prince or a princess? I'll bet on this. Shopkeeper Wang thought that Li Wangyu was angry that the gambling house opened a bet on Empress Jiang's son and came to cause trouble. His tone was somewhat unfriendly. Yes, that's right. The saints also know about this, but they didn't stop my Yongyi Gambling House from opening a bet. Does County Count Hu have any objections? Chapter 427. Manager Wang of Yongyi Gambling House was not lying. After the incident on the first day of the 7th month, the Wang clan of Taiyuan felt that they had lost face that day. Even their own imperial censor Wang Yuanzhong was beaten to death in front of the Taiji Palace by Pai Lupi. They had lost all face. These aristocratic families were very forgetful. They seemed to have forgotten who was the one who knelt in front of Pai Lupi and bowed his head to admit his mistake. They also forgot who was the one who insulted and beat up Wang Yuanzhong in the main hall. The aristocratic families who had forgotten the pain felt indignant. They were hot-headed and let their own gambling house open a bet on whether Empress Jiang's son would give birth to a boy or a girl. Not only Yongyi Gambling House, but also more than 40 gambling houses controlled by the aristocratic families led by the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Only Qing Yaojin and the other dukes' gambling houses did not participate in this matter. When Pai Lupi learned of this matter, he was naturally very angry. However, it was not appropriate for him to fall out with the aristocratic families. After throwing a tantrum, he could only let them be. Pai Lupi's reaction was naturally clear to the aristocratic families through the news from the palace. That was why Manager Wang was so fearless. He was not afraid of Li Wangyu messing around. No, I have no objections. I am here to place a bet. The odds are 1 to 2. However, if I bet 1 tael of gold, your gambling house will pay me 2 taels of gold? Li Wangyu shook his head. He was not here to be angry. It was because he had noticed the gambling house by chance that he was surprised to find that the gambling house dared to bet with Empress Jiang's son. After asking the county bailiff for 10,000 years, he learned that Yongyi Gambling House was the property of the Wang clan of Taiyuan. He naturally understood that the aristocratic families were deliberately embarrassing Pai Lupi. However, for Li Wangyu, the aristocratic families doing this was simply setting up a target for him to hit. Empress Jiang's son would give birth to the future crown prince Li Ji in 5 days. This was a matter of certainty. Since the aristocratic families wanted to use this opportunity to humiliate Pai Lupi, then they shouldn't blame him, Li Wangyu, for being impolite. He had to use this opportunity to cut a piece of meat from the aristocratic families and make them feel distressed. Even for the Wang clan of Taiyuan, tens of thousands of taels of gold was not a small sum. Of course. In response to Li Wangyu's inquiry, shopkeeper Wang nodded slightly. At the same time, he was very surprised. Could it be that this county earl was really here to place a bet? Wasn't he the nephew of the sage? How could he dare to bet on Her Highness giving birth? However, this matter had nothing to do with the gambling house. As long as Li Wangyu dared to place a bet, the gambling house would dare to accept the bet. If I want to bet with your casino on when Her Highness the Empress will give birth, whether it's a boy or a girl, do you dare to bet with me? Li Wangyu thought for a moment and then asked. The gambling houses of the Tang dynasty were not simple casinos. They were more similar to the gambling companies in Europe and America. Not only did they dare to open gambling bets on all kinds of things to attract gamblers to bet, but they also accepted special bets proposed by gamblers. As long as they thought it was profitable, the gambling house dared to bet with gamblers. Li Wangyu's words made shopkeeper Wang hesitate. Although he was the shopkeeper of Yongyi Gambling House, in fact he was only a collateral member of the Wang clan of Taiyuan. He was only responsible for maintaining the operation of the gambling house. However, he was not qualified to agree to the bet proposed by Li Wangyu. While he was hesitating, he saw another person dressed as a steward run out of the gambling house and whisper a few words in his ear. Shopkeeper Wang nodded and turned his head to look inside the gambling house. Then he looked back at Li Wangyu. If County Count who wants to bet on the exact date and time of Her Highness the Empress' birth, that is naturally possible. If you can guess the exact time and gender of Her Highness the Empress' child, you can bet 1 to 5. Is County Count who interested? Li Wangyu also smiled and looked at the entrance of the gambling house. He nodded at shopkeeper Wang and said, if that's the case then write down the bet. I will bet with your gambling house. How many copper coins is County Count who going to bet? Li Wangyu jumped off the horse and walked to the side of a four-wheeled carriage. With a swish, he pulled open the cloth covering the carriage. Not much, just this. 40 carriages of gold and copper coins, a total of 10,000 taels of gold. Shopkeeper Wang let someone count it. Shopkeeper Wang of Yongyi Gambling House was so shocked by the scene in front of him that he could not speak for a long time. Looking at the carriage full of copper coins and gold that were shining under the sun, he could not help but swallow his saliva. He hesitantly looked at the entrance of the gambling house. After seeing that there was no movement in the gambling house for a long time, shopkeeper Wang calmed down and called the staff of the gambling house to count the copper coins. Fortunately, when the Tang dynasty dealt with so many copper coins, they did not count them one by one. Instead they directly weighed them. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take to count more than 10,000 copper coins? Even so, the staff of the gambling house counted for almost 2 hours before the 40 carriages of copper coins and gold were counted and moved into the gambling house. Shopkeeper Wang called the bookkeeper of the gambling house and asked him to write down the bet for Li Wangyu. County Count who, what are you going to bet with your 10,000 taels of gold? I will bet that Her Highness the Empress will give birth to a prince on July 21st, the second year of Jianghu dynasty. Li Wangyu did not hesitate to say his bet. Shopkeeper Wang nodded and asked the bookkeeper to write down the bet, indicating the contents of the bet and the odds. After using the gambling house's special anti-counterfeiting seal, the bet between the two sides was officially established. Li Wangyu took the bet and carefully looked it over. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he carefully put it in his pocket. He bet 10,000 taels of gold. According to the gambling house, the odds were 1 to 5. That was 50,000 taels of gold. Even though Li Wangyu was not short on money, such a large sum of gold was still worth treating with caution. Shopkeeper Wang, prepare the gold in 5 days. If I win the bet, I will come to collect the money. Shopkeeper Wang sneered in his heart, but the smile on his face remained. Of course. As long as County Count who wins the bet, our gambling house will pay the full amount without any objections. Our Yongyi Gambling House is a golden signboard in Chang and City. Li Wangyu did not say much and turned to leave. He still had to rush to Qing Yaojin's residence. Seeing Li Wangyu leave, shopkeeper Wang, who had been polite just a moment ago, coldly snorted and turned to enter the gambling house. Clan head, the matter has been taken care of. The 10,000 taels of gold have been put into the treasury and the bet has been issued to him. I think that Li guy is crazy. He actually used 10,000 taels of gold to bet with us. He really has too much money to spend. Shopkeeper Wang said as he handed over a copy of the bet. A middle-aged man stood behind the gates of Yongyi Gambling House. He was the clan head of Taiyuan Wang clan Wang Renyu. Today he had come to the gambling house to check the accounts. He had heard a servant report that County Count who Li Wangyu had come to the gambling house and wanted to make a bet with the gambling house. Wang Renyu was curious and hid behind the gambling house's gates to eavesdrop. He wanted to see what Li Wangyu wanted to do. When Li Wangyu proposed that he not only wanted to bet on the gender of Empress Jiangxuan's child, but also the date of birth, Wang Rinyu could not help but sneer in his heart. This kind of thing was difficult for even an immortal to decide. If someone dared to bet, then Wang Rinyu dared to agree. Since Li Wangyu wanted to give him gold, there was no reason to refuse. While shopkeeper Wang was hesitating, Wang Rinyu immediately asked someone to pass a message to him, asking him to accept Li Wangyu's bet and personally set the odds to 1 to 5. Wang Rinyu took the copy of the bet. After reading it, he ordered, "Send someone to Chang and City to spread the news of that little bastard surnamed Li's bet with the gambling house." Shopkeeper Wang did not understand. Clan head, why? It's not in line with the rules of our gambling house. As a gambling house, it was natural to keep secrets for their customers. This was also the reputation of the gambling house. Wang Rinyu sneered. "Humph, I just want the saint to see how his good nephew used the empress to make a bet. Let the people of Chang and City see how this little bastard surnamed Li is a wastrel." Shopkeeper Wang laughed sinisterly, as if they already had victory in their hands. At this time, outside Duke Lu's mansion, Li Wangyu was struggling. Chapter 428. Li Wangyu couldn't help but recall the fear of being dominated by the old hooligan when he saw the glittering words, Duke Lu's estate. To him, Duke Lu's estate was no less terrifying than a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. And he was actually walking right into the trap. It was truly infuriating. After some hesitation, Li Wangyu finally mustered up the courage to walk into the estate under the astonished gazes of Duke Lu's subordinates. Naturally, Chu Tongbing had informed Qing Yaojin that County Count Li Wangyu was pacing back and forth in front of the estate. As a result, Li Wangyu had only just stepped through the threshold of Duke Lu's estate when he heard the familiar wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves. "Wah, Li family's brat, what wind blew you here today? You actually know to come see your Uncle Qing. Not bad, not bad. Servants, prepare the wine and the banquet." Upon hearing this, Li Wangyu subconsciously turned his head and wanted to run. But before he could turn around, that huge palm had already landed on his shoulder. "Li family's brat, where are you going?" Li Wangyu turned his head and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. "Hee, Uncle Qing, this nephew remembered that I still have a gift that I haven't brought yet, so I'm going to get it." "Don't talk nonsense. What gift? Come, accompany me for a few drinks." Qing Yaojin didn't waste any more words with Li Wangyu. He grabbed him and strode into the estate. Cheng Chumo, Qing Chuliang, and Qing Chubi also rushed out at this time. When they saw Li Wangyu, they were all astonished. Cheng Chumo inwardly gave Li Wangyu a thumbs up, expressing his admiration for his courage. Needless to say, this thumbs-up gesture was something that the wastrels had learned from Li Wangyu. Qing Chuliang's face was full of arrogance. He flung open the fan in his hand and shook his head. "Friends from afar, isn't it a pleasure?" Before he could finish speaking, he was kicked by Qing Yaojin. "Bastard, get the hell out of here, you my ass. Stop pretending to be a pedantic scholar here. Hurry up and get someone to send wine and food over." Li Wangyu almost burst out laughing. Qing Yaojin scolded his son for being straight. Why did he feel that it was so funny? Translated into modern Chinese, the word, direct, was beep, beep, beep. It was a curse word that needed to be beeped in TV programs. Qing Yaojin was scolding Qing Chuliang. Was he scolding himself or his wife? Li Wangyu felt that this was a philosophical question. After Qing Yaojin scolded his son and released him, Li Wangyu finally found a chance to speak. He hurriedly cupped his fist and bowed to Qing Yaojin. "Uncle Qing, I came to your residence today not only to visit Uncle Qing, but also to discuss something with Uncle Qing. If there's anything, we can talk about it later at the table." Qing Yaojin did not give Li Wangyu a chance to continue speaking. He dragged him to the main hall of the House of High Duke. When Li Wangyu thought of being forced to drink the high concentration of sorghum wine by this old hooligan, he felt his scalp tingle. Out of a strong desire to survive, he quickly raised his voice and shouted, "Uncle Qing, what this nephew wants to talk about is something that can earn tens of thousands of taels of gold." His words made Qing Yaojin stop in his tracks. He turned to look at Li Wangyu in amazement. "Li family's boy, what good news do you have? Let's hear it." Although the House of High Duke Lu had a lot of property, Qing Yaojin had also benefited from Li Wangyu's fame and won a lot of gold from gambling with the officials. But in such a big Duke Lu's mansion, the extravagance of people and horses was not low. Hearing Li Wangyu say that he could earn tens of thousands of taels of gold, the old hooligan was naturally interested. Even Qing Chumo and his two brothers gathered around, intending to listen to Li Wangyu's ideas. Li Wangyu did not say much. He directly took out the promissory note issued by Yongyi Casino and handed it to Cheng Yaojin. Uncle Cheng, this is your nephew's opportunity to make money. What is this? A promissory note from the casino? Cheng Yaojin took the promissory note and carefully looked at the contents. He could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Hey, boy, you have big guts. You actually dare to bet on Her Royal Highness giving birth. Are you not afraid that the saints will beat you? TSK, you actually bet 10,000 taels of gold. Are you crazy? Not only was Cheng Yaojin surprised, even Cheng Chumo and his 2 brothers were also shocked by this promissory note. 10,000 taels of gold. Ziyu, what kind of stimulation did you receive? You actually dare to bet 10,000 taels of gold with the casino? Cheng Chumo bitterly lamented, if you really want to die, why don't you take the gold and gamble with my family's casino? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes and directly raised his middle finger at Cheng Chumo. It seems that before today he did not know that Duke Lu's mansion also ran a casino? Bah, this was not the point. The point was that he wanted to make money through this matter, not give the casino gold for free. Li Wangyu took back the promissory note from Cheng Yaojin and folded it back into the buying. Hey, Uncle Cheng, a few days ago this nephew and son Simiao, old immortal son, saved a pregnant woman in Dingzhou village. Has Uncle Cheng heard about this? Cheng Yaojin nodded. I know about this matter. It is said that it was you who opened the altar and saved the pregnant woman who was already buried? It is said that the pregnant woman's grave cracked open, and the pregnant woman walked out by herself and smoothly gave birth to a child? I was just about to ask you, what kind of immortal method is this? Regarding their father's words, Cheng Chumo and his brothers also nodded repeatedly and looked at Li Wangyu with curious expressions. The old hooligan's words made Li Wangyu speechless. He even wanted to look up and see if there would be a crow flying over his head at this time. Why is this rumor getting more and more exaggerated? When it came to Cheng Yaojin, it had become the burial of Lu Dalong's wife after her death. Li Wangyu deeply admired the people of Chang'an's ability to gossip. It was comparable to the media of the future. He could only explain to Cheng Yaojin and his brothers what a cesarean section was and how he and son Simiao saved the pregnant woman. Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened. Damn it, this woman can cut open her belly and take out the fetus? Tiske, this is indeed the magic of immortals. Li Wangyu was speechless. It was obviously a surgery. How did it become magic? However, magic was magic. He didn't want to correct Cheng Yaojin's words, so he just continued with the old hooligan's words. Uncle Cheng, old immortal son, can not only perform a cesarean section on a pregnant woman, he can also predict when the pregnant woman will give birth and give birth to a child. It is very magical. Her Highness the Empress is pregnant and has also asked old immortal son to diagnose her. The reason why I dare to bet 10,000 taels of gold with the Wang clan of Taiyuan is because I am sure that I can predict when the Empress will give birth and give birth to a child. Otherwise I am not crazy. How could I bet all the gold in the residence with the Wang clan of Taiyuan's gambling house? Using Sun Simiao's name to persuade Cheng Yaojin was also a helpless move by Li Wangyu. After all, he couldn't tell Cheng Yaojin that he could see 500 years in the past and 500 years in the future and that he could predict the future. If he really said that, it would be strange if Cheng Yaojin didn't beat him up. Therefore, using Sun Simiao's reputation as a miracle doctor was the best choice. Hearing this, Cheng Yaojin was stunned and also jumped up. Chapter 429. Cheng Yaojin stared at Li Wangyu. Kid, you can't joke about this. Are you sure? Of course. Uncle Cheng, as you can see, I have already sent all the gold to Taiyuan Wang clan's Yongyi gambling house. I only have so much gold in my residence. Otherwise I would have placed more bets. Actually, I came to Uncle Cheng's residence today to borrow some gold. I can use the four-wheeled carriage company and winery as collateral to borrow 10,000 taels of gold. I will return it in 5 days and I will give Uncle Cheng interest according to the interest. Is that possible? Cheng Yaojin laughed loudly, and his large palm landed on his shoulder again. Wah, kid, you are dreaming. I can win tens of thousands of taels of gold and you want to give me 1,000 taels of gold? Since you dare to make this bet, I have nothing to be afraid of. Li Wangyu pretended to be regretful. Uncle Cheng, this is risky. Why don't you lend the gold to me and I will bear the risk? I will give you 2,000 taels of gold as interest. Get lost. If you say one more word, I will throw you out. Cheng Yaojin scolded with a smile. You scoundrel, you are talking so much nonsense. Aren't you just trying to persuade me to place a bet? Don't try to fool me. What are you thinking? Do you think I don't know? Seeing that his thoughts had been seen through by Cheng Yaojin, Li Wangyu rubbed his nose awkwardly and said with an embarrassed smile, Hee hee, Uncle Ching, isn't it because your nephew has a chance to get rich and I'm thinking that you're old? Let's go and drink. Let's chat. Uncle Ching, do you want to invite Uncle Yuchi and Uncle Chin to the residence? Hee hee, it is better to enjoy it together than to enjoy it alone. What Li Wangyu wanted was not only to earn some gold from the aristocratic families, but also to let the aristocratic families bleed. This way it would not be just him and Qing Yaojin who would appear and pull the dukes together to place a bet. At that time he would not be afraid that the aristocratic families would lose and turn against him. Qing Yaojin's eyes flashed. He immediately understood what Li Wangyu was thinking. "Aha, you bad boy, you really suit my taste." After he finished speaking, he slapped Qing Chumo's head again. "You three brothers should learn from your mother. Look at how bad this Li family brat is. You three idiots, even after being sold, you still have to help others count the money." His words made Li Wangyu and the three Qing brothers' faces darken. F***ck, if it wasn't for the fact that he really couldn't beat this old man, Li Wangyu would have fought him to the death. Li Wangyu looked up at the sky and pretended not to hear Qing Yaojin's words. Don't be angry, don't be angry. It's not worth getting angry over this old hooligan. Men, send invitations to second brother, old thief Yuchi, Duke Bao, Duke Qiao, invite them to drink at our residence. I'm holding a banquet today because I have something to discuss with them. Qing Yaojin directly waved his hand to summon the steward of the residence and ordered him to immediately invite those duke bigwigs. With Qing Yaojin's invitation, although they didn't know what was going on, Qin Xiong, Chai Lingwu, Yuchi Jingda, Lu Hongji, Duan Jishuan, these duke bigwigs still gladly attended the banquet and gathered at Duke Lu's residence. "Qing Jijia, you old killer, why did you think of inviting us to drink today? What's the matter? You're still being so mysterious and not explaining clearly." As soon as Yuchi Jingda entered the main hall, he started shouting in a hoarse voice. Qing Yaojin wasn't polite. He first threw a jug of wine at Yuchi Jingda, then laughed and scolded, "Scram, I'm kindly bringing you guys to get rich. You old man, if you don't want to earn gold, then take care and don't send me off." His words attracted the interest of these bigwigs. If they could earn gold, who would refuse? The last 2 times Qing Yaojin made a bet with the officials, he won several tens of thousands of taels of gold. These duke bigwigs were so envious that their eyes turned red. "Qing Jijia, tell me clearly what's so good about it and how much can we earn?" Yuchi Jingda raised his head and gulped down a mouthful of wine. He wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth with his hand before asking. "How much we can earn depends on how much you guys invest. 5 times the profit, are you interested?" "Oh? 5 times is pretty good? How much time would it take to earn it back? If it takes too long, it won't be worth it." "You're not freaking saying that you're organizing a caravan to sell goods to various countries in the western regions, right? That's 10 times the profit, but the time is too long and the risk is also high. Moreover, in our residences, there are also people doing this business, so there's nothing strange about it." When Chai Lingwu heard that there was 5 times the profit, he was rather moved. Qing Yaojin raised his head and laughed heartily. "It doesn't need that long, 5 days is enough. It just depends on whether or not you guys dare to gamble." His words naturally aroused the interest of Qin Xiong and the others, who promptly asked what kind of business it was that could earn 5 times the profit in 5 days. Qing Yaojin chuckled and had someone call Li Wangyu out. "This matter was caused by this brat, you guys can ask him directly." Li Wangyu hurriedly greeted the group of duke bigwigs, then took out the promissory note issued by Yongyi Gambling House from the buy-in at his waist and handed it over to the various duke bigwigs for them to see. After everyone saw the promissory note, there was naturally an uproar. Count who, you're quite generous. TSK, you're betting 10,000 taels of gold. When I was your age, I wasn't this generous." Duan Jishuan raised his head and downed a bowl of wine, making fun of Li Wangyu. Yuchi Jingda glared at him. "Scram to the side, when you were freaking 16 years old, did you see 10,000 taels of gold? Old man Yuchi, do you freaking want to compete with me? Come. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The group of old killers, who hadn't even drunk 2 mouthfuls of wine, almost started fighting in the main hall of Duke Lu's residence. However, in the face of this scene, the maidservants of Duke Lu's residence didn't even bat an eyelid. They were very calm, which made Li Wangyu admire them. It could be assumed that the servants of Duke Lu's residence had long been accustomed to this kind of situation. When this group of old killers got together to drink, there was no time when they didn't make a ruckus. Li Wangyu suddenly reacted. No wonder he had been to Duke Lu's residence several times, but he always felt that the layout of the Qing residence's main hall was too crude and simple. It didn't match Qing Yaojin's status as a duke bigwig. Moreover, it wasn't just Qing Yaojin's residence that was like this. He had also been to the other dukes' residences, and the main halls were also so simple and crude. Originally, he was very naive to think that this group of military bigwigs was diligent and thrifty. Now he finally understood that every time a banquet was held in the Duke's residence, the main halls would inevitably be smashed to pieces by this group of old hooligans. Just like this group of old men, when they were drunk in the main hall of his old residence in Dingzhou village. After being smashed so many times, the furnishings of the Duke's residence's main hall were naturally replaced with worthless but sturdy and durable utensils. After all, the Duke's money didn't grow on trees. Being smashed clean like this all the time, even Qing Yaojin and the others couldn't stand it. Li Wangyu secretly despised this group of no-quality old killers in his heart, but he had to speak up to interrupt Yuqi Jingda and Duan Jishuan's performance of fighting. Uncles, please listen to this, nephew. Chapter 430. Li Wangyu bowed to the group of Grand Dukes and Grand Dukes and Grand Dukes and Grand Dukes and Grand Dukes. He repeated the words that he had used to fool Qing Yaojin. The group of Duke bigwigs was somewhat skeptical of his words. After all, what Li Wangyu said was too risky. Who could guarantee that Sun Simiao's medical skills could really determine when a pregnant woman would give birth, not to mention whether it would be a boy or a girl? This kind of thing was unheard of. For a moment, everyone in the hall was making their own plans and no one spoke. Seeing this situation, Li Wangyu hurriedly said, "Uncles, if you trust this nephew, you can lend me your gold. I will use the Shunfeng four-wheeled carriage company and the winery of Xiaodao wine as collateral to borrow your gold for 5 days. I will give you 10% of the interest. Uncles, are you willing to lend this nephew the money?" "Nonsense. You dare to bet? Do you think I don't dare to bet? No need to say more, I will also bet 10,000 taels of gold. At most, my whole family will eat chaff and eat vegetables. If I lose, what's there to be afraid of?" Yuqi Jingda had a proud personality, so how could he hear Li Wangyu's words? He immediately decided to bet. For this group of Duke bigwigs, even if they lost 10,000 taels of gold, it wouldn't be a big deal. At most, it would just be a heartache. Yuqi Jingda saying that they would eat chaff and eat vegetables was too exaggerated. Li Wangyu knew that even if these bigwigs couldn't compare to the 1,000 years of accumulation of aristocratic families, it wouldn't be a problem for them to casually take out a few 100,000 strings of copper coins. Not to mention that their families also had businesses like gambling houses, so they wouldn't lack money at all. With Yuqi Jingda's words, the other Duke bigwigs no longer hesitated and expressed their willingness to bet as well. After all, Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao's previous performance was too shocking. No one had heard of being able to determine when a pregnant woman would give birth and whether it would be a boy or a girl. But who had heard of being able to cut open a pregnant woman's belly to give birth? In comparison, wasn't the latter more inconceivable? Since Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao could have the woman give birth by caesarean section, then knowing when the empress would give birth was not something unacceptable. In the eyes of the Tang people, a caesarean section was more like a witchcraft or a spell than a traditional Chinese medicine. Therefore, after confirming that Li Wangyu had really bet 10,000 taels of gold that the empress would give birth to a prince in 5 days, the group of Grand Dukes chose to believe him. They all nodded and decided to bet together. Li Wangyu calculated in his heart that if these big shots all went to the gambling house to place their bets, according to Yongyi Gambling House's odds of 1-5. 5 days later, these aristocratic families would have to pay at least 500,000 taels of gold, which was equivalent to 3 million strings of copper. That would be an astronomical figure. It should be noted that in today's Tang dynasty, the amount of copper coins collected in a year's rent transfer was no more than 1 million strings of cash. This was equivalent to the aristocratic families taking out 2 years' copper income in the Tang dynasty to pay. Even if they had thousands of years of accumulation, they would not be able to bear the consequences at that time. After all the people present decided to place their bets with the aristocratic families, the atmosphere in the hall of Duke Lu's mansion became more and more enthusiastic. Everyone began to discuss which gambling houses to place their bets. With so much gold, it was naturally impossible to take all of it to Taiyuan Wang clan's Yongyi gambling house. Not to mention whether Taiyuan Wang clan dared to accept it. Even if they accepted it, Taiyuan Wang clan alone would absolutely not be able to afford it. Therefore, the group of Grand Dukes didn't let go of any gambling house that opened a bet on whether Empress Zhang's son would give birth to a boy or a girl. Qing Yaojin simply asked his troops to take out the map of Chang and city and mark the locations of more than 40 gambling houses on it. The group of Grand Dukes quarreled with the map as if they were ready to lead troops to attack Chang and city. This Chang'e gambling house is opened by Bowling Chui clan. My wife is the legitimate daughter of Bowling Chui clan. Naturally, this gambling house belongs to me. Qing Yaojin pointed at the map and roared. Chai Lingwu curled his lips. Qing Jijie, you old man, aren't you afraid that you won't get the money? What if your wife cries to you later? Give this Chang'e gambling house to me. Bah. Get out of here. Don't even think about it. The group of Grand Dukes quarreled around the map until their faces turned red and their necks were thick. They almost pulled out their weapons to fight. After the quarrel, they divided who to bet in which gambling house and how much gold to bet, as if they were dividing the booty. The clear-cut division of labor made Li Wangyu gasp in amazement. Uncles, I wish you all a great fortune and a great victory. Haha, but that, haha, if you lose money you can't settle the score with me. Li Wangyu raised his wine cup and toasted Qing Yaojin and the others. He also gave the group of Grand Dukes a heads-up. He was worried that if something bad happened, the group of Grand Dukes would ask him to compensate with gold. Then he would cry to death. Li Ji's birth date was clearly recorded in the old Tang book, Taizong Benji. On the 21st day of the 7th lunar month of the 2nd year of Jingguan, Prince Ji was born in the Li main hall of the Eastern Palace of Chang and City. This was definitely not wrong. However, after experiencing Li Qingxian's appendicitis, Li Wangyu felt a little uneasy in his heart. He was afraid that his actions would inadvertently stir up the wings of history and cause Li Ji to be born a few days earlier or later. That would be bad. Although he still dared to gamble, he had to make it clear to Qing Yaojin and the others. Otherwise, if he lost the bet, he could not bear the responsibility. Qing Yaojin raised his head and gulped down a bowl of wine. He threw the bowl on the table heavily and glared at Li Wangyu. Nonsense. Since we dare to gamble, if we lose, why would we go and find trouble with you, you scoundrel? As the saying goes, if you agree to gamble, you must accept to lose. Am I, your Uncle Qing, someone who can't afford to lose? Li Wangyu thought about how Qing Yaojin was playing mahjong in his residence and how he still refused to pay up. He really wanted to nod his head and say yes. However, when he thought about his own small arms and legs, he decided that it would be better not to find trouble. He could only firmly shake his head. Uncle Qing is straightforward and upright. Every word you say is a nail. You are the person I admire the most. He did not say anything else and hurriedly flattered him. After he finished speaking, the other Grand Dukes were dissatisfied and looked at him. What? In the eyes of the Count of Huxian, are we people who can't afford to lose? If we really lose the bet, then we lose. Could it be that Li Jia Xiaolang thinks that we will find trouble with you? What kind of people do you think we are? When Li Wangyu saw that he had provoked everyone's anger, cold sweat began to flow down his back. He did not dare to argue and obediently took the large wine bowls on the table. He gritted his teeth and poured 3 bowls full of high-grade sorghum wine. Uncles, I was wrong. I should not have measured the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. These 3 bowls of wine can be considered my apology to you, uncles. After he finished speaking, Li Wangyu closed his eyes and poured the wine into his mouth. Amidst the cheers of Qing Yaojin and the others, Li Wangyu drank 3 large bowls of wine in one gulp. Then he felt dizzy and his vision turned black. He fell drunk on the floor of the main hall of Duke Lu's residence. Before he was completely drunk, Li Wangyu only had one thought of regret. Damn it, why did I make sorghum wine in the first place? Chapter 431. By the time Li Wangyu woke up, it was already the morning of the next day. He had gotten quite drunk at Duke Lu's mansion, so Qing Yaojin had asked him to stay the night. Qing Yaojin had also ordered his servants to report to the county magistrate's mansion in Dingzhou village. Rubbing his splitting headache, Li Wangyu once again swore that he would never drink with Qing Yaojin and the other old ruffians again. Today he had to go to the palace, so after Li Wangyu got up, he quickly cleaned himself up with the help of the Qing mansion's maidservants and prepared to say goodbye to Qing Yaojin. But before Li Wangyu could say goodbye, the eunuch sent by Pai Lupi had already come to the gate of Duke Lu's mansion. Pai Lupi urgently summoned County Magistrate Li Wangyu to the palace. In order to find Li Wangyu, the eunuch had also rushed back and forth. Before dawn, the morning drums sounded and the palace gate opened. The eunuch who had delivered the message rode to Dingzhou village in Hu County and knocked on the gate of the county magistrate's mansion. In the end, there was nothing. When he learned that the county magistrate had not returned and had instead stayed the night at Duke Lu's mansion, the eunuch could only tragically rush back to Chang'an. When he found Li Wangyu, the eunuch was already soaking wet, as if he had just been fished out of the water. He looked at Li Wangyu with resentment. Greetings, county magistrate. The saint has summoned you to the palace immediately. Go quickly. Li Wangyu was stunned. Why was Pai Lupi in such a hurry to find him? He suddenly felt a bit panicked. Could it be that Empress Zhangsun was about to give birth? If that was the case, then his 10,000 taels of gold would have gone down the drain, and his plan to dig a huge hole for the aristocratic families would also be a bubble. Do you know why the saint has summoned me? Is there something wrong with Her Highness? The eunuch shook his head. I have not heard of anything wrong with Her Highness. The saint has summoned you to the palace. He paused and then whispered, the saint does not seem to be in a good mood. County magistrate, let's not waste time and quickly enter the palace. Hearing that it was not about Empress Jiangsun, Li Wangyu was slightly relieved. He did not have time to greet Qing Yaojin, Qing Chumo and the others, and hurriedly left the Duke Lu's residence with the eunuch, heading towards Tai Chi Palace. Fortunately, Duke Lu's mansion was near the imperial city. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Li Wangyu had already entered the legislative hall and saw the angry Pai Lupi. Seeing Pai Lupi's unfriendly expression, Li Wangyu didn't know what had happened. He could only carefully greet Pai Lupi. Little nephew greets uncle. Hello uncle. Good my ass. Pai Lupi actually cursed. Zhen asks you, do you care about Zhen and the Empress? Li Wangyu was stunned by Pai Lupi's scolding. He thought for a long time and felt that he had not offended this guy. Li Erfa was so angry. What was the matter? Uncle, why do you say this? What did little nephew do wrong? Please teach me a lesson. I will definitely correct it. Zhen is too lazy to talk to you. Mitua, you tell this little bastard what he has done. The eunuch Mitua, who had been following Pai Lupi like his shadow, slightly nodded at Li Wangyu. County Count who the 100 Cavalry Department has reported that there are rumors in the markets of Chang, and that yesterday, County Count who went to Yongyi Casino and bet 10,000 taels of gold. They are betting on when Her Highness the Empress will give birth to a prince. County Count who, is there such a thing? When Li Wangyu heard this, he immediately understood why Pai Lupi was angry. He laughed and nodded, yes, there is such a thing. Pai Lupi saw that not only did he admit it, but he also smiled mischievously without any remorse. He was so angry that he almost rushed over and kicked him. Li Wangyu saw that Pai Lupi was really angry and hurriedly explained, Uncle, little nephew has a reason for doing this. Pai Lupi glared, then tell Zhen. If you dare to speak nonsense, Zhen will drag you out and beat you 20 times. It was no wonder that Pai Lupi was so angry. He was already angry that the aristocratic families were betting on his empress's birth. Who would have thought that the 100 Cavalry Department would report that his most valued nephew, Li Wangyu, had also gone to Taiyuan Wang clan's casino to bet? How could he not be angry? Moreover, this little bastard not only bet, but also bet 10,000 taels of gold. It was really annoying. Even if he couldn't deal with these aristocratic families, how could he, Pai Lupi, not be able to deal with Li Wangyu? This was the reason why he was so anxious today and ordered the chamberlain to summon Li Wangyu to the legislative hall. Li Wangyu laughed and took out the promissory note from his waist. He presented it to Pai Lupi with both hands. Uncle, little nephew went to Taiyuan Wang clan's Yongyi Casino to place a bet. This is the promissory note, please take a look. Pai Lupi took it and glanced at it. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and look at Li Wangyu in disbelief. Little bastard, are you crazy? You dare to bet with Taiyuan Wang clan with such conditions? Do you really think that 10,000 taels of gold is not money? Uncle, if little nephew wasn't confident, why would I go to the casino to bet? Hee, little nephew's gold didn't come from the wind. Little nephew can't bear to give it to Taiyuan Wang clan like this. Then what do you mean by this? Could it be that Maid Guanyin will really give birth to a prince in 4 days? How do you know? Pai Lupi asked suspiciously. Li Wangyu faced Pai Lupi's doubts and could only bring out the words he used to fool Qing Yaojin and the group of dukes. This was the 3rd time he said this lie and he almost believed it to be true. After Pai Lupi heard this explanation, he was somewhat skeptical. Ziyu, are you telling the truth? This matter can't be joked about. Uncle, little nephew naturally has confidence, which is why I dared to bet with Taiyuan Wang clan. Little nephew passed by Yongyi Casino yesterday and saw that they were betting on the matter of aunt giving birth to a child. I felt extremely angry. Little nephew thought about it, and since they were so arrogant, then I had to teach them a lesson and let these aristocratic families know that the dignity of the imperial family cannot be blasphemed. Therefore, little nephew returned to the manor and gathered all the money in the manor to bet at Taiyuan Wang clan's casino. Pai Lupi stared at him, but his expression became much gentler. You little brat, why didn't you tell me yesterday that you knew when Maid Guanyin would give birth? Is Maid Guanyin really pregnant with a prince? You didn't lie to me? Li Wangyu smiled and said, Uncle, I've used real money to gamble with the Wang family of Taiyuan. Even if I'm joking, I won't go so far as to squander money, right? Pai Lupi naturally could not believe his words. Pai Lupi paced back and forth in the hall and suddenly raised his head to look at me too. How much gold does the Empress have? The imperial family's assets were all managed by Empress Jianghu's son. As the provincial supervisor of the Department of Internal Servants, Mi Tuan naturally knew. Replying to everyone, there are about 80,000 taels of gold that can be transferred at any time. Mi Tuan immediately understood Pai Lupi's thoughts and immediately replied, "Does everyone want to transfer some of the gold to bet at those gambling houses?" Before Pai Lupi nodded, Li Wangyu smiled embarrassedly and interrupted, "That hee uncle, I'm afraid this is not appropriate." "Why is that?" Pai Lupi didn't understand. "That hee, I'm afraid those gambling houses won't accept uncle's bet. Besides, I'm afraid they won't be able to pay for it." Li Wangyu touched his neck and was very embarrassed. "Yesterday little nephew that went to Duke Lu's manor. Uncle Ching also wanted to bet." Pai Lupi couldn't help but snort coldly. "Ching Jijia wants to bet, why can't I bet?" Yesterday Uncle Ching also invited Duke Xiao, Duke Bao, and them." Li Wangyu stammered and said the names of 8 or 9 dukes and prefectural dukes. "They all want to bet at the gambling houses today. In total, they will bet about 100,000 taels of gold." He didn't finish speaking, but Pai Lupi already understood what he meant. In this way, if the aristocratic families lost the bet, they would have to pay at least 500,000 taels of gold. If he went to bet again, those aristocratic families wouldn't be able to pay for it even if they went bankrupt.